Hello, welcome to Final Fantasy Relay number 11. This is the 11th year. If you're new, this event is a race between 3 teams of 18 speedrunners each. That's 54 speedrunners tackling 18 Final Fantasy games. This will take place over the next 4 days, or between 70 to 80 hours. And the format is such that when one team finishes their game, they will move on to the next game in a sequence. So we'll be starting with Final Fantasy VII Remake, and then moving on to the next game, which in this case is Final Fantasy II. So all of the teams are playing these games in the same order, starting with VII Remake, and then finishing with Final Fantasy IX on Monday. Each team is made up of a completely unique set of runners, and each game also has a completely unique set of commentators. So each game has a dedicated commentary team to walk you through the games, what's happening in the games, explaining the speedruns, the strategies, and all the rest of it. I just want to give some quick thanks to the runners for all signing up, and the commentary for signing up and helping out. This is a big event with like over 100 people taking part. It's a nice, huge collaborative effort. I want to give thanks to Poexel and the RPG Limerick staff for letting us host this event on this channel. We're back here pretty much every year doing this event, and it's always been great to work with them. And all the mods as well for moderating the chat throughout the event. This year we have got some new things. I mean, pretty much every year we run this, we try to improve bits and pieces all over the place, so you might notice some little differences to the layout. But there are 2 new big changes this year. The first is that we're on YouTube for the first time. So we're streaming to both Twitch and YouTube simultaneously. If you prefer one or the other, you can hop between. And the other big update this year is we have a website. It's our 11th year, but we finally have a website on ffrelay.com, which you can check out the stream on, and also get detailed splits of all the runners so you can track where they're at. And we'll have a graph on there. After the first split, you'll see a graph to sort of start comparing the teams when they overlap, take the lead or lose the lead. And check out the history of the relay as well if you're interested in the past events for the past 11 years. And then finally, we also want to give a quick thanks to the restream. We have a Japanese restream at twitch.tv/Japanese_restream. I think that's about it. So we're about to hand it over to FF7 Remake runners and commentary. I'll just do the countdown to get started. So please be ready. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. Good luck.
All right.
Alrighty, welcome to Final Fantasy VII Remake. It gets kind of right into the action here, so we'll get some quick intros out of the way. I am Matrimony. I'm actually a pretty new runner to this game, but I've run the DLC a lot and Rebirth, and I'm commentating with.
I'm AMBCD33, or most people call me AMB. Basically running the game since release back in 2020.
Yeah, AMD is definitely the expert here, and we'll introduce the runners really quick. So for Team Mog, we've got BigSid, also longtime runner of the game. For Team Choco, Woadyb, another longtime runner. In fact, actually, I guess all 3 of our runners have been running this multiple times in the relay, I believe, too. And then we have Earinor for Team Tonberry.
All right, cool. So you're noticing a lot at the beginning. We're skipping all cutscenes, and a little speed tech here. We're running towards this chest over here. Normally a extra fight will spawn if you open the chest, but we just go over the trigger to get this elevator to come down almost immediately.
Yeah, and you'll see actually after they hit the button, there's a little fast forward symbol in the lower right. So there was a patch in this game that lets you fast forward cutscenes, which is obviously fantastic for speedrunning. So it lets you do any cutscenes that we can't just skip, we can fast forward #2. So some cutscenes look a little funny because they're going super fast. That's why.
Yeah, along those same lines, you can also fast forward dialogue, which I don't think we see until chapter 3. A lot of the story heavy RPG progression chapters have a lot of dialogue. A lot about this game is combat, so let's get into the basics. So we got an attack button, go through a combo. Right now we only have Cloud. You're also seeing them do what we call a cleave. That's the hold attack. And then you have a unique ability button. That's the triangle button by default. For Cloud, that switches his stance from like a light to a heavy stance. And we're seeing a lot of that heavy stance right now called Punisher.
Yeah, Punisher's really important. Operator, which is the normal stance, you have like a lot of good mobility and you get that good cleave ability that A and B mentioned. Punisher, you like can only walk. You can, it's very slow, but the attacks
The
are
snail's
super
pace.
powerful. And yeah, and you get access to countering, which is a really big deal. Use a lot for countering attacks, which gives you a ton of ATB on the counterattack and does really good damage.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing that a lot for a lot of these early fights because we don't start with ATB. We mentioned the operator hold attack cleave. There's also a hold attack for Punisher. We call it Berserk, or some people call it Stab. And it does just that, gives us Berserk, which is a damage boost. Also, damage boost on both ends. We take more damage, but for the speedrun, we do more damage. I think it's a 30%, something like that. I'm not good with the numbers. It makes us go faster.
Yeah, for sure. Makes us take more damage. We don't really care about that in the speedrun, really. We just want to do more damage. Other big basic combat thing is ATB. So we have all these attacks that we just described all the time, but we get ATB by doing these attacks, and you'll see that in the lower right whenever they're in combat. We can have up to 2 bars of ATB, and that's what we use for like our special attacks, casting spells, using items, and then all of our like really strong attacks cost ATB. So a lot of the strats in this game revolve around building up enough ATB to use powerful attacks to finish off our enemies quickly.
Yeah, and we're
And
also
actually-
seeing a little bit of another ability type, which would be, or another usage of abilities in our ATB, which is to build stagger. So we're seeing them stagger the sweeper, which is similar to the FF13 and FF16 systems, where we can do a lot more damage for a short amount of time.
Yes, and actually something I want to point out that's important with staggering is limit break. So just like in OG7, you build limit by getting hit. The other way you build limit, you get a third of your limit bar every time you stagger. And that's actually going to come up in this first boss that Sid is getting about to fight here, where we're going to stagger twice, and then we're going to get hit on purpose just to build limit for the last phase.
All right, yeah, we're coming up to the first boss for almost all 3 of them. Guard Scorpion, or Scorpion Sentinel. So we're going to see right at the beginning here, you can actually counter the Stomp. There's a lot of attacks in this game that you can counter with the Punisher stance that shouldn't really be possible, but we take it. It's good for ATB. Really fast push.
Yep, phase 2, we're going to attack it with Cloud Fire here to get rid of a barrier it has, and then I'm just going off of Sid here. He's going to time a Thunder to hit right when it's about to launch some missiles, right, just like that. Gets them to jump off the wall faster, and switch back to Cloud for another counter. And we're going to get stagger number 2 here. You can see Cloud's limit in the bottom right is almost full, but not quite. And what we're going to do is the boss is about to charge a big tail laser attack, and we're going to get hit by it on purpose just to build limit. So you'll see Sid do some attacks with Barret and Cloud here to get the HP down, but he's going to wait just a little bit before Barret's last Thunder, because it'll push phase. So he's going to Thunder and then roll out and get hit by that laser on purpose, and then the phase pushes. Now Cloud's got the flashing limit break, so we don't really have to deal with phase 4. We get to actually just limit it away, which is a common theme you'll actually see in a lot of boss fights. A lot of boss fights have really sucky last phases to deal with, and so if we can just limit break through it, then we don't have to deal with it, and limit obviously does a ton of damage.
Yeah, you might
That's a
also be
clean,
noticing that
Scorpion.
we're... Yeah, it was really good. You might also be noticing that we're fast forwarding in between boss phases. It's the main upgrade with that fast forward is getting to fast forward between the phases while the cutscenes play during fights. Earinor finishing up. Guard Scorpion. There's also a lot of routing that goes into this in the speedrun is to do with materia we want to get from Chadley. It's a lot of ATB materia that we want. The first one being First Strike, which will give us a certain amount of ATB, a good chunk to start the battle, each battle. So it's really huge to getting us to use those juicy ATB abilities to stagger quickly or to do big damage. And the way we get First Strike is we need to be using a unique ability, which is that Punisher stance for Cloud, or Barret has an overcharge. And we need to build the ATB using that unique ability. And so we need to do 10 of those builds to get to First Strike.
Yep, and we're also working on, the route that Sid and Woadyb are doing are working on getting a certain amount of staggers as well. These are basically like side quests that a character named Chadley gives you, but you can actually start the side quests like now before you ever even talk to them. So staggering unique enemies, meaning like staggering an enemy type once, gives you credit towards one of those quests, and they'll be working on getting enough staggers on unique enemies. They'll actually fight enemies a little slower, but making sure that they stagger them before they die to build up that so they can get more of that materia faster. Specifically ATB boost in this case, which is an ability that doubles your ATB, which ATB is really important and good. So anything that gives you more ATB, like First Strike or ATB boost, is really strong.
Yeah, it's huge for the speedrun. And I believe it's 15 staggers for boost we want by the end of chapter 4, and then for ATB stagger we want 40 staggers by BigSid and Woadyb are going to get it in chapter 9 after Hell House, and then Earinor I believe gets it in chapter 13, maybe 14.
All right, Sid is finishing the first chapter here. Story-wise, this kicks off just like OG7, where we're in Mako reactor, we're eco-terrorists, and we're bombing it. The evil Shinra corporation has these Mako reactors that are not necessarily ethically gaining power from the planet, and so we're blowing it up.
Yeah, I was too busy yapping, but did we see any bad shocks?
I don't think so.
I know Earinor had some good shocks there. Yeah, so that shock trooper from the second level follows you up to the top level, and he can choose to target Barret and run the wrong way when we want to bait him up to the top towards the exit, and that can lose a lot of time. But luckily, all the runners did not encounter that, as far as I know.
Oh, it's me. Gotta do something about that, and soon.
So a little downtime here at the beginning of chapter 2. Some very minor speed tech that you might be seeing. Well, if you're not aware of it, you won't even know it happens because it just passes by. But there's a lot of forced camera turns in this game where you're, running or walking with Cloud, and then the game wants to show you something, so it'll turn your camera. And if that happens, it turns your camera, and the Cloud's going to slow down. And so we want to, preemptively turn the camera that way so that we can keep our pace with Cloud and, continue to move. So I believe there's a couple in chapter 1. We'll see one here in a bit in chapter 2.
Can't wait to see you, Marley.
Yeah, and we're coming up by, I guess the next big thing is Sephiroth skip.
Yeah.
This is a little, I guess, would you say it's RNG? I guess.
We know how to, get it sometimes. Most of the time. It's nobody ever gets it 100% of the time. So yeah, I guess it's RNG, unless we just don't have all the information on it. It's a weird one, though. You gonna go?
Sure. So basically, there's going to be a cutscene coming up where Clouds gets one of his classic headaches, and he sees a vision of Sephiroth walking away, and he follows him, and he moves very slowly during this and stumbles and stuff like that. But we've found that you'll see everyone, actually you'll see it from Sid here very shortly after this car blows up. and he goes into a menu after this cutscene. He's going to go into performance, or sorry, he's in performance mode. He's going to go into graphics mode to lower the frame rate right now, and he's going to skip this next cutscene as fast as he can and hope that Sephiroth doesn't show up. Sometimes he just doesn't load.
Yeah.
And if he does that, then we get to walk faster during it.
Okay,
And
he
it
showed
looks
up
like
for
he
Big
got
Sid.
it. Oh, he did show up?
I think I saw him,
see.
yeah.
So Big Sid's sad right now.
I don't think Woadyb got it, so we'll be able to see a little side by side. They're about at the same place. I think it saves about 15-20 seconds if you get it, and then if you don't get it, you lose just the time to the menu there to change the graphic settings. Yeah, he's in front of Big Sid.
Yeah, he's right there.
Okay, so yeah, coming up on this little alleyway, Big Sid, you're gonna see, since he had Sephi, he didn't get the skip. He's gonna be stumbling, just going at snail's pace towards the next objective. And where Woadyb, because Sephi didn't show up, some of these interactions don't happen, so we're able to just walk at the same pace that we were before. Still slow, but it's much faster. So we're seeing Woadyb take the lead here.
Yeah, that's right. So a little bit of a lead change. Sid was up there, but did not get Sephi skip. So Woady's in the lead now. It's
Good old,
I did not see if Earinor
RNG.
got it or not.
Yeah, I was looking at the other two. We'll know in a second if she
Yeah.
gets it.
Turns around this corner here. Did
He's
not
there.
get in, unfortunately.
He's there. Alright, force camera turn on Woady's screen here, looking towards the reactor. Wants to show the damage of what happened in Chapter 1. So we want to look towards it before that happens so we don't slow down.
Yeah, and what's happening in Chapter 2 here is we're escaping. And you'll see Woadyb will start this kind of gauntlet of combat here.
Yeah, fountain fight.
He's going to just run past these first enemies because we don't need to attack them. He'll use that dash attack and operator to go a little bit faster. But he's going to come up to these enemies up here. He's going to try to get this dog first and hopefully get a stagger on it.
Yeah, and
Finish
we
off
want to
these
kill
other two.
this first wave of enemies as fast as we can. Otherwise, if we take too long, we're going to get an extra dialogue before we get the shock trooper spawns. And
Yep, that's right.
It's pretty easy to execute on easy. On harder difficult or on normal, it's a little bit more tight. But looks like Woadyb got it, so he's going to get fast shocks here. Yep. Not a lot of extra dialogue waiting on the helicopter.
There's that counterattack from Punisher right there, and he's going to move over, and there's one more group of enemies he's going to get here. And we're going to pick up a couple items from chests, an iron bangle and some grenades.
Yeah, and those
iron
nades
bangle,
those nades are pretty free in that chest because you're waiting on the dialogue to finish before you can actually go up the ladder.
And Iron Bangle's our first armor slot that can actually have some ATB. So it's, sorry, not ATB, materia. That can hold materials. Useful. I guess we can go over that a little bit. There's going to be a lot of menuing in the game where we're arranging materia. Materia gives us abilities, spells, and different other abilities. And we want to optimize who has what ability all the time. And yeah, I mean, I guess that's basically it. Materias level up with get better skills over time, or just improve what they already do. And being able to equip more materia is useful, so that's why we're getting that Iron Bangle.
Woadyb getting a little trolled here by targeting and gets grenaded.
Yeah, targeting can be pretty tricky in this game. It's definitely a skill to learn targeting well.
Yeah, and I believe there's two different options to how you want to handle targeting, whether you want to do it with the right analog or the other way that I'm not sure exactly how it works because I've never tried it.
Yeah, you use like the left and right on the D-pad to do it.
Okay.
Strife plays that way, which is honestly wild to me. I can't do it.
All right, coming up on the second boss here, the Huntsman. Have 2 waves of enemies, and then the red shield guy is the Huntsman. Gonna fire to pressure him, so he stops doing what he does and puts down his shield so we can attack him. Do some Punisher hits to stagger, and then big damage with 2 fires to finish.
And that is the first split for Team Choco. And Sid's finishing off Huntsman as well. Earinor making her way to the boss.
There's a very minor skip here called Big Skip. We're trying to get in front of Biggs as we come out of these boxes, as you see on Woady's screen, this little crawl space. If we can get in front of him, we save the time of having to walk behind him. Doesn't look like Woady got it. It's super minor. You just end up waiting behind Jesse instead of Biggs here.
Hopefully none of them get trolled by the crowd. Sometimes you can get stuck between these two people. Woady got through, no problem.
Yeah, that's a weird difference. Just a weird difference from the PS4 version to Integrate, where these NPCs are just block walls, man.
All right, we have escaped on Woady's screen. We're back to Sector 7, where we will regroup with our Avalanche team.
Best
so
girl?
We're on to Chapter 3 here. Yeah, and we'll meet up with Tifa for the first time. And this is kind of the we're gonna run around doing errands a little bit. There's a lot of character development and stuff like that, but there'll be some combat coming up where we need to get some staggers for Woady and BigSid. Again, they're trying to get enough staggers before our first time talking to Chadley, that side quest giver, to make sure that they have enough to get that ATB boost early. Oh, save and loads. Yeah, there are points in the game where we can skip like an animation or some dialogue or something like that. If we just save and load in place, that's what's happening here. You'll see that a decent amount of times in the run.
You're also seeing them go to the jukebox after that save load, and a little more quest. They go to the jukebox here while they're waiting for Tifa to walk out of the bar. Otherwise, when we pass by the weapon shop later, we're going to get the tutorial for the music discs that are in the game, that are collectibles. So by going to the jukebox there, we have to do it later at the end of the chapter anyways, so we can do it there and then skip a tutorial later when we go towards the shops in the daytime.
Maybe not enough for them.
We're gonna shop here, buy some materia.
You're not exactly a
Oh no, shop's a little bit later. We're walking back to our house. Tifa's asking how our mission went. We're saying pretty bad. Succeeded, but it was chaotic.
It was like a war zone.
The news is just another Shinra mouthpiece. They'll spread whatever lies Shinra tells them to.
So, it wasn't that bad?
Yeah, BigSid and Woady are neck and neck right now.
Oh.
Yeah, they are.
And here we are. Good old Stargazer Heights.
Something that I try to do here when I'm behind Tifa is just give a little push, and I like to think it saves a little bit of time.
Yeah, there are a couple times where you can kind of like, you're waiting on a character to get into a certain spot so they can like resume, like hit their trigger.
Yeah.
And you can kind of like push them with Cloud if he's a little bit faster to get them there faster. All right, we're shown to our room here. We're getting out to inspect our weird neighbor on Woady's screen. And then it's daytime. It's time to run some errands, collect some money, and then help out the town with kind of some side quests that we have to do.
I'm clear.
So we're gonna go meet Tifa again over at 7th Heaven, her bar, and then strut about the town. We're going to be shopping shortly to buy a couple extra materia that we want.
Yeah, and this is
Need
where
for
we'll start
buying
seeing some
deadly
route
dodge.
differences too.
Go ahead and
I believe
Oh, yeah.
some of the runners buy DD and lightning, others just buy DD, or DD is a deadly dodge. Probably call it that for the rest of the run. Equipping that materia lets you roll and then do an attack out of the roll, and it's really good at grouping enemies and bringing them close towards Cloud.
Yeah, it kind of sucks enemies in a little bit. Yeah, really good for grouping, building ATB. That's exactly what you just said, yeah.
So Woadyb gets deadly dodge and lightning. And we're going to have to buy a lightning eventually for Cloud. Barrett starts with a lightning, and we're going to want at least 2 lightnings for Airbuster and Crab Warden, the Chapter 7 and Chapter 5 bosses, respectively. Along with a lot more things later on, but early game, that's what's on our radar. Alright, after we talk to Marl here in the daytime, we're going to head over to the weapon shop, and we're going to try to get in front of Tifa. And if we get into the weapon shop at the right time, or not too early, if you're getting the weapon shop too early, you're actually going to lose time, and you have to wait for Tifa anyways. But if you wait for Tifa to finish talking and go into the weapon shop, you can skip waiting on Tifa.
We've got to get you your money. Last stop is the weapon store.
Looks like Woadyb got it. Sid looks like he's going to get it as well.
Yeah,
It's
it's
nice
pretty
that
free
it's
as long as you're paying attention. That's the only time I seem to fail is when I'm just zoning out or focused on other things.
While we got a little downtime, I'm actually going to pump up A and B here. He's the one who came up with this, the skeleton of this new route of getting early ATB boost and ATB stagger by getting all the staggers much, much earlier than some older routes. And it's been a really, really good speed up. I think all the fastest routes basically use this now. And, Woadyb and Sid are using slightly different routes, but they're all based off of A and B's route, which he actually ran in the relay last year and got a world record. So,
Indeed. Yeah, so we've had Boost on our radar for a long time, and I think, I'm not sure if BigSid ran it before with Boost. Yeah, he definitely had 2 first strikes and maybe early Boost. But I come from any percent where there's a lot less enemies to stagger total, and so I just basically was routing NMG for the first time in years and just following what I did in any percent for the most part. And it was like, I get to after Hell House, where we now get ATB stagger for the 40 staggers, and it was like 38, 39 out of 40, and I was like, hold on, let's just get a couple more.
So that's what a soldier looks
So now that's what we do.
speaking of staggers, we're trying to stagger Rat here. They're actually really weak enemies. They're tricky to stagger before they die. I don't think either of them got one here.
Sid just got
Sid
his
just
rat
got
stagger.
it. Okay. And
And
Woadyb
Woadyb
just
got
got it. Okay. We got it on the last rat in this little Scrap Boulevard section. So I bet Woadyb was sweating a little bit there, but he managed to get it on the last rat.
Yeah, it can be troublesome sometimes trying to get staggers that you want. And the AI, especially Tifa in the Scrap Boulevard here, she likes to just hit things when you don't want her to, and then not hit things when you want her to. It's just, yeah, a lot of cursing Tifa in this section for me. And then you're seeing them pick up the ice materia here. That gives us access to ice in the beginning. We'll be using that a lot for staggers. So I guess we can talk a little bit about elements. But we got fire and ice that oppose each other, lightning and wind that oppose each other. So you use lightning on a wind enemy, it does extra damage. And in addition to that, they have different animation times. So a lot of Final Fantasy's lightning's the fastest, same here. Blizzard and Wind both have a little bit more cast up time. And Fire is like a projectile, so we keep that in mind, cast time, and then the weaknesses. But then also another difference between the spells is the amount of stagger they do. Blizzard or Ice does the most stagger. It's comparable to a lot of our focused abilities, focus thrust, focus shot, and it's used a lot through the run as you know, staggering, not just for enemy elemental weaknesses. And I believe Fire does a little bit less stagger, or quite a bit less, and then Wind, and then Lightning does the least amount. I might have that order wrong, but definitely we're going to be seeing Blizzard a lot for staggers.
Yeah.
And then Wind is also very useful in a couple cases to build staggers as well.
And Wind and Lightning don't have like projectiles, so they don't miss really. While like Fire and Blizzard shoot a little projectile out, and sometimes the terrain or something, they can hit a pole or stairs.
Yeah.
So sometimes you'll use those just to be safer. And then there's also like enemy types. Actually, we should go over Chadley here really quick, as Sid took the lead a little bit. And doing the Chadley quest.
For Chapter 3, to progress the story, we need to do one side quest, and it's always been this side quest that we get from Chadley, where we need to assess 2 enemies. So we come over here to Scrap Boulevard again, assess a rat, and assess a Gorger. And it's usually pretty easy on integrade, since the rat and Gorger HP both got buffed. On PS4 version easy, we would actually switch to normal, just because it was these enemies are so squishy, and like I mentioned, Tifa will hit things she's not supposed to hit. But yeah, so we assess 2 enemies and return to Chadley, turn in that side quest. And then we're checking in here. We're going to see our progress towards that Chadley materia for first strike. Yeah, 7 out of 10.
See how Woady's doing. So this is when you actually like learn about the side quests. Like I said, we can get credit for them before we even actually have these side quests. Oh, he's at 7 out of 10 too. They're both
nice,
doing pretty good. But that's where we actually obtain the side quest, if you will, and we can see like the progress. And we are on our way to save poor Johnny, who's like a super minor cameo character in OG that they made made into a full-fledged character, and he's in trouble. He's a friend of Avalanche.
He's always in trouble.
He's pretty much always in trouble. He's kind of his thing, and we're gonna save him. And on the way, we're going to get a stagger on the elite security officer, and also complete the elemental quest. Can't remember what it's called.
Yeah. So we need to cast Fire, Wind, and Blizzard and Lightning. We need to cast all the elements on an enemy that is weak to them in order to get the Wind materia from Chadley. That'll be the only other materia that we get. Oh, and Parry, where it's not just used for ATB.
Yeah, and getting Wind here gives us all 4 elements, so that's really important. So we can get all enemy types. Like I was saying before, or what AMB said before, Fire and Ice are opposed, and Wind and Lightning are opposed. But also there's like generic types. This is actually common in many Final Fantasies. Like humanoids are weak to fire, robots are weak to lightning, flyers are weak to wind, and like monsters, I guess, are weak to ice generally. So we want to have all 4 elements so we can deal more damage to all these.
Yeah, so I believe Earinor, the only element that is like we have to think about using that isn't just natural from doing the speedrun, because we use Lightning on Guard Scorpion and Sweeper, we use Fire on all these humanoids, and then Ice is the one that we need to like actually think about using. So you'll see BigSid and Woadyb cast it on the dog in that last fight with Johnny, and then Earinor used it in Scrap Boulevard on a rat. Or maybe a Gorger.
guess.
I did a little something. How about a refresh?
Tifa.
Yeah, I'm feeling. Hey, I see. And I just want to head back.
A little bit more story stuff here. We gotta, like we went to the jukebox before. This is where we would have to do it if we didn't do it before. And then in addition, we have to do the darts. And we just go straight into the game and then cancel out, and that allows us to progress the story.
Maybe just feel that.
There's a fun darts percent run where you just get up to the point where you can play darts, and I guess you win at darts.
Yeah, yeah. And there's a lot of, it's like new game plus normal with no bat. It's a thing. So we're headed over to the last. Nope. Go ahead.
With them.
Oh yeah, I was just saying we got kind of kicked out of Avalanche here, so we're just going back to our room, and we see these hoodlums, these enemies that are talking crap about Avalanche, and we're kind of lulled into walking with them, and they don't know really what they're getting into, trying to pick on Cloud to fight, but this is a point where we ideally want to stagger on one of these enemies. And if we don't get one, we actually have to back it up later, because they can be tricky to stagger, or you can get lucky and kill all four really fast.
You're seeing good
Oh,
use
he's
of
gonna get
deadly
it.
dodge
There we
here.
go.
Oh yeah. So we deadly dodge in the beginning and hope to group them up, and BigSid got the juicy quad kill there. Let's see how Woadyb
So
does.
it's really fast. Woody's gonna get 2, so he should be able to get a stagger at least.
Double. We also take double.
There
Triple,
he
of
goes. He
course,
gets
but
the hoodlum stagger.
yeah, they can meme pretty hard, these hoodlums.
Yeah, they eventually do this like power up attack where they like take way less damage.
Not my problem.
It can get pretty
Lesson
slow
one
if
for
they
life on
start
the
to
ground
power
floor.
up.
Yeah, good hoodlums from both of them.
Yeah.
All right, start at chapter 4, kind of breaking away from the original even more so than before. We're going to help Jessie out in her little town here. So we got to get there on bike, which
We'll be back before morning.
talk about some bike mechanics here. It's more or less an auto scroller. You can accelerate, you can brake to go faster on that, but we need to progress by killing the enemies that come on the screen. And the way they come on the screen, they come from behind us, speed up in front, they get to a certain point, and then we're able to catch up to them. We're going to manipulate that by braking as they come on the screen, let them get up to their point faster, because we're going slower than them, right? Decelerating versus accelerating, and then we were able to catch up to them faster. We have a normal attack on both sides, left and right, and then we can do a spin slash, which is that triangle bar that you see at the bottom, or the bar that, to use the triangle, spin slash. And hopefully as they come on the screen here, we're going to spin slash them. And that's going to be the thing that we're going to basically do this whole time, is as enemies come on the screen, we're going to have spin slash ready for them and at least get a double kill. Maybe we'll see the triple kill instead.
Maybe, yeah. We get, so yeah, Spin Slash is a big AoE attack. It also gives you access to Sharp Gust, which is like a ranged attack. And you refill that bar in the bottom left, that like special meter, by attacking. Going off a ramp refills it. It refills slowly over time. And then also if you take damage or block, fill it up. And managing your special is key to being able to go fast during this bike phase.
Yeah, so the elites are a little bit different since they start in front of us to start. We actually brake to let them group up together and then speed up to them, combo the back one, spin them both, and then combo the front one. Looks like Woady's... Oh, no. Oh, ooh, very good backup by Woadyb.
Yeah.
Yeah, they weren't grouped up, but he was able to catch them as that first one sped off. That was really cool.
And on Sid's screen, I believe we're looking at a cameo from, do I already see Roche Whistle?
Oh, yeah.
Here we go. Cameo
So
from the next boss, actually.
Yeah, and we can actually lose a lot of time here if we do not kill the drones before that Roche cutscene in time. for some reason you kill the drones, and then there needs to be a certain amount of space before you can get the Roche cutscene. And so if you kill them too late, you lose like a good like 15-20 seconds by just having to drive farther. And at the beginning here, where Earinor is, I believe, she's trying to kill that first mob as they come on the screen. Looks like she missed one. And so she's actually going to get an extra set of dialogue with Jesse, where she's going to kiss up to Cloud a little bit.
Yeah, and that's what we're doing right now. Is Jesse's concerned because the explosion in the first reactor was way bigger than expected and caused like a ton of damage to the whole like sector. And she's kind of blaming herself a little bit for that. So we're trying to get a different blasting agent. It's kind of the whole point of this. We're going to steal some of that from a Shinra facility, and we're on our way there to help out with that. But it's a lot more character development for Jesse than the OG.
All right, and then now we're going to fight Roche on the bike. The goal here is to basically kill him. He's going to start with where we can't really catch up to him at all in the beginning. It's just dialogue and him talking trash. But we're going to spin him as he comes on the screen, passes us the first time, and then he's going to go into wind moves, or what the Ultimania calls the chase sequence, I believe. And then we're going to want to block these wind moves to build our spin splash quick. And then we're going to throw a... Did we throw a gust? Yeah, we throw a gust here, and then we're going to be able to catch up to him after the third wind move. And then we're going to try to combo him and basically spin him as he goes far away from our regular combos, but we can still reach him with the spin. And hopefully we do not see the lightning phase on...
Yeah, this is a DPS race to try to hit him before he does this really, really slow, long lightning phase where he goes ahead of you and just shoots a bunch of lightning at you and you can't do anything to him. So they're trying to kill him before he does that at all. So it's actually kind of an intense, like, trying to keep up with him. You see he switches sides with you. He does these attacks that you hope you have spinning slash for, because you're invincible during spinning slash. He just did it right there against that little stomp attack Sid did. He's trying to finish him off. I think he's going to get it. Yep, there we go.
Good Roche by Sid. Yeah, and sometimes you just get trolled by him. Like, his patterns are just so unfair. Like,
yeah,
he does like a lot of the dash attack where you can't even reach him with spin, and then you can also get spins eaten, and yeah, sometimes it's just completely out of your control whether you get lightning or not. So Woody's coming close. Looks like he should get it.
Spinning slash, he's gonna get it.
Oh yeah, he should be good.
He should be fine.
Yeah, he's good.
Yep.
All right, good bike. Earinor's finishing up.
So to get into this Shinra facility that we're trying to infiltrate, we need a key card. We're about to go infiltrate Jesse's mom's house to steal this key card. Jesse and the rest of the gang are gonna eat pizza and be the distraction while Cloud goes into the back and gets that key card. A little bit of downtime here.
You've got an arm on you.
Yeah, we're watching on BigSid here. You can actually get trolled by Wedge and Biggs here if they want to get confused by where they're supposed to go. The game gets confused sometimes with AI pathing, and they can just troll you sometimes. You gotta wait for them to get in position before you can progress.
Yeah, you'll see them go like completely the wrong way or something.
The game just does weird things sometimes.
Yeah, 100%.
Alright, Earinor's on Roche.
Yeah. Let's see if she can get that lightning skip. Yeah, it's tough to keep up with what side he's going to be on with some of his moving around.
Yeah, you can do like a little bit of like preemptive attacking, like wind it up before you get close to him. That's what I try to do.
Yeah, especially
Most
the
of the times
third
it
attack.
works.
third attack in your combo does more damage, so sometimes you can
Yeah.
kind of make that your first attack by starting it early. Get a little more damage that way. Lots of little things to try to like maximize your DPS during this. But like AMB said, sometimes his pattern is just so bad that you're not gonna be able to get it.
Yeah, I'm not loving this pattern from Earinor.
She got two of those dash
Yeah.
attacks. That's that worst one.
Yeah,
that AMB
she's
was
getting
talking about.
lightning. Ah. Yeah, so we could gust him right here and put his HP to 1, but he will not die or continue the game until he's down. So
Yeah, even he's gonna do a stomp attack here, and then he's still invincible, and then like now he can die, and so that shell spinning slash finish him off.
yeah, and I guess we can talk a little bit from normal to easy here. On normal with Roche, or the bike's more or less the same on easy and normal, besides the rate that spin slash builds. Normal's slower, but with Roche, it's impossible to skip the lightning phase. It almost makes Roche easier knowing that on normal. That like, okay, I'm not gonna be able to skip lightning phase. Just don't get 2 lightning phases.
Oh, you can get 2 on normal? That's
Oh yeah.
rough.
Jesse's dad was in there.
All right, we're coming up on another for Sid and Woadyb, another kind of gauntlet fight we call Annex.
Yeah, it's a fun fight.
What do you care?
And there's cool strats that we'll see here, I think, where we're going to use staggers to build up a limit. And there's a really annoying shock trooper enemy that like can dodge a lot and slow you down, and we're just gonna limit him instead. And get a few of the staggers that we need for
Yeah.
the quest as well.
Yeah, so we're going towards boost and ATB stagger, that 15 and 40 staggers. So just as part of routing this was like, okay, we need to get the Grenadier stagger, we need to get the Riot stagger, we need the, no, we don't get the Elite Grenadier here anymore. And then it was like, okay, well, we have limit now, what can we do with it? And it ended up saving us time on the shock trooper because we're gonna limit it as it comes out the door. Right as it spawns, it's gonna be dead.
Yeah, it's gonna run out of the door, then as soon as it's vulnerable, get hit by the last hit of cross slash. It's pretty cool.
And then the next phase is the dogs, and we build another limit.
Oh yeah, we use the grenades we picked up earlier. We also probably just got grenades from drops, but we know we have grenades for sure because we picked them up in a chest. And we actually use a grenade and on a clump of dogs and stagger most of them, and that gets us another limit that we use on the following sweepers fight. So we'll see Sid start it here. It's first a bunch of spread apart security officers. They die in one deadly dodge or triple slash is effective there, but they're all over the place. So you'll see them traveling around the annex, trying to get all these down because he has to clear this whole wave. And then you'll see him blizzard a grenadier here, right there, and that's going to stagger that. So you see the stagger effect. Part 2 is 12 out of 15 now. Now he's got to finish off all these like straggling security officers to get to the next phase. And the next phase starts with a riot trooper and elite security officer. You need the stagger here on riot trooper. We've already staggered a security officer, but that's a backup
third.
in case.
Then we have limit.
So yeah, 3 staggers. Now we have limit. So you'll see that tech here, where we'll wait till good riddance disappears, limit, and you see these enemies run out. As soon as they're vulnerable, boom, they get hit by limit. So that's a lot faster than having to fight them normally. You don't have to fight them at all.
Yeah, and then opening the dogs here, we're gonna throw a grenade on the mob following wedge, and then that's gonna pressure them all. We're gonna run over towards that and wait for one of the other 3 dogs to give us a counter in Punisher. That's gonna give us 2 ATB right away, and hopefully we get that. Okay, 9 out of 10 stagger effect part 1.
Nice.
That's towards the first strike, so it's good.
Here's the sweepers. We're trying to get in position on this first sweeper, so he backs up into the other one just like that. And then we're going to limit, and it's gonna be able to hit both of these sweepers. And then the way Sid does this, makes sure he builds up 2 ATB, so he saves the ATB for this, and I think he berserks. No,
Yeah, I think
then
he
we're on
missed
to
the berserk.
Roche again.
Yeah, so we fight Roche on the ground now, or in regular combat. So just fire twice in the beginning for BigSid. And then phase 2, we're gonna try to stagger him really quick and then finish him off with some more fires.
Yeah, he'll dodge that first attack, and we kind of count on that, so we can counter his counter and finish him off. He gets the stagger, and he'll be able to kill him during this stagger with another fire here.
Yeah, Woody finishing up
With
sweepers
14
here.
log.
All right. Woody actually throws a blizzard on the back sweeper, which will actually hit both of the sweepers, which is a little nice little tech.
I feel like everybody does Roche a tiny bit differently.
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways you can handle Roche on Integrade. On the PS4 version, Roche is a little bit more troublesome because we don't have as much animation cancel ability, but with all the animation cancels we have on Integrate, by do the jump and then block right away, or just being able to block out of any Punisher attack besides the first 4 is just huge for making a lot of strats available on Integrate for Roche and just everywhere. All right.
There's Roche for Woadyb.
Less than a minute difference. That's nice.
So we're doing Annex to cause a big distraction for Jessie while she gets that blasting agent. She has stolen her blasting agent, so we're good to go there. And now we're escaping. Lots of escaping. And so there's a little bit of walk here. We're going to grab a revival materia that's just lying on the ground that we just used to sell. It actually sells for a lot. And we need enough money to buy. We're doing all these side quests to buy, to earn this materia. We actually have to buy it. And so we gotta make sure we have enough money for it.
Yeah, the materia from Chadley in the beginning is this huge money route issue, or just something you have to route in on purpose. We need, for 1 boost, 2 first strikes, and 1 wind, we need 5,300 gil. And we're gonna sell basically everything that is reasonable to sell. A lot of potions, all our materia that's in the inventory right now that's not equipped, and all our nades.
Yeah, gotta sell a bunch of stuff. Fortunately, we don't need most of it, or we can get by without it. But it ends up being just enough.
Yeah, on easy, you don't really need the healing items unless stuff goes awry, which it shouldn't. We really just care about ethers as far as the items go at this point. So, sell it all. Alright, Earinor finishing up the gauntlet here. Just finishing up sweepers. You might have noticed that she does not go for the staggers here. It's just that route difference where she doesn't get the early boost or the early ATB stagger from Chadley.
Sure did. Wants a whole pie to himself. Isn't that right?
That's right.
Well, okay then. Maybe I'll lend Mom a hand next time too.
Gets rushed to phase 2.
Yeah, nice push.
And yeah, a lot of Roche is kind of a tricky enemy. He's not too terribly difficult, but he she expected him to dodge that attack
Yeah,
there, so just wait for
getting a
the
little
attack.
trolled.
Yeah, doesn't get pressured after it either right there, which is unusual actually, but gets the
Yeah, it's
stagger.
just
Should
because
be able
like
to finish
it
it off.
delays. He's got like a weird pressure timing where it's like
Sure.
do a certain amount of damage or a certain amount of blocks or counters in a certain amount of time to get him to pop his barrier and pressure. So if he trolls you and does nothing in the beginning, that time is now extended. Talking to Jessie here, she thanks us, gets a little touchy, and gives us some more money, barrier materia that we will also sell off at the end of chapter 4 here. And we're coming up on the first appearance of the Whispers, everybody's favorite change to the remake. They do not give XP, they do not give AP, they just get in the way and troll. So there's first 6 ads that'll spawn, a wave of 4 and then a wave of 2. We're just gonna kill them. We want to berserk and triple slash most of the time.
Yeah, we're trying to counter that impale attack that just happened
Yeah.
to get nice damage and a bunch of ATB. That's pretty
Yeah,
good first
that was a really
wave.
good. Yeah,
There's
and
a
it's
strat
just
where you can use limit to kill one of them faster, but it's just kind of lucky if you get the staggers or not. Oh,
yeah. There's a lot of RNG in these whispers, just that first one especially, just based on how they group, and if they decide to attack Cloud with an impel, so you can get ATB or not. On the second wave, or on the second Whisper fight, it's the Enigmatic Spectre. That's the boss Spectre in the first two fights with them. And we need to kill, in order to pressure him to stagger to actually do any meaningful damage to the boss, we need to kill one of the Whispers, and then that'll pressure him. We're going to elect to kill and stagger 2 of the ads instead of just 1, in order to stagger the third one for the 3 staggers in order to get at the limit to finish.
yeah, the Animatic Spectre, which you see in the little screen here now, yeah, it's really tough. A lot of health, and are expected to have to destroy the little ones first.
Keep it together.
Yeah, so we just limit with Cloud and he's gone.
Yeah, it helps to have that big damage from limit on such a high health enemy. It's like not a boss technically, but got pretty decent amount of health. And Sid has successfully gotten all of his first strike charges and his staggers, so he's going to be running to Chadley and being able to buy that materia we were talking about.
Yeah, talking about all runs so far. It'll be first strike, 1 boost, and wind. Or 2 first strikes, 1 boost, and wind. And then in order to afford that, he's going to sell off a lot here. Woady's going to handle the Enigmatic similarly to Woadyb. Actually, all 3 of the runners are going to do the limit strat.
Thanks for that, Cloud.
You good?
Yep.
Looking at BigSid's drops, looks like he's got enough money. If you don't get enough drops, not enough high pots and regular pots and grenades, money can be tight, but it looks like we're good. It's very rare that happens. You might have to end up selling an ether and grit your teeth at the same time, but
Yeah, it hurts.
you can make it work.
Okay, I'm ready.
Ethers are by far the most used item for us because spells are really powerful, but they cost MP. But in between fights, we can refill that MP, which lets us use more spells. Yeah, they do a lot of damage, especially when you're focusing on getting extra damage from weaknesses.
I'm talking a lot about the routing as far as the Chadley materia, first strike, ATB boost, ATB stagger, but there's a little bit more routing that goes into it as far as weapon abilities are concerned. The way you learn abilities in this game, Cloud starts with Braver and Focus Thrust. Everybody starts with 1 ability, all the party members, but then to learn any additional abilities, you need to equip a different weapon. And so here, Cloud has the Iron Blade equipped, and he gets access to a new ability called Triple Slash, or Tripolowski, we've fondly termed in the community. And so in order to learn that ability to be able to use with other weapons, we're going to eventually get a much stronger weapons where we want access to that ability. We need to do the ability a certain amount of times. We need to build proficiency, basically, 100% proficiency. So 1 use gives 10% proficiency, and then you could have access to get a bonus 20% proficiency. So Triple Slash, I believe, is just kill an enemy, get 20% extra for the proficiency bonus. That one's pretty much free, the Triple Slash, because we need to equip that weapon, and we love Triple Slash because it's super, super fast.
That doesn't mean I don't have butterflies.
But Barrett does not learn Focus Shot on his Gatling gun by default. So we're going to see BigSid purposely going out of his way to learn Focus Shot. I believe the other 2 runners, Earinor will learn Focus Shot as well, but Woadyb will not.
Correct. Yeah. So story-wise, Sid is we're now heading to the next reactor that we want to bomb. Cloud is back in Avalanche. I guess a little bit of story is that Jesse gets hurt by these whispers, like messes up her ankle. She can't go, so they needed another person. So they got Cloud back in. So the whole Whispers event kind of caused that. And I guess I don't know how much story. I don't know. This game's relatively new. I don't know how much story. I guess the changes I want to talk about or not. But we're back on pace to how the OG is. Cloud's still an Avalanche.
Yeah, chapter 4 is like a big old additional chapter, and then now we're back to Airbuster, or going towards Airbuster now.
Yep, that's right.
So a lot of movement in this game. By default, you have your party member running out of combat, right? But once we get in combat, we want to be able to move quick. So you've been seeing a lot of Cloud so far, doing dashes towards far enemies with the operator stance, and then once there's no far enemies, we'll be rolling. It's just faster than running normally in combat. But now we're going to see, now that Tifa's in the party and we want to flee from enemies, we're going to see her taking over, doing a lot of punch rolls. And later on, we're going to get access to parry materia. We might talk about that in a couple chapters. That is just a super, you fly with Tifa, being able to parry, so we call it. Basically cancel the parries, and you can just fly when you're fleeing.
Yeah, Tifa's definitely the designated fleer if she's in your party. Even before parry, she's a little bit faster, but then, yeah, once you get to see parry sailing, it's pretty cool. Continuously cancel, parry, and uppercut into each other, and you're just, yeah, we'll see it later. It's quite impressive.
And as we're fleeing with Tifa, we're going to get some drive-by experience from these weak enemies. Cloud can kill some with just triple slash. She sees BigSid cast an arrow. Since Arrow and Thunder have no limits on their range, we can cast it way out of combat with Tifa there. Back on the enemies, back in combat.
Sounds good. Worked up a good sweat.
One thing, actually, we missed it, but we'll get to see Earinor do it, is first instance of potion lag, where we're going to, or actually, did Woadyb pass that part already? I think he's about to do it.
Yeah, they both passed it. They both have Barret.
Okay. Yeah, you're right. But we'll see it from Earinor. Where basically you have a character use a potion, and when they do, they'll like stop moving, do this animation where they throw the potion up to whoever is doing it. And there's a useful bit where since Tifa stops moving, she lags behind here, and it makes it so that I guess it takes her longer to initiate her little cutscene with Barret, and allows Cloud to run more. Otherwise, you'd have to like walk a lot more.
Yeah, it'll cycle between. It's weird little interaction here. It'll cycle between walk, run, and you just get one less of those walk cycles if you lag Tifa here. It's a nice little time save. And then BigSid's actually coming up to another potion lag since we're talking about it. We're gonna lag Barret with a potion and go towards this cutscene. So if we're stuck behind our party, we have to walk behind them. But if we're in front of Barret, we can run to where we want to go. So we want to kind of find a happy medium to lag Barret so we can run in front of him, but he's also not so far behind that we're waiting on him at the end.
Yep. There's him doing it right now. So Barret's doing a potion, and we're in front of Barret. So it's correctly executed. So you can get into a spot right there running. Otherwise, it makes you walk very slowly.
And then Earinor just did that other potion lag we mentioned. Lots of potion lagging. Eirinor's doing it right now. She's upgrading her weapons. So each weapon has different upgrades that you can access. You can go in to manually upgrade them. That's probably what you did casually, or what you want to do casually. unless you don't want to spend the time, just want to play. But for the speed run, we want to do auto upgrades. So there's 3 options: an attack, a balanced, and a defense option. And most of the time we're going to choose the attack option because we want the attack and we want to kill things fast, right? Sometimes we'll elect to do balanced. But in order to optimize our upgrades in this auto system, we need to sometimes go back and forth from attack to manual. Later on, we'll see a little bit of balanced on Metal Knuckles, Tifa's weapon that we're going to get at the end of this chapter. And it's just all about maximizing the stats on our weapons and minimizing the amount of times we have to go into that menu, and definitely avoiding that manual upgrade menu. Or
Yeah, it's incredibly
hopefully we don't
slow.
actually
There's
click it.
a lot of animations. Yeah, even if you click on accident, there's a whole galaxy
Yeah, it feels like it takes
generation.
like a whole hour.
It's painful to sit through because you know you messed up, and the punishment is you just have to watch this long animation. And then individually getting each node is really slow too, and so yeah, we have figured out when to do which auto
Yeah,
types
what level?
to get what we want. Yeah.
Yeah, so we just go back and forth from manual and auto, or if the party member's out of our party, then it actually doesn't auto upgrade anymore, so we take advantage of all of that. Boss of Chapter 5 here, Crab Warden. The goal here is to break apart one of the 4 legs, and that'll stagger him. That opens up the generator and lets us get that stagger multiplier for damage. And then we're seeing BigSid weaken the other 2 legs for the next 2 phases. And basically it's going to be Crab Warden. Break the legs, stagger, and kill.
Yep, weaken the legs, so you see staggers immediately in this phase 2 here. Yeah, but Thunder doesn't quite kill a leg, so that's why we kind of weaken them as we can. Last phase is going to have another weakened leg. Just stagger to Thunder, and then use Tifa, Barrett's Lightning to just finish off Crab Warden right there.
Yeah, it is worth noting the first 2 phases of stagger, phase 1 and phase 2, are both significantly longer than the 3rd phase stagger. The 3rd phase stagger is like maybe 5 seconds. Yeah, it's very, very short, so you have to be on top of your game there in order to kill on time.
Especially targeting is tricky in that because you can target all 4 legs, the body, and then when he's staggered, there's also a generator, and clicking your right stick to target is hard.
Yeah, and then phase 2 has like 4 drones pop up, so it's even more things that you can possibly target. Yeah, it's notorious in the speedrun that everybody hates targeting in the Crab Warden fight. But hopefully you have a strat that's, kind of optimized to where you're like, all right, I push this direction, yeah, I'm always gonna get this, or most of the time I get that unless game decides to troll. So some optimizing of that fight just to have targeting issues minimized.
Yeah. Well, strats just to target better.
Hey, you see something over there?
See a lot of similar strategies from Woadyb, just in a slightly different way, but we're weakening the right front leg, we're hitting that generator for extra damage, pushing to phase 2.
Gotta figure this out.
While Sid is still on the way to the reactor. We have this whole chapter where we're flipping switches off of these big lamps that give Midgar's Undercity some light, just so we can progress and get to that reactor. Made a whole chapter for doing that.
But when you think how much Mako it must take to keep them running, that's gotta be hard. Look at the size of it.
We got
Okay,
stagger. Tifa's a little far away. I think he's fine now.
Okay, yeah, that was whew.
I'll go.
It was a little scary.
Yeah, very close there. Yeah, so hopefully phase 2 and 3, you don't let him do any actions. You just do the break right away, so you don't get trolled. It seemed like phase 2 there, Woadyb didn't get the break as expected, and she got missiled there, and that made that stagger tight at the end.
Don't mind us, y'all. Just passing through.
They've Busted?
Powered down.
We generally, on Sid's screen, we're doing some fleas. We generally flee any fight that we can. There may be a couple exceptions,
Monsters sure
but
seem to like it.
this
What's up?
particular chapter has a
Like
bunch
in
of
the tunnel. They get twisted
fights
by
that
the
are
monster,
optional, and
but it
we're
all
going to
goes
run
back
right
to
past
shit.
them. Sometimes doing some abilities with the other party members along the way to get some kills for XP. You actually you can control your other party members while you're on your current character. You can give them shortcut abilities. Like you can spend their ATB, I guess, while you're the main character.
Keeping the plates air clean by pushing
A lot of execution in this game involves doing a lot of abilities with your character while you're actually giving commands to all your other characters too. You're controlling all three. It can get tricky sometimes.
Yeah. And you might have noticed this already, like we have two different options to use ATB. We can go into the tactical menu, which is that stop time type deal, which we generally try to avoid, but generally we're gonna choose to shortcut. Similar to Kingdom Hearts, we can shortcut 4 different abilities or spells or items. 4 different ways to use our ATB basically. And so we're going to be doing that a lot, where we're on one character and shortcut with another character to use their ATB, like Matt was saying.
Follow me. No worse than a windy day, huh?
One with a tornado warning, maybe? Don't look at the fan. Whatever you do.
And that's a big routing thing, is where do you put the shortcuts to optimize? I got 2 blizzard casts here, I got 3 bravers here. Which one do I choose? I can go either way. Well, which one's further down in the menu? Which one's quicker? I can mash through braver, so it takes half a second to do in the tactical menu versus menuing a thunder or something. That's all weighing those possibilities when you're routing the shortcuts in this game.
Yep, especially when you're trying to menu less. Can I deal with these shortcuts longer or not? Yeah.
But there's one widely accepted this ability belongs here always, and that's triple Lowski on square. It belongs on square.
I think everyone
until you play
truly does
Rebirth.
that.
Not really. Couple seconds, maybe.
Until you play Rebirth and you hit square on accident, and it's on circle by default.
And that's our
And you cry.
objective?
The cargo platform? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the one.
So both Sid
light of these
and Woadyb
magnificent
got an
lamps,
extra stagger.
we shall
Oh,
lead
I
our
think
brothers and sisters of the Undercity to a brighter
Woadyb didn't
future.
have to get it, so he's
Say
getting a
what?
backup
It's
stagger
from a speech President
here on the
Shinra gave
blue goo,
talking
the
of
little
the
fish
importance
enemy
of the sun lamps.
that Woadyb just staggered. Sid did it earlier too. Sid actually kind of had to because he didn't get the hoodlum stagger earlier. So he went for the blue goo. I believe he's actually, I think he told me he's going to stagger Reno no matter what, just in case, just to have a backup extra stagger in case something goes weird later. But that's a case of, you need those 40 staggers. And there's fortunately a little bit of buffer room where, we can back it up like Sid did, since he didn't get the hoodlum. But there's not a ton of backup room besides that. I think Blue Goo and Reno are the only backup staggers.
Is it 43 or 44 staggers? I'm not sure the number.
I want to say 43.
Just like that,
Yeah,
okay?
so we need 40 out of 43, and there's not, that's not a lot of wiggle room. And like we mentioned with Tifa hitting things out of pressure, it's still a common theme. That can happen pretty much everywhere. So a lot of times we'll want to just have them do something where they occupy them with a ability, shortcut an ability while we deal with staggering an enemy.
Don't overdo it.
And the blue goo is actually a troublesome one because the blue goos can do a very fun move called slumber spume, where they shoot little bubbles and those bubbles put you to sleep. And we do not like sleeping while we're speedrunning.
Definitely slow. Yeah, and I think it breaks their pressure too, so you can't even stagger
Yeah, you
during
can't
it.
pressure them.
That last light again.
Which I guess it's a good segue into cut and keep in this game.
Almost done.
It's an underlying
It's a shame
mechanic.
we had to wander around
I
so
think it's
much.
in FF13, FF16 as well, where cut is the interrupt strength of an ability or any attack,
What should we tell Biggs?
and keep is the interrupt defense for an ability. So if I have more cut than an enemy's keep, then I'm going to interrupt it. So like that Slumber Spume example with the blue goo, it has more keep. The blue goo has more keep in Slumber Spume than our attack, so we do not interrupt it and pressure it. And that's really big in the speedrun as far as like, okay, we can do a braver to not get interrupted by Reno here or something like that.
Yeah, we'll use it to kind of gives you, I guess, if you like fighting games, it's like super armor, or there might be other examples, but you lets you like blow through attacks, especially on easy, where actually I don't know if you have more cut or.
Oh gosh, I was talking about this with Strife.
There's
There's something going on where you don't get interrupted as much on easy, but I'm not sure the specifics anymore after our last conversation.
But you can definitely use abilities to blow through attacks, which is used in some strats here. You time an attack to use it while an enemy is going to hit you, and you'll blow through it. Still, you won't get interrupted. So yeah, it's definitely a really important mechanic.
He knew we might be late, so he came up with a few ways to kill time.
We ought to reach him long before he dies aboard.
Yeah, BigSid's got one more fight. Fun little full salvo fight here. The missiles are notorious for doing the worst ATB attack they can. It's called full salvo, where they just blow you up with missiles. Thankfully, it's not a big issue on easy, but normal, it can just ruin your day. It has high cut, so it can interrupt ATB, and it is not fun when both of them decide to open with full salvo, unluckily.
Wonder what the reactor's like.
Dark, dismal, a slaughterhouse where they butcher the planet.
Yeah, it's the last fight of the chapter here for Sid coming up, so he'll be entering the reactor soon, heading towards
Right.
Airbuster, our next split. It's
Yeah.
chapter 7, a lot of combat in chapter 7.
Looks like Woady's coming up on, we missed it on BigSid, but Woady's coming up on a little fight skip here. The fight starts with 2 turrets here after this little bridge minigame. There's 2 turrets that start the fight, and then if you go over a trigger, 2 Terpsicholes will spawn. We're gonna start the fight, not go over the trigger hopefully, and then we're gonna let our party members go towards the turrets, switch to one of them after they pass that trigger, and hopefully the Terpsicholes do not spawn here. Yeah, looks like Woody got it.
Nice, looks like you got it. Yeah, you totally, and the Terpsicholes are very annoying enemies.
Probably worried
Slow
sick
to
about us. Even after
kill,
all that
Yeah.
spin around, and
Yeah, they spin around, high keep.
This is Shinra City.
They do not like getting interrupted.
Why didn't you say something
so we're
sooner?
very happy to
Way too late
skip
to
them
bail
spawning.
now.
It's like walking a tightrope. When you're on it, only 2 ways off.
Better keep my balance.
You'd be good at it.
I wonder.
Alright, chapter 7. It's a fun chapter. It's just back-to-back fights basically the whole time, and
Didn't
yeah,
think I'd be this nervous.
getting that groove of just going through and one fight to the next. It's can really save or lose a lot of time here. And we're hoping for some good groupings. A lot of the fights are a lot of troopers, a lot of the security officers we've seen in the first few chapters, and so we're hoping that they group up and give us a lot of AoE potential here.
Yeah, for sure.
There's a nice little save load here, where we go over, we line up with this grate here on the left on BigSid's screen. We do a save load, and that skips a very large portion of forced walking and listening to Barrett yap. So we're able to just run right after that load.
Yep, and then we're pretty much
Where is
into
everybody?
lots of fights.
Got spooked and cleared
As we head towards the reactor, we're gonna try to bomb it.
Nothing to it.
This next fight with the slugs and slug rays and all mono drives, a little tricky targeting here. Kind of to me to
Yeah, the position of these guys can be pretty much anywhere on this level, so you never know what you're gonna get here.
And because of the lighting, everything's kind of blue, so it's just kind of hard to see them.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't really see the mono drives when you're trying to find them. Woadyb finished that last fight of Chapter 6. Earinor's coming up on the Terps Cult skip. I'm not sure if she does it or not.
I'm actually not sure if she does it either. It's relatively, well, I think it's newish.
I know I did a VOD review and no, she does not do it.
Gotcha.
Do you not remember? So BigSid learned Focus Shot, so he's done having to use Focus Shot on these mobs unless he wants to for speed.
Yeah, so he has Focus Shot for the rest of the run. No matter what weapon he has, he permanently learn it, just as AMB covered earlier. So he'll use that a few times.
Very notorious fight for the speedrun here. Next on BigSid's screen is the Shock Troopers. So there's 2 Shock Troopers and 1 Elite Shock Trooper. We're gonna hope to do some deadly dodges here and triple slashes. Hopefully they give us a good grouping and they're dead very quickly. But they can troll a little bit.
Yeah, if they
there's
start
no more DD
dodging,
anymore.
yeah.
Alright, that was a good
Pretty
fight.
fast. Yeah. If they get start to be able to like actually do actions, yeah, they can do this like, I guess that's like a stance where they just dodge every attack, which is obviously slow. Can't hurt them at all during it. You don't want that to start happening.
Yeah, and then if your one party members decides to go, tail right, and then the Shock Trooper follows it over there, your groupings are all screwed up, and then you're having to deal with one alone rather than all 3 together.
Fortunately, we will have to fight Shock Troopers a few times during this chapter. Fortunately, they like have like I guess right when combat starts, they like taunt you, they like yell at you, and during that they're vulnerable. You can usually stagger them during that. They're definitely like a priority target. You don't want them to get started. So we're getting these key cards here that let us nerf the boss, kind of. We can take away or weaken the boss coming up, Airbuster, and it's my understanding is it doesn't actually weaken the boss.
Doesn't do anything for the boss.
So we probably would skip them anyway, to be honest. But we're not really missing out by we do you have to do one of the key cards. So the game has to show you the mechanic and how it works. But then we skip all the other key cards. We don't do any of them.
Never in doubt.
A, they don't really even help that much, and B, we don't need it. We have good strats for this boss, and we can just kill it at pretty much full strength.
I think we both just saw the same thing. MP box. So there's a bunch of little Shinra boxes around the world here, and some of them have guaranteed MP. Others have like a random chance at a drop. We really don't care about the drops in this route, but we care about the MP sometimes. So you saw BigSid there, kill most of the enemies, wait on one while he's talking on the phone before we can actually kill him, and break an MP box to help with the MP routing in this chapter.
Yeah, it's kind of convenient because the one of the enemies that's on the phone, you can take him down to 1 HP, but you can't actually kill him until he's done with his phone call, and it just gives you time to go over and break the boxes without losing time. There's a couple other instances of you're waiting on an enemy to finish a phone call in this chapter. One of them's actually kind of important to get a stagger on the Grenadier. We can come to when we get there, but we're going from room to room here, as you can see on Sid and Woadyb doing it.
Don't overdo it.
They want you to, get more key cards and weaken the boss more. We're not doing that, so we're just doing the fights as fast as we can to progress from room to room.
I tell you what.
Get him.
Come on, don't be shy.
Now dance.
Sid is on.
Keep it together.
Yeah, this is the last room. There's still more fights, but this is the last room. Clear these enemies out. There's another. The last enemy actually isn't vulnerable until you kill all the other ones, so save them for last while the Cloud just runs over to the computer. And there's actually a lot of that where we'll maybe weaken enemies and then just go to where the next place is with Cloud, just start heading towards the next direction, and then using those shortcuts that we were talking about earlier, we're controlling our party members to actually finish off the fight while we just progress to the next area. So there's less running, like what Sid's doing right now. He's running away and he's giving commands to Tifa and Barret, so they finish off that last enemy. A lot of that, whenever we can do that.
Now we just gotta get it done.
And this next fight for Sid is 4 different riot troopers, 2 riot troopers, 2 elite troopers. We need the stagger on the elite troopers. You'll see him, he has to like kind of dance around the enemies a little bit, stay behind them, because if you attack them from the front and bonk the shield, you got the stagger there, so you got what you needed. We need to make sure we stagger them. And then this guy on the phone call, this is an elite grenadier. They're actually tough to stagger. You see we can't kill him, he's attacking him, and he's down to 1 HP, but he's filling the stagger bar. These enemies are actually hard to stagger because they don't have a lot of HP, and so you end up usually killing them before you can even stagger them. But since the stagger bar is full, since he built it up while he's invincible, we instantly, boom, stagger him while we kill him right there. So that's how we get the elite grenadier stagger.
Looks like we definitely got
And we're moving on to a cutter on Sid's screen here. The cutters are like the sweepers that are like robotic enemies, but they have saw blades on their arms. They're a little tricky because you can target the arms, and you never really want to. You always want to target the body. And they kind of a lot of health. They take reduced physical damage, so you usually need to use a lot of thunder spells that they're weak to take them out. But Sid managed to kill the cutter very quickly there. And there's some mono drives coming up, kind of a fight that we kind of just go past, but we're gonna use Cloud's triple slash here, kill some of the enemies, and then that's the last fight before Airbuster. But we have to do a little switch mini game here first, where it's actually a throwback to the OG, where we all have to push a switch at the same time.
Yeah, I'm more there.
It's not too difficult, but it's definitely something you don't want to mess up. Feels really bad if you do.
Yeah. There's a weapon in this chapter called what is it? Sonic Strikers, and that gives us access to Tifa's focused ability, the stagger building ability, and it's called Focus Strike. We skip it on easy because the stagger bars are just so small. We don't really need to use it, and we don't want to take the time to learn it, or grab it, or equip it. So we skip over that in easy. But normal is might use it. It historically has used it, but just because the stagger bars are a lot bigger. But it might be routed out soon. We'll see. Alright, Sid's on Airbuster here. The goal of Phase 1 is to build a stagger and push the phase. We want to build the stagger basically to almost full. Phase 2 goes into a very troll part. We can't do any damage, but we can build a stagger here before he shoots a laser. We have to build that stagger all the way, because Phase 2 has a very troll mechanic called Divide and Conquer, where he pops off his arms. He wastes a lot of time, because the arms need to go to the sides of the arena and then come back. So we build up the stagger all the way full in Phase 1 so we can skip that entirely. Just bop him, stagger him, and then push that phase really quick.
Yes, and you'll notice Tifa almost has limit here. We actually got hit by that huge laser on purpose and then staggered with Tifa, so she almost has limit, and then we'll make sure she gets targeted by a laser attack coming up that ensures that she gets limit to help finish the boss off faster. But in this Phase 3, boss is far away. Barret's got the gun arm, so he's kind of the go-to character to use here. Always sling some spells at him. You saw that was the laser attack right there that hit Tifa. And now now that he's close, we can use Tifa to finish him off here. And we'll see some dive kicks. Boom. The somersault actually times out perfectly to hit boss as soon as it's vulnerable, right after that stagger.
Yeah,
So
that was good, Airbuster. There's one more thing worth noting in Airbuster. That phase 2 stagger, we purposely got, well, it's good for speed, but we also have to get the stagger percentage built up to 200% or more, and that gives us access to the parry materia that we were talking about. We're going to get that in Chapter 9, so that is the best opportunity to get that before Chapter 9, is to build Airbuster stagger. And the way we do the way we build the stagger is with Tifa's ability called Unbridled Strength that gives her access to a new set of combos, but it gives her a different unique ability, Omni Strike and Rise and Fall. And those builds, I believe it's like 25 and 30% stagger respectively, and also do a good amount of damage as well.
yeah, so stagger by default gives you 160% more damage, but yeah, those abilities allow you to bump that up to even more damage taken during stagger, so it can be useful for especially like really high health enemies doing some extra damage. But we don't actually use them a ton in this run, here and there, but obviously we use it there to complete the quest, the side quest, because we need to get that 200% at least once.
Yeah, Woody's on Airbuster now. Let's see how that goes. See something very similar.
I'll go first.
Yep, again, phase 1 for Airbuster, we're trying to build up that stagger bar a lot while doing enough damage to push it to phase 2, but you can see like we're already at like 85-ish% stagger. And then yes, during phase 2, we're gonna power up a little bit with Tifa, but now we're putting that stagger to max, getting hit by the laser on purpose. And then again, staggering right away so we don't have to deal with phase 2 shenanigans. And Tifa almost has limit with taking the damage from the laser and doing the stagger.
Thank you.
Let's move.
Solid so far.
Cloud, give me a hand.
It's a shame phase 3 is such a banger for Airbuster, but
Oh yeah,
we don't hear too much of it in the speedrun.
yeah. This song is
The case
one
for a
my
lot of the
favorites.
battle themes.
More of those things.
It's like they're guiding us.
In order to pull him close here, we have to interrupt his little. He puts his back forward and throws a bunch of mines from his back, and we have to interrupt that with a Thundara there, and that pulls him close for us to finish him off there. Nice Airbuster by Woadyb.
And then we drop down, we meet Aerith, and then we actually get into a boss fight immediately. Sid already took care of it.
I don't know.
But, go over it with Woadyb here. He's getting 2 staggers on these enemies here, and then he's going to get another stagger on these enemies here. You guessed it, because we want to build limit.
Right.
After that,
So we've already got limit
back to
going
the
into the
Sector
boss.
7
This is just 2
swamps.
little groups that you have to do
Know
before we
how to
fight
get
Reno
there?
here.
Yep.
Of course.
And then he has an option to stagger here. I'm not sure how he's doing on the 40 staggers towards ATB stagger,
It's a Turk.
but
Yeah, I'm
he
not
might
sure what
stagger
he's
here.
going to do.
Hey,
Looks like he's pushing with
Nope,
bravery.
so this strategy is actually
They do more than
faster
just
to
scout
not
for
stagger.
candidates. Turks get
So
called
he's
in to
going for
handle
the
all
faster
kinds of
strat.
situations
This doesn't
with
think he needs
extreme
the
prejudice.
extra stagger.
professional bad guys. Gotta love them.
Back to my question.
Yeah, that does happen occasionally
What's he
where
to you?
a lot of times on bosses obviously have a
Looked
lot of
like
health.
we knew each other.
They take more damage while they're staggered, so you want to stagger them so you can do more damage to them. But there's a few cases where we actually have strats that kill them faster without staggering them, because staggering them, there's a stagger animation, the game says staggered, and then you see the enemy like crumple or be stunned or
Surprised if you
whatever,
had.
and then you have to wait for
Well,
unless they can die, you have to wait for the whole stagger bar to empty before they'll go to the next phase. So sometimes it's actually faster to not have to wait for any of that and just kill them without a stagger. So that's a good example of that.
Airbuster on Earinor.
Run off on your own.
Those the words of a soldier candidate?
So petty. Looks kinda rusty.
I'll go first.
Got monkey bars for Woadyb as well.
Oh, the monkey bars.
Optimal monkey bar movement. You can actually easily mess up slightly and lose a little bit of time.
But
Too dangerous?
too much.
There was a point where I was like, all right, I'm not practicing monkey bars, and then there was a point where I was like, okay, I should probably practice these, and like I ended up timing it, and it's like, okay, it's like a good chunk you can save here if you don't, or lose here if you do them optimally. It's like each mistake, like you go past a monkey bar that you didn't want to go through, like you lose, optimal movement there, you lose it. It's like a couple seconds, and you wouldn't think it would be that big.
Just
Maybe you shouldn't talk.
Yeah, that's when I knew things were getting real.
And once you're optimizing monkey bars, you know.
You're...
Right, Earinor's hopefully going to finish off Airbuster here.
You're killing me here.
Just got the limit on Tifa correctly, and we got Airbuster coming close. Stagger, so we should be able to get him to push to the next. And it's not
Here
quite a
goes
phase,
nothing.
I guess, but get him to walk away, and the somersault should kill him. That's Airbuster.
All right, good
Earinor,
Airbuster from all three.
nice. Yeah.
we're getting closer to the state.
So, bombing the second reactor does not go as well. We get caught by Shinra, and that's why they sent Airbuster and all these enemies after us. And after we defeat Airbuster, Cloud actually gets separated from the party, falls really far, and survives by landing in a flower bed.
I fought scarier things in my
You know,
sleep.
Final Fantasy. And we meet Aerith, our last party
Get
member.
back.
I can fight too.
We'll be hanging out with her for a while.
So, Cloud, you don't know the
The
sunset.
game does a lot of
Compared to
you know,
you?
mixing up the parties you're going
Training
to
grounds, barracks,
use.
battlefields.
Not, you know,
That's the world
using
I
the same
know.
party all the time. So
You
we were
sound
solo
proud.
Cloud for a while, then Cloud and Barrett, Cloud, Barrett, and Tifa. Now we're doing
Station's
Cloud
there.
and Aerith.
I can see that.
There's a Barrett
Oh,
Tifa
thought the
section.
world you
There's a
knew
solo
didn't
Barrett
include
section.
stations.
Just, you know, a lot of
Ah.
times the game will mix it up
Oh,
and
didn't
give it some
expect to
variety.
see you here.
But you don't actually get to choose who you use in this game, like a normal
Yeah.
party Final Fantasy
Huh?
game. It's
Wait.
it's chosen by the game. It's forced. No.
Yeah, and from a speedrunning perspective, the different parties, like, okay, in this party order with Barrett and Tifa, I need to press up to go to her from Cloud, and then
What a great place to
you
lay
get
low.
Tifa and Aerith, and then okay, I need to press down for Tifa, and so getting all those shortcuts like ingrained in your brain, or like knowing to check, like that's a really big difference maker for the speedrun as far as like, okay, execution goes well, and you're not wasting time, or you're able to execute strats by keeping all that straight in your brain, and it gets confusing.
I have
Yeah.
to say it out loud. I have to say Tifa's on L2.
Yeah,
And
I've
stuff
started
like
adding
that.
it to my notes.
It's really Tifa that changes. Unfortunately,
Wonder if we
with
can
the Cloud Tifa Barrett party,
Yeah.
yeah, Tifa is up in R2, and for some reason, I wish they made it so when you're Cloud Tifa Aerith would just take Barrett's spot, and Tifa could stay the same, but they didn't. They flipped them, so Tifa changes where she is, and so now you need to do down or L2 to switch to her.
Shatter. Going in.
Must have been a new breed.
But a lot of these first fights are actually pretty simple fights that you're doing with Cloud and Aerith. I think the game just wants you to get accustomed to using a new character. All pretty small fights. A lot of just triple slash and soul drain. Soul drain's an ability Aerith has where it does
Still
relatively
there
low damage, but gives her some MP back.
Amazing.
But it's fast. She casts it really fast, so it's useful to finish off enemies with a quick cast.
Yeah, this chapter's honestly a nice little break from the non-stop fights in Chapter 7. A nice little breathe break.
Yeah, I think the pacing in this game is pretty good in general. There's not a lot of,
Agreed.
you know, you even get a nice bathroom break in the middle. Yeah, not just. There's not one section of the game where you're like, okay, this is the really hard hour and a half of like tons of combat. It's paced pretty well, especially the first few runs.
I wish it kept sleeping.
Go on.
Take the lead.
I'll take care of him.
Sid getting trolled by the smogger here. I think he might have missed. I think he wanted that stagger. So we'll see if he has to back that up somewhere else.
Well, he did stagger Blue Goo and Rude, so he took both backups, so he should be okay.
Okay. He might choose to get that stagger and kid side quest coming up here. We'll see. Woady's screen has this interesting case where we actually hold triangle to skip the cutscene because it is faster. You don't have access to the options or start menu cutscene skip there, but you can hold triangle to do it a little faster before that option appears in the start menu.
A couple of those, I think. There and is there another one? Or is it just
I think
there?
that's the only one.
Yeah.
You're getting paid right
That's
now.
the only one that comes to mind.
Huh?
But actually,
So yeah, where Aerith convinces us to be your bodyguard for a bit,
Could come at us anytime.
and so we are heading to Sector 5. Am I getting the numbers right?
What are they watching?
And,
I'm not good with story.
we're heading back to. We're escorting her to her house. Which, funny enough, Aerith is like powerful and probably didn't really need a bodyguard, but she takes interest in Cloud, and you know, there's a lot of like cute dialogue in this part where Aerith's pretty endearing and they're getting to know each other and stuff.
Yeah, it's a fun little section, casually for sure.
Sid looking up at a TV screen. This is the first like bathroom break of the game. You basically have to watch this. And it's like about a minute-ish.
Yeah, I want to say a little over a minute.
So you have time to like maybe he's eating some of his sandwich right now.
Not worry about any additional complications. We're in the process of conducting a full
Maybe he ran out of the room.
investigation,
I don't know.
but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed
What's
making
happening
their
on the
escape.
screen is an interview with Scarlet, where she's trying to convince the public that everything's fine. 2 reactors were bombed, but they have it under control, and they're saying that
can they really be stopped before they strike again?
you know, Avalanche is at fault. This terrorist group.
Damn eco-terrorist.
Yeah, you know, painting us as the bad guys.
Have no fear. Shinra will keep Midgard
Not
safe.
looking so good herself as she knocks the cameraman over and tells him to screw off, basically.
Yeah, that was one thing that they definitely highlighted in this version, was that like Avalanche is like so framed as such like terrible people by Shinra. Like they like extra bomb the reactor, like make all the machines in there like self-sabotage to make the explosion way worse, and so and to make Avalanche look really bad.
Yep, like Jesse was, you know, concerned that the explosion was too big in the first reactor, but it turned out Shinra actually just blew up their own reactor extra, and she didn't actually do anything wrong.
It's fun.
Shinra would make it look as bad as possible. I think politically they're like trying to start they want to restart a war with Wutai, another country, and so they're like saying Avalanche is working with Wutai, and so we need to,
Cloud. He's a mercenary.
you know, get back at them,
bodyguard. That's
stuff like that. So they're kind of using Avalanche to
See you.
advance their own needs.
2 peas in a pod.
As any big corporation, big evil corporation classic.
So, what are you guys up to?
We all went to see the reactor. Oh, that's right. You're supposed to come by the house.
What for?
I don't know. You're just supposed to.
Well, guess we have a new destination.
Sid
I
is
should
almost
probably explain.
to
The
Aerith's
Leaf House
place.
is a
We're at the
local
orphanage.
That's where all these kids live.
Hey,
Aerith helps out at. Actually, where Biggs grew up, I believe. Biggs donates to it a lot.
Hello, Aerith.
But
As popular as ever, I see.
we're going to
Apparently, but they sure keep
pick
me
some
on my
flowers
toes.
for the orphanage.
Better than being bedridden. Thanks again
Treat.
for all those herbs. You've helped a lot of people.
But there's a couple save loads coming up for Sid. There's actually some speed tech going on here.
I have my
Makes
ways.
Aerith
And him?
He's my bodyguard.
go through.
Just
We
until I
skip
get
her
home.
dialogue,
And
which
you're
during her
sure
dialogue
he's
we have
up
to
to
walk.
it?
So lets us run instead.
Maybe.
Yeah, I've always found this save load super funny because it's 2 back-to-back save loads. Like
Since I'm so
save load
generous,
through
I
one
gather
dialogue,
medicinal
save load
herbs
through the
for
next
his
dialogue,
patients
back-to-back,
sometimes.
no break,
Here's the
just
Leaf House.
bam bam. It's a funny little speed tech here.
Skip. Yeah, you skip dialogue with Aerith, and she actually just goes into more dialogue. So we just immediately do it again.
As tall as the sky.
Be quiet, be
So I
quiet.
can read a ton of books.
So, clap.
Woody's on the TV break, and Earinor's coming up on Sector 5, we're calling it.
Yeah, hopefully I'm right.
Yeah, so now you see Big Sid just in silence running behind Aerith. That's the effects of that save load now. She just runs rather than slow walks. Chatty Cathy here. She will want to talk a little bit more here, but most of the dialogue skipped on this run because we save flowed.
My house is just up this path. Mom should be home by now, so I'll introduce you.
Nice little routing perk here for the game. You're waiting on Aerith to chit-chat it up with all these people in town, so Woady's grabbing this chest over
There you
here.
go.
Everybody
That's
pretty
my
much routes
house.
this in.
It's
Free
amazing.
200 gil while you're waiting.
Yeah, I don't know if I actually need it, but it's fair. You might as well. You
Yeah.
literally are standing around doing nothing otherwise.
That Aerith.
And it
She's
couldn't
a
hurt.
handful, isn't she?
Yeah. Money's definitely tight.
right
That first
here
4
are my
chapters, I
babies.
believe NMG Easy, it's a little more wiggle room here. You mostly just need ethers and some more equipment upcoming, but some other routes like any percent, you're like eking through money the whole entire run, and it's looking like that in for NMG normal right
Which
now
ones do you
too.
think we should pick?
Any of them.
Oh, don't be like that. I know you have an
I
eye
guess
for
we
this
can talk a
kind
little
of
bit
thing.
about the category we're doing. We're uneasy,
People used to give these to
new
declare their
game,
loyalty to one
and the category is called No Major
Interesting, right?
Glitches, or NMG on the screen there. There's a few very large
I think we
skips
still
in the
need a few
game,
more.
one being a
Which should we
chapter
pick
8 and
next?
9 skip. So if you're doing any percent here, or you saw the GDQ run back in 2020, there's a skip over basically all
She
of this
said,
and the
"As
boss
many
fight
as
as
you can
well.
carry." So maybe a few
And
more.
it saves about like a half an hour, 20 minutes. So this is like the very big divergence point of NMG and any percent.
think we're
There's
good
one
now.
more skip
What do
in
you
chapter
say?
skip
Shall we go?
6 that we would have seen in any percent, but that's only a few minutes. But this chapter 8 skip's like a 20-30 minute time save.
No need to hurry. We're not under the gun or anything.
I'm not cut out
And
for
No
this
Major
crap.
Glitches is pretty
Sure
cool
you
as a
are.
showcase,
And when
since
you're
we get to
done, you'll
see all the
be drowning
bosses,
in
see all the
job
content.
offers.
But any percent, the glitches are
So,
really
how
cool.
do you think we'll
Honestly,
arrange these flowers?
I
Well,
like
we'll soon
watching them.
find
I don't
out.
know how to do them, but they involve getting out of bounds and just go. I mean, AMB's definitely the expert here, but I think it's a little less popular of a category because I believe the glitches are pretty hard to do. And I think there's a, what is it, chapter, what, 13 or something, skip that's just like RNG or something like that.
Yeah. Integrate skips are... PS4 skips were pretty doable. Like, a lot of people did them, but on integrate, it's just like a... It's a crap show. They're hard, and you can get good at them, but they can still troll you pretty hard, and they're extremely, extremely volatile. Like, one just wrong move, and like, oh, okay, soft locked, or I gotta reload my save.
Yeah, definitely a more volatile run, so something like Relay, no major glitches is a little easier. It's no major glitches, but, well, I know Woadyb will be using a glitch. I don't know if we really use any glitches otherwise at all, to be honest. It's almost glitchless, but there are glitches that are allowed. But they just happen to, most of them happen to not really be useful.
Yeah, as far as like out of bounds or like skipping significant portions of the game, those are, you know, major glitches and not allowed in NMG. But like, you know, target corruption, it's something that can happen, you know, honestly on accident. That's how it was found. It was on accident. Somebody accidentally fire-rogged their whole party. That's how it was found, was, yeah. So we'll see that a little bit from Woadyb at the end. Another, you know, minor glitch that was a little divisive for the community was save loads. You know, some people didn't like save loads at all. Some people wanted to just allow a certain number of them, because there's a couple save loads that are like 15, 20-second time saves, but they're like a few frame windows, and so it got pretty divisive in the community, like whether we should allow them or not. But in NMG they are allowed, but as far as those like really tight ones, nobody really does them or practices them, because they're just they're very hard to pull off, and then if you don't succeed at them, you lose the time that you took to save load. So, but if anybody's like good at like setting up like positions and stuff, like send me a message. I can show you where those save loads are, and maybe you can help us with setups. I think there's one in chapter 5, and that one's doable on PC because you could just hold like W or forward, and it's a consistent speed and always the same direction. But on PS5, like the analog, it's a lot more difficult in execution. Alright, BigSid's on the Rat Jam fight here. Rats have a chance if you threaten them or interrupt them a little bit. They have a chance to do call to arms, where they call a bunch more rats, and that wastes time. You get more experience, but it takes time. Yeah. So he got a couple call to arms there, which is very, very unlucky.
Yeah, they take a while to like unburrow out of the ground. You have to sit there and wait for them to spawn. What Sid's doing right now is we found out some kids are in trouble, which considering how many monsters were in the way, they were in probably like a lot of trouble, to be honest. So we're saving some kids that managed to not get killed by monsters. This is kind of the final fight that Sid's on for the kids. It's a couple waves of enemies. He's taking care of them quickly. You got these two smoggers at the end.
Too bright?
There we go. Finish this off. So we now have kids following us. They think Cloud is like really cool and has a cool big sword. Oh, there's a save load as soon as the first kid gets to the top. Yeah, here. I think there's one more fight. Helping the kids out, and then we finish this little side journey.
Yeah, Woady's about to start that little kid side quest in their hideout here. Just about to enter it. Earinor's going to pick some flowers in a minute.
I might have. Try to stay behind me.
That way I can cover your back.
And then this last fight with BigSid, or actually these last two fights, we want to get to the ladder or the crawl space at the end of combat. we want to be there at the end of combat because you see the pace that Cloud's walking is very, very slow compared to how fast we can move in combat. So we're, trying to delay combat a little bit, or, he threw a Blizzara there, the cast time and the amount of time it takes for the Blizzara to pop. He has time to get to the ladder in combat, so he's not slow walking like this. And then everybody's most fond voice lines here from the kids. Isn't that right, Cloud? Isn't that right?
Whoosh.
Cloud?
Swoosh. Yeah.
They're pretty annoying.
Thank you. From now on.
Cute the first time, but not the 50th time. And then if you don't get to the ladder in time, like I was talking about, then you get more of that. It's, hey, Cloud. Isn't that right, Cloud? Isn't that right? I get like 4 of them. It's like, oh man, I lost a lot of time. You might know this casually, but there's a little Mog vendor there that if you have Moogle medals, it's like a random drop from the boxes, and you can pick up a couple chests to get them. But we do not take advantage of Moggy at all because it takes a lot of time to talk to him, and the Moogle medals are not guaranteed. It's RNG whether they drop on the boxes. I think you can get like 3, which gets you the card to get access to his shop, and then you can't do anything else with the money, the Moogle medals. So it's like, it's not reliable. Plus, there's not really anything that we want from him. You can get a better weapon for Aerith, but it's not really needed. You can get more weapon experience. They're called manuscripts for any of the characters, and it could help, but it's just too slow. Nobody's been able to justify it. All the time it takes to talk to him. BigSid's on the boss of Chapter 8 here, Rude, the other Turk. He is susceptible to wind.
Yeah, a humanoid, but his weakness is actually wind.
It's a very quick battle. It happens in like 30-40 seconds.
Yeah, Reno's a pretty quick fight. Rude is a pretty quick fight. Later, we're going to fight them together, and that's not a quick fight.
They're trolls when they're together.
Yeah, that's enough for one day.
Alright, BigSid's on the escape from Aerith's house here. You gotta not knock into boxes. Definitely don't know anybody that knocked into 3 boxes at a relay before.
We'll see if he runs into anything or not.
Yeah,
we'll see how much he runs.
He's feeling ballsy.
Alright,
he's safe.
He took it safe. He took it pretty safe.
You're leaving?
He got out.
So, it's simple enough. It isn't exactly safe.
What?
Promise me.
You got it.
Thank you.
Story-wise, we finished bodyguarding with Aerith, and Aerith's mom actually says you should just leave in the middle of the night. Like, don't be here. Cloud's like, all right. So this is us sneaking away in the middle of the night. Cloud just kind of wants to get back to Sector 7 anyway, so he's down. So that's where we're headed back to Sector 7, meet up with the rest of Avalanche again since we got separated. Unfortunately, can't trick Aerith.
Yeah, just like the OG, she's here.
Yep. You run into her like right here. So skip a cutscene. Aerith's like, "So what you doing?" She's at the party where she's gonna help us.
You can see the sky.
Yeah.
They're still working on the
So
new
she's like,
plane.
"You up?"
I don't like this
And
part. Back when they were still building Midgar, there was an accident.
she's
and
like,
the
"I'll
plane fell.
help you. You know,
People had
I know
only
the
just
best way to
started
get to Sector
moving
7, so you should just
So there weren't a lot
we should
living
just
there
go
at the
together."
time.
I was like, "Fine." So we get this whole section, chapter 9, right? We're in chapter 9.
Yeah.
And this is us getting to, well, our goal is we're on our way back to Sector 7, but that will get interrupted with more story.
More plot. Woody's about to do Rude here. Can focus on that a little bit since we missed most of it on Sid. Earinor's finishing up the kids' side quest here.
So Rude, phase 1, Sid got a stagger in phase 1, I don't think he meant to. I'm not sure if he did or not, but you can push him without staggering. You actually do phase 1 like really quickly. Let's see if Woadyb nails this or not. Phase 1 can be very fast. It's a Tempest with Aerith here, a counter, and then Aurora and that with boost at the end. Oh, you got to stagger. Oh, well,
That was nice.
Pushed
That was
anyway.
nice.
There you go.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of skip having to wait on the stagger there. Just push them really fast. And then phase 2 is basically 2 Auroras and a Fyra with his strat anyway. He's so weak to wind that stagger just that kills him right there. Yeah.
Very nice. Yeah, that's a nice strat. I haven't seen that before. The Tempest in the beginning, and then the AI does the dash for you, and then you switch to for the counter. That's a nice opener there.
It can troll you a bit, and sometimes Cloud runs away instead, and you have to like back up. But that's what usually happens.
Sid's doing the little mini game for Chapter 9 here on our way to Wall Market, which is just a little sprite in the original. This little arm, but now there's 3 of them, and you do a little mini game to move Aerith up to knock down the ladder to keep moving through the sequence here.
Yeah, it's not the first time they take something really small from the original game and make it a mechanic. You got Johnny being like a full character. You got the big hand thing. You got Hell House being a boss instead of just a random enemy. A lot of stuff like that. Sweeper Prototype is an enemy we actually don't stagger because I don't know how. He just takes forever to stagger. I don't know if you can. I don't know how to pressure it.
That is an enemy. I should look at the Ultimania for that, but it's like I don't understand it. It'll randomly have arms targetable, but then not. It's a weird one. We just kill it with thunder.
Woadyb not too far behind, getting caught by Aerith now. Keeping it competitive. But yeah, BigSid, you'll see on his screen, there's a few fights we can flee here. So we're going to.
Yeah, and you might notice he's rolling pretty fast here. He has Deadly Dodged equipped on Cloud right now, and so something that came with Integrate was animation cancels. You can cancel out a lot of things. So one of those cancels that we have access to is we can roll, start a DD or a Deadly Dodge, and then cancel that with another roll. And we can just chain that along and get a nice rhythm going and get rolling pretty fast with Cloud.
Yeah, since you don't have Tifa, who's the queen of fleeing, that's a way we can still go faster with Cloud.
Earinor coming up on Rude. Should see a little bit different strat here, I believe.
Yes.
Think she gets the staggers. And I think we're also seeing all the runners learn Aurora by this point. That is something that you might elect to do. It takes a little bit of effort to equip Wind in the earlier sections, Chapter 5, 6, and 7, but you get to use it here on Rude for a little bit more damage than a regular arrow.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is the first time we actually use Wind materia.
Yeah. If you're in any percent, you don't even have to buy Wind materia in Chapter 4 because you don't fight Root. But on NMG, it's necessary for this boss, especially. All right, another good Root strat.
Yeah, they're all staying relatively on the same split. No one's got like a massive lead. So it's good for the start to this relay.
So the first crane minigame that you're seeing on Woadyb's screen, it's just basic, lift her up. On the second one, you have the option, oh, do I want to drop her off by this materia? It's a binding materia that we don't end up getting anymore. But we don't want that one. It's a big old time loss, that one. And then on the third crane minigame, there's magnify materia. We want that materia, but we do not want to take the time to get it this chapter. I think it's like, it's been so long since I've known the time, but I want to say like upwards of a minute and a half to get that materia, because you got to move the boxes just to get the materia and then move them back, and it's a long process. But in Chapter 13, since we skip it here in Chapter 9, it's free in Chapter 13. It's sitting on the ground because the game wants you to get it. So we're going to get it there for free.
Yes, and we'll see pretty much it used very heavily after that because Magnify is very powerful. It's the equivalent of the all materia in OG. It splits the spells up. You can target 3 enemies at once. Well, I guess the targeting is automatic, but it spreads to 3 enemies. The spells are a little weaker when you magnify. So there's actually sometimes you'd rather cast the non-magnified version for more single target damage. But the fact that we can do that with magic, which magic is already very powerful, is it's really good. We'll see it used constantly basically after we get it.
Yeah, for mob fights, that's going to be the go-to is magnify spells a lot of times. That and triple slash is bread and butter for mob fights.
Yep, we like hitting lots of enemies at once. So triple slash is very good. Spells with magnify are very good.
And then we've been doing a lot of the limit strats, stagger twice or stagger 3 times, get limit, finish off the boss with the limit. Well, now we can cast 3 spells at a time once we get magnify, and then we'll get very quick limits off some of the fights.
Yeah, there's some really cool strats using magnify and getting staggers really fast. That we'll see coming up. Let's just deal a lot of damage.
Yeah, so that's the magnify material on the right of Sid's screen there, that blue one. We'll get that for free. It'll be on the ground later. Thank you, game. See on Earinor's screen a Drake. I want to talk about flying enemies and aerial combat.
Oh man, I played Rebirth first.
What a flop.
Rebirth has good aerial combat, yeah. So Aerith and Barret, like their normal attacks are ranged attacks, so they don't really care if you're on the ground or in the air. They can attack you. But Cloud and Tifa, they put a mechanic in the game that lets you attack air enemies. They'll like jump up and do some swipes, but the tracking on it's like terrible. It does really low damage.
You're lucky if you get 1 hit in the air and then the enemy flies away. That's a good aerial combat sequence.
It's rough. So we basically avoid doing it for the most part. Don't want to do it unless we have to.
But luckily on Integrate, it's not a good fix, but it helps. But a lot of I think all the enemies in the air are weak to wind. Don't quote me on that. There might be an exception, but like the Drakes there, it's weak to wind. And a change on Integrate is that wind will follow the enemy. In the original PS4 version of this game, the wind just sat there like it was like ice. It hits the target, stays there, and then it'll pop, do the damage. On Integrate, it'll track the enemy, thankfully. So it helps a lot with the fights, and it makes a lot of them less headache for the speedrun, those aerial combat fights.
I'm very thankful that Arrow can't miss, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so BigSid, just story-wise, he just saw Tifa in a chariot. If you're familiar with the original, it's pretty much the same. And she's getting taken somewhere, so we want to follow her, because Tifa best girl?
Yep, we're now trying to save Tifa. We are worried about what's happening to her, so we're going to be doing... we're willing to infiltrate Corneo's mansion at all costs, I would say. That's where she's being held. Tifa's trying to figure out like what's going on with like Corneo has something to do with something, and we need more information. So she's trying to infiltrate Corneo to talk to him to figure out what's going on. They know he knows some information, and the way Tifa's doing it is that Corneo has this like competition, if you will, or contest to be his bride. So there's some major characters in Wall Market, which is where we are now, who put up potential brides, up to 3 potential brides, and then Cornea will pick one of them, and Tifa's hoping to be picked. She got in as one of them, and we want to save her. She's in danger.
And just like any RPG, there's dialogue options in this game. For the speedrun, we usually choose just the top, the default option. It's always faster, or it doesn't matter. In Wall Market, we actually care about the dialogue options because, what is it? After Hell House, after the boss of this chapter in the Colosseum, we're gonna get we have access to side quests, and there's 2 different sets of side quests in Chapter 9. There's Madame M's side quest, and there's Sam's side quest. Those are some of the characters that are introduced in the remake. And we want Madame M's side quests because when we get access to the side quests, we're leaving Madame M's, and we need to return to Madame M's right after. If we get Sam's side quests, we have to run all the way over to Sam's and then back to Madame M's. So it's just a easy time save here to choose mostly bottom options for the dialogue options, except for this one time where you choose the default, because it doesn't matter. Just choose heads.
Yep, we're asking, so it's Chocobo, Sam, and Madame M, characters A and B talked about. Those are the 2 that still are going to offer up a bride candidate. And here's Johnny again on Sid's screen. Johnny's around. He's trying to, I think he's also trying to save Tifa, but he's bad at it. So we're trying to figure out a way to get in on the get Aerith in on one of the brides, and then we eventually talk to Madame M, and she's willing to help us out doing that. And then Aerith gets a really good idea that the 3rd bride candidate should be Cloud. And so we get to that's the goal here. Is to get everyone dressed up and in disguise. Madame M, however, wants something in it for her. So what we're going to do is she wants us to win this Colosseum tournament to win her 1,000,000 gil, and then she'll help us. So
I can't help but laugh at BigSid's screen right now. I'm sorry.
We're actually, this is Madame M does hand massages. We picked to do the worst one because it's cheapest and we need money. And so that's what, right now Cloud's getting tortured basically with a bad hand massage. And
we're just waiting on Madame M to come out, so that's why Sid's messing around here. It's very important for the speedrun, actually.
Correct. Saying how Aerith's outfit is actually important. That's part of
the bottom option
the right
there.
Choices. Yeah.
All right, so BigSid's coming up, going to the Colosseum now. There's 3 mob fights in there. 2 Bloodhounds and a Beastmaster is the first fight. A bunch of Corneo lackeys and the 3 bees. The Corneo lackeys that have names. And then Cutter Sweeper, and then the boss Hell House. So it's a pretty fun segment here, these fights.
Yep, and we need staggers still. We're actually coming up to after Hell House is our talk with Chadley, where we need the 40 out of 40. And what we need Beastmaster and the Bloodhound, I think. And do we need lackeys too?
I'm not sure. You might get one of the bees. I think it's like Beck or Butcher. I'm not even sure.
Yeah.
One stagger's easy out of the 3, and that's the one that we want. We also bought Hard Edge, Cloud's best physical damage weapon. So up to this point, we've had Buster Sword and Iron Blade. They're more balanced weapons, balanced in physical, balanced in magic attack. But now we have Hard Edge, which is very, very good for physical attack. It'll be seen a lot in the late game because it's the physical attack weapon.
Yeah, it's the best. I'm pretty sure it's the best in the game. for physical attack. So we definitely use it a lot. But there's also a weapon we'll be getting later, Mithril Blade, Mithril Saber. I don't remember.
Mithril Saber.
And that's the best magic weapon, and you'll see some interesting changes on, I'll use Mithril Saber for this part, I'll use Hard Edge for this part, because I want to use more magic or more physical.
Yeah, we'll see some differences throughout chapter 14 and 17 as far as what weapon they want on Cloud. It's kind of interesting routing options.
Los, Cloud. Keine Zeit zu verlieren.
So I think Sid got his staggers he needed there on the Bloodhound and Beastmaster. And then after each fight, you kind of just got to wait for the announcer to start. You just wait here and listen to the music, and then you can talk to the announcer or talk to the entry attendant. Alright, and the second fight with the lackeys, we want to DD, and then we're going to Fire, or some runners might arrow. And that, as you see, just groups them up and then bop them with that aura and kills a lot of them.
Yeah,
a little unlucky that you get mine though.
Yeah, you can get stunned there. But did get a good grouping, so overall that actually wasn't bad.
Yeah, the name lackeys are the trolls because they can lay mines as one of their attacks, and if you run into the mine, then you get stunned like it just saw on BigSid screen. It's not too bad in this fight as long as you get the groupings that you want, because Aerith can clean up.
And then we're coming up onto the quote-unquote final match, story-wise. It's the final match. They say it's the final match, which is the Cutter and Sweeper. Both weak to lightning, so that will be used to kill them quickly.
Guess it's a good point to talk about Hell House, since there's a lot to talk about in that fight.
Yeah,
after the Cutter Sweeper, there'll be Hell House, the boss of this chapter. His whole gimmick is he has like an elemental weakness. So he always starts with fire, so he's weak to blizzard. So you'll see us cast a blizzard or a blizzard to stagger him in the first phase. And then we want to go into phase 2 with a good chunk of ATB, because we're going to do what's called God House mode skip in phase 2. Phase 2 has kind of two halves to it. The first phase, which is, pressure him and then do damage. And then once he reaches a certain HP threshold, he goes to God House mode. He puts up this bubble that basically makes him resistant to any damage. We want to make that as short as possible. So what we're going to do phase 2 is build up the stagger to 99.99, or as close to 100% as we can, without pushing that stagger to stagger him all the way to full. We're going to deal enough damage so he activates the God House mode as well. And then all we got to do is, it's usually just like one stab or berserk to stagger him, which breaks the bubble of God House mode, and we just push the phase right there. So God House mode basically just, God House mode skip.
Yeah, it's a big deal to skip it, because otherwise this fight turns into, well, hell.
Yeah, he can play games and just run around and yeah.
So he's got the stagger almost staggered, and then now he's going to stagger him. It's perfect.
And then phase 3 is pretty much always the same, besides what element he pops. He has the God House mode bubble now. There's nothing we can do about it. He's going to fly around a couple times, and then he's going to give a random elemental weakness. This is the random part of this fight for the speedrun, is what element he chooses. We want to use the opposite one. That'll pressure him, make him come down, and then we're going to kill him. I believe BigSid skips the stagger in phase 3, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, so he'll have to react. It's about right now. So he's got fire.
Right,
so he's
fire.
There you go.
Oh,
There's the
coming
pressure,
down
and you
with
want to
the
finish him
tempest.
off.
Very good, Hell House.
Bist du sicher?
Hoffe ich zumindest.
All right, so we basically Hell House is a surprise bonus round that happens at the end of the Coliseum that you still need to do to complete winning the Coliseum for Madame M. So Madame M just won 1,000,000 gil, and now she'll help dress up Aerith. But we're talking to Chadley now.
Yeah.
because
So all
this
the routing
is-
up to this
yep.
point comes
This
to
is the
a head here.
climax.
Yeah. So we should see after this talk 40 out of 40. Good, good.
Very
So we're
good.
able to get 2 ATB staggers here, and then we did the 200% or more stagger percentage on Airbuster, so we're able to buy parry as well.
Yep, Sid nailed it. So he's going to be buying ATB stagger twice, parry.
Okay. I thought he
almost bought
provoked.
Yeah, he was going pretty fast. That would have been bad.
Yeah, it wouldn't have been a big deal. It's just 100 gil for that first copy
Yeah,
of
that's true. The
any of
first
those
one's cheap.
materia, but it would probably mess up some menus.
So Madam M will dress up Aerith. So there's actually, you might remember casually, there's actually like 3 different levels of dress, I guess, you can get for Aerith. We get the worst one because it's the fastest, because you have to do side quests to get the better ones. So
Yeah.
you know, if casually you did side quests to get Aerith the best outfit. Oh, here's the part where we can just run back immediately to encounter
Yeah.
Johnny. That's what the MB was referenced before.
Yeah,
If
leave
you do
Madam
it
M, go
wrong,
right back.
you have to run all the way to Sam and then all the way back. So instead, we can just leave and come right back. But yeah, we get the worst outfit. You might have never, maybe if you've never seen the run, you've never seen it because you probably did side quest to get a better one.
I believe Woady's coming up on Hell House here.
Hell House for Woady. Strat's very similar for Woady as well.
Yeah, I think they all might choose to use a different spell for Phase 2 for the Godhouse mode skip, but they all end up getting the same results in pretty similar times as well.
Yep.
It's kind of a common thing in Remake and Rebirth, is like everybody kind of has different routes and they like different strats. They, you know, use this here, use that here, but they all end up getting around the same times.
Alright, let's see if he gets that Godhouse skip. Starts on Aurora, goes over to the side.
I'm not sure we got a pressure when we expected to there. It looks like we needed to switch to Aerith at the beginning of the phase. Oh.
Nope,
Okay.
that's real
Ooh.
bad.
Alright, so we're gonna see the power of Godhouse mode here. That's unfortunate. I think we expected a pressure
Yeah.
Hell House to chase Cloud instead of Aerith there, so we can get the 2 counters. That's unfortunate. Woody having to do some backups here, so it's worth mentioning that a lot of the boss fights in this game are very, very choreographed. Basically, like, we have expected outcomes. We get the same thing 90% of the time or better. But then if anything goes wrong, one small mistake, like what we just saw on Woody's screen, you have to go into improv mode.
Okay, he gets the pressure there.
Alright, he's gonna try and
He's doing a
stagger
good job
here.
backing this up.
Yeah, there we go.
There you go. Should be able to do enough damage to get to the last phase. Not bad.
Yeah, that was
Godhouse can be
handled well.
real bad.
Alright.
Yep, and he does get the push. I was a little worried.
Yeah, I think he might be trying to save a little bit of MP here too. Yeah, he's doing soul drains, so he wants more MP. Alright, let's see what element he gives here. Fire again. Alright, 2 out of 2 for fire. And that is the slowest one, because you gotta wait for the projectile to travel, and you gotta wait for it to pop. So
Yeah, Blizzard,
fire actually.
Is the slowest, which actually I'll point that out now because that'll actually be important later. When you cast Blizzard, a little projectile comes out and an icicle appears, and then like a second later it explodes. And the fact that it's slow is actually useful sometimes. One thing AMV pointed out earlier is like if you use it to end a that's the last spell of combat, you can actually start heading to where you need to go a little faster. But it's also useful in there'll be a fight later, Failed Experiment, where we take advantage of the fact that it takes a second to pop to like give us double limits. So,
yeah.
but in that case, yeah, having to do Blizzard is just slower.
All right, 40 out of 40 for Woadyb. Yes, sir. All right, that's good. They both got the material they wanted at Chadley both times.
Yeah, they're both,
that's pretty
both
huge
happy
for that
right
route.
now. It's definitely a little stressor when you're doing this run. Like, when you talk to them, you're like, I got everything, right? Like, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
You don't know until
you're
it pops
questioning
up.
yourself. Your butt is clenched like pretty much the whole run up to that point, and it's like, okay, all right, you can relax. BigSid is on the dance break here. It's like a couple minute break, the longest one of the run. So it's.
Yeah, you can see Cloud and I forgot his name.
Andrea.
Yeah, they're getting it. Andrea, thank you.
Andrea Rodea.
What we're doing now is, Aerith had the wonderful idea of Cloud being the third candidate, and this is us convincing Andrea to make him, have him help us be that last candidate. So.
All right, and Hell House on Earinor coming up.
Oops, forgot to split Hell House for Woadyb. That fixed.
Alright, Earinor going for God House mode skip here. I'm wrong, that looked a little low. Okay, there she got it. Just took a couple extra hits.
Yep, that'll allow Earinor to get some time back against Woadyb and Sid here,
yeah.
So that's good.
Alright, let's see what element Earinor gets. 3 fires? Oh, she got wind. Wait, yeah, wind. So she got thunder, which is the fastest. Alright, good Hell House. Seeing on BigSid screen, Cloud coming out of the dance, so we're controlling Aerith here. And you're seeing him push him like crazy. And if you get him to stop a little early by pushing him near this trigger, you can get him to start the dialogue sequence a little earlier to progress.
Yep, we're all dressed up, so we're ready to go to Corneo's mansion. And now, as the plan is, and it doesn't matter who he picks, we always have someone on the inside to interrogate Corneo and find out our information. And Woadyb about to start the dance suite sequence here. Yeah, like I said, it's like a 2.5 minute break. It's actually really nice. It's halfway through the run. You can go take a bio break, go get a snack. It's actually really nice for the speed run. Like, it sounds like, oh, it's just slow, but being a longer run, it's actually a really nice break to have. So it's very convenient for the speed run. It's actually technically doing you have to practice first. He's doing the practice part. But for the practice part or the actual dance, you don't actually have to do it. It doesn't progress the game any faster by actually playing the little rhythm game. And so you're safe to walk away during it. Funnily enough, even I always thought it'd be funny if during the dance, if you did the rhythm game badly, Cloud would dance badly. But animation's the same either way. So Cloud, shreds it no matter what. All right, on Sid's screen, we got you all kind of get captured, I guess. but they get you in the same room as Tifa, so Tifa joins the party here, and we're off to do Corneo's little weird, he's sick thing that he does because he's a weird, sick character. And we skip the whole cutscene of all that, but basically Cloud gets picked, and Aerith and Tifa get helped by Leslie here, actually. Leslie gives them all their clothes and all their gear back, and they're off to go get Cloud out. We actually pick up a really important item right here. We actually don't have to do this fight that we just did on Sid screen, but the item here, Fury Ring, is so good that it's worth it. It gives you the Berserk status permanently, which is, I think it's 20%. I want to say it's 20% more damage, but you take 20% more damage. But I mean, that damage boost is so worth it that we use Fury Ring constantly. It's extremely strong.
Yeah, funnily enough, BigSid was one of the ones that tried to route it out. Picking it up here, he tried to route it out of easy for the longest time, and yeah, it's worth it to go out of your way to pick it up here. Because up to this point, we can only get Berserk by doing the Punisher stab from Cloud, and on easy that lasts for like a couple seconds.
Yeah,
at most, and then
technically a debuff
permanently with Fury Ring.
Yeah, easy debuff duration is shorter, and it's technically considered a debuff, even though we actually won it. So it does not last for very long, and so you only get like a move or two out of it. Fury Ring gives it to you all the time. Here's Abzu on Sid's screen. Weak to fire, as you can see, he has this whole animation where you can catch him on fire and he flails around everywhere, and he actually will jump into the water to put himself out.
Didn't like that.
Yeah, the idea is you want to stagger him before he actually jumps into the water, because that's slow. You have to wait for him to come out. But the fire does pressure him, so you can stagger him faster. There he gets the stagger.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, and with Abzu backing up and forth while he's pressured, like he's on something, that will cause Cloud to miss sometimes with the focus thrust. It was a big issue on the PS4 version. It got better on Integrate, but it still can happen where you miss like part of the thrust, and that might have been what happened with BigSid there, why he didn't get the stagger when he expected it.
But yeah, he gets a clean kill right there. Finishes him off. Basically, it has kind of a, it's not really a phase 2, but there's a damage gate where you can only hurt him until like half-life. And then we'll do an enrage and stuff, but the strat's the same. Light him on fire to pressure him, stagger him, and kill him.
Alright, and you're seeing BigSid make use of the parry material already, that little slide on the ground, that's the parry, and then you're seeing him cancel it by pressing the uppercut button with Tifa to parry cell is what we call it. It's just super fast movement, so he switches to Tifa there, starts fleeing with her with parry, and then kills with the other two characters.
Yeah, you'll see that a few more times, and it's pretty slick.
In this chest, this purple chest on BigSid's screen is a very important weapon, Feathered Gloves. It is a weapon for Tifa. It gives her access to the ability Star Shower. So we're going to learn that in Chapter 12. That's been a kind of a big routing improvement in the last year or so, is where do we learn Star Shower? And it's pretty good in Chapter 12. Used to learn it in like 11, at least in my route, but it's better in 12 for sure. Easy and normal.
Yep, Star Shower, it does a lot of damage. It's a little slow, I guess, would be the weakness of it, but it does a lot of damage, and it buffs Tifa's next ability by like 70%. Like a lot. So like you can do Star Shower, does a lot of damage, so you do Star Shower into Star Shower, and that second one will do a ton of damage. You can limit after it, which we'll see, and the limit does hilariously high damage.
Yeah, it's insane.
And so Star Shower is just a really useful ability. It also kind of hits in like an AoE. She does like just a ton of like dashes and attacks in one spot. It has a bit of an AoE to it.
It's good at keeping enemies grouped. It's also got really high keep, so it doesn't get interrupted by. I don't even think it gets interrupted on easy by anything.
I don't think so.
Maybe something that Sephiroth shouldn't be doing on easy, like Octaslash or something. But other than that, I think it's all good on easy. Won't get interrupted, so that's very useful. Alright, so we're progressing through the sewers that Cornea dropped us into. It's a lot of crabs. We'll see any level 1 spell will kill a crab. Also, Aerith's Soul Drain will kill a crab. And then a lot of enemies that just die from Tripolowski, like rats and blue goose. The beefy enemies of this chapter that are left are the Sahagins, which we'll use a lot of fire on, since they're weak to fire.
Yeah, weak to fire. They do have a lot of HP, so we definitely have to exploit that weakness. Sometimes we stagger them. Something to do some more damage, because they're pretty chunky.
Woadyb just picked up the Fury Ring. I'm finishing up Cornea's mansion here. And Earinor's are on their way to Cornea's mansion.
So what happened story-wise was we encountered Corneo. We threatened him very harshly, I guess, is how I'll put it. And he
threatened his family jewels.
Yeah, exactly. Which is just like in the OG. But we found out that Shinra's got this evil plan to drop Sector 7 plate down onto the slums, kill like a lot of people. It's really bad. But he tricks us, and he has like a trap door into these sewers that he tricked us into falling down. It's got a little switch, classic open switch and fall down. So trying to escape these sewers as Woadyb gets dropped into the sewers and he's doing his Abzu.
Nice stagger there from Woadyb. It's also worth mentioning Earinor here is just waiting, progressing time. We have to wait for an announcer to progress in the dungeon here at Cornea's mansion. We use that time. Some runners might get the vending machine, which you only lose time that you're shopping actually in the menu. But there's a turbo ether down there in a chest that's very, very helpful. It's basically it is free as far as time's concerned because you're waiting.
Yep, and that's super useful for later. In fact, one boss strat even just has a turbo ether as part of the strat. At least I know that was. I think it's. Does everyone use it for Arsenal? I know we do.
Either you use it before on Genova at the end, or you use it on Arsenal. Yeah. Worth noting, ethers give 20 MP in this game, and then turbos give 999, just max, no matter what, as far as I'm concerned. Can't even get that much MP, but it gives you anyways. It's kind of a little maze that you're going through here in the sewers where Sid is. It's mostly rights.
Yeah, it's mostly rights, funnily enough. We'll just see some parasailing here. He's stopping periodically to give commands to his party members, but there's another example of it.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool tech, and some runners, like, man, Strife, man, like, his parry cells are so on point, like, whew, he flies,
I'm not very
man.
good at it. Yeah.
Earinor clearly chooses Tifa as best girl. As you see, she's about to start the Abzu fight. Doesn't matter who you talk to. I think Aerith's a little closer, but Always runner preference there. Who's the best girl?
Yeah, or definitely you can spend the frames it would take to do Tifa instead, if you really want.
Yeah, frames. Alright, and BigSid is coming up on the infamous minigame of Remake, the pump minigame. So basically a bar will appear that we need to have Tifa mash X. You really can't mash that fast. It's like got a pretty hard cap on it, but you can only get it so much. So you mash X, which Tifa will pump, and then you gotta push down on the D-pad so Aerith pushes the pump, the little arrow on the gauge there to fall in the red zone. And each one, you have to do it 3 times correctly. The first one's slow, the next 2 get faster and faster.
Yep, and it's common to guess what they're gonna do. Like 1, 1, 3 might be, first try on the first one, first try on the second one, 3 tries on the third one.
Yeah.
Let's see what Sid can do here. All right, he's at 1, 1. Good. Yep. This last one's pretty fast, and what's I guess kind of nice is if you miss it, the area, that red area, that's the target, you get to make it bigger every time, so it gets easier. You got 1, 1, 1.
1, 1, 1. Pog.
Yeah.
Yeah, so at least for me, I use a visual cue. I think I've heard other runners in the past use like an audio cue as far as like beep, 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 push down or something, some kind of rhythm off the beep, beep, beep. So I use a visual cue. If you want to get really geeky with it and like try to optimize it, I would never even try to do this for like to save a couple frames, but you can like get the arrow as close to the closest point as possible in the red. Like if you want to get really nerdy with it, I don't think it's ever worth going for that though. I would just want to get 1, 1, 1 every time over getting greedy like that.
Alright, Sid doing the last couple fights of the chapter before we escape the sewers. Lots of Sahagins, these tougher enemies that we need to abuse their weakness to fire.
That was good. Good last 3 fights by Sid. Good sewers, yeah. Other than that retry on Abzu is a really good sewers.
And then we're on to chapter 11, which is the train graveyard, which is about, 5 minutes in the OG, extended to a whole chapter here. As we make our way back to, we're trying to make our way back to Sector 7 to warn people that they're going to drop the plate. And we're trying to stop it. We don't want that to happen, so we're trying to rush back. But this is the horror game chapter, I guess, if you will. Spooky ghosts, Yeah,
speaking of ghosts and ghouls, there's ghosts and ghouls in this chapter, and they're undead enemies, much like many other FFs. And so runners have the option to use Phoenix Downs to kill the ghost. The boss undead enemy, the ghoul, is not susceptible to death, so you can't Phoenix Down him, but we do have 1 elixir, which will do 9,999 damage, as long as he's pressured and susceptible to magic or items. I guess it would be susceptible to healing at that point.
Susceptible to healing. But that's true, yeah. So we basically have a cool strat in phase 2 where we pressure him right away, and as soon as he's pressured, we hit him with elixir like really fast, and he just dies. It's very, very cool.
Yeah, and on normal, in the past we've gotten 2 elixirs. I tried routing it out recently, and it saves like 1 second, half a second to not pick up the elixir. So it's like, is it even worth it? It's like a riskier strat too, where you can just elixir both phases of ghoul. But it is what it is. But on easy, you do not need the 2 elixirs. You just get the 1 from, what is it, Roche in chapter 4 drops it.
Yep. So you've already got it. Don't have to worry about anything extra. Ooh, spooky. Glyphs on the ground. Tifa and Aerith get pretty scared. Cloud has to be the brave one.
Woadyb about to start the pump mini game in a couple minutes, a minute.
Yep, get your guesses in for Woadyb. I'm gonna say 1-2-1. I feel like that's the runner classic. Messing up the
Yeah,
second one.
for some reason the second one is the tricky one. So I believe on easy you don't even use any Phoenix Downs on the Ghost, just Braver kills him straight up. Let's see what Sid does on the Ghost here. Pump mini game. One for the first one for Woadyb.
One. Yeah, just Braver. Second one for Woadyb.
Ooh,
got
right
it.
in the center, right in the center.
Can he pull it off? Got it.
Oh yeah.
Very nice. 2 1 1
1-1-1s, yeah.
Oh.
All right, Earinor.
Yeah, pressure's on.
Yeah, it's a pretty nerve-wracking game. Just you can get pretty bad bouts where it's just like, oh man, I can't get it.
Yeah, and you have to do the whole pump and set up again, so you lose a pretty good amount of time. It feels bad.
You asked for it.
Bundle up.
How's this?
Moving on then.
I won't lose. Get fired up. That's a win.
Sure is nice to go up for a change. Hope the pillar's not much fun.
All right, last
Take care of them.
Sahagin fight here for Woadyb.
You're burning up.
Fight's a little tricky to do fast sometimes, but looks like he's nailing it. He has the. There we go.
There you go. Woady's out of the sewers. Earinor coming up on the pump mini game.
I believe in the 1-1-1, all three. I believe.
All three.
We could get lost in here.
This is the
Do you think there's more in here?
Looks like. Aha! Found you.
Mashing X here, like Ambi said, you actually don't have to mash X very fast to get the fastest pump time. So it's not like a mashing intensive thing. It's mostly just about timing the when you lift the pump or lower it, I guess. 1-1.
Pause champ.
Got it.
Oh yeah, that was.
That's
good.
hype.
1-1-1
Everyone got
for all three.
1-1-1. I would not have guessed that would happen before.
Yeah, that's awesome.
That's amazing.
Alright, and BigSid's coming up on Ghoul here. So, at the start of both Phase 1 and 2, he's not susceptible to magic, only physical attacks. So we're gonna do a certain amount of damage. Looks like we're using Cloud here. And then stagger with an Aurora with Aerith, and then push Phase with damage. And then we're gonna do the same thing Phase 2. We're gonna parry around with Tifa, pressure with physical, and then we're gonna use that elixir we were talking about since he's weak to healing.
Yeah, you'll see a uppercut and dive kick, and like during the dive kick, before it's even pressured, we'll start it. So like right here, and then menu that, and as soon as it's pressured, boom.
Yes, and the menus in this game, the tactical menus, like you gotta go in that, the items, and then down to the elixir, and then you have to remember to go down to ghoul. You do not want to elixir your party, you want to elixir ghoul.
Yes, that would be
everybody's
very
been
bad.
humbled by that. Everybody's been humbled by that.
Those who lose their way out there in the dark of night will never, ever find.
So we're not at chapter 8 yet. There's actually 2 bosses in this chapter, so Sid's gonna be heading towards next boss, Easley.
What if they're trapped here and can't leave?
There's a little like sub story in this chapter where like there's like trapped ghosts of kids, and turns out they're like stuck here because of Eligor. We defeat him and free all of them. So on our way, rushing back to Sector 7, you know,
Nothing you need to worry about.
help out some ghosts. Eligor's stopping us from progressing anyway, so you know, need a detour. I guess they were going to do it either way, but we help out the kids.
Big routing difference between Woadyb and Sid here, or Woadyb and Sid's route versus Earinor's route is there's Aerith's best weapon is accessible here. We just saw Earinor pick it up, the Mithril Rod. It has very, very high magic attack, I think the highest in the game. It is very useful for the boss that's upcoming on Sid's at the end of chapter 11, Eligor. But it takes a little extra time, I think like a 15-20 second detour to pick it up. It only saves like 10 seconds on Eligor, so we have to do a pretty cool strat with Guard Stick, the default Aerith weapon, on phase 2 to make that work. So that'll be cool to see BigSid and Woadyb do that in a few minutes. And the reason we're able to skip Mithril Rod at all in chapter 11 is because you can buy it later we're gonna get it in chapter 14 when we buy Cloud's Mithril Saber.
Yep, that's a standard in the game. There's always all the weapons you can like get from a chest earlier, but if you don't, you can buy them in a later chapter. Like what we do with Mithril Saber, we don't pick that up either. We get it from a shop.
I think there might be an exception. I think it's like feathered gloves you can't buy, and then metal necks. Any of the, I think into chapter ones, maybe not, or boss ones. I'm not sure. I don't think you can buy all of them, but Mithril Rod is one you can buy. I'm not even sure. I'm questioning myself on feathered gloves now.
Yeah, I guess I'm not 100% sure either. I thought that it was generally the case, but there could definitely be an exception.
So got a couple more Drakes here on Sid's screen, using Aurora, and then finishing off the Cerulean Drake there, the one that gets staggered and has more HP. And next coming up was Eligor on BigSid's screen. Eligor on the ground is weak to ice, and in the air is weak to wind. So phase 1 we're gonna stagger with ice, and the ghoul, the boss previous, the undead one, dropped a material called Subversion, which gives access to Breach, which will dispel any enemy buff. Phase 2 Eligor is in the air and puts up Reflect, so right away at the beginning we're gonna breach him to get rid of that reflect so we can deal damage to him, because he's in the air. We don't like aerial combat with our melee characters, so we're gonna use Aerith to do some spells, some big damage.
Yep.
So
there's
breach,
the reflect, and there's breach, so timed out perfectly so that As soon as Breach did its effect, we're already hitting the spells.
Yeah, and there's a very cool strat here where we throw Tempest. Tempest takes time to tick and start doing damage. At that time, we can stagger with another spell, and then the Tempest will start doing damage. If you stagger him and let him fall, it will lose a lot of time. So it's very important that without Mithril Rod, that we push the damage enough for him to not fall and lose us that time.
Nice Elevar, and he's got the stagger skip as well.
Yeah.
If you do enough damage to him, he's got 2 wheels that you can also damage. If you kill the wheels, it does a bunch of damage to the boss. And ideally, you can kill him before you even get staggered. We've got Woadyb and Ghoul right now. Gets to phase 2 pretty smoothly. It's generally what you want, since phase 2 is pretty fast.
Sid's on the second. Sid's on the second Enigmatic Spectre fight. Last time we'll see him is at the end. It's pretty much the same mechanic. Kill one of the ads to pressure, stagger the boss, and push damage. Good ghoul from Woadyb. It's always a good ghoul when you elixir ghoul.
Yeah, that's the big mistake you can make. So we made it back to Sector 7, Sid's screen. We're trying to climb this tower, basically, where the controls are for the plate to stop them from dropping the plate. I guess if that doesn't make sense, Midgar, the city, is like it's like a circle in the air. It's like a big pizza. And up on top is where all like the rich people live, and on the bottom is the slums underneath the pizza. And they're going to drop one of the pizza slices, Shinra is, onto the slums because they're evil and want to make a scene and blame it on Avalanche. Pizza does sound good.
I could eat a whole pie to myself.
Yeah, we didn't talk about the Midgar special.
The Midgar special. I think we are seeing Earinor use some Phoenix Downs on the Ghost here, at least in that last room she did.
Yeah, I think they're about the same speed as Bravery and...
Yeah. I think you got like menu time with the Phoenix Down, but then Braver, if you kill with Braver, you got like the animation after, so it's like it's a give and take on both of them. It's very close from what I remember testing.
Woadyb having some trouble with this Ghost here.
Yeah, it's got a physical barrier. If you do physical, it will usually do the physical barrier. I think I'm not sure the name of it off the top of my head. And then if you do magic with Aerith or a spell, it'll tend to put up Reflect and be resistant to magic.
Yeah, we got the stagger. You should be able to finish it off. Yeah, that's why we want to kill him so fast with Phoenix Downs or Bravers, because they can get very annoying if they can start doing that defensive spells.
Yeah. Earinor about to start Ghoul.
I've got to get to 7th Heaven.
What are you doing here? Get
That's
out
it.
before you get yourself killed.
Oh God, look out!
Cool, got the stagger. Should be a clean phase 1.
Marlene.
Damn it! How the hell did they expect us to escape? There's a way out.
Gotta get through.
Won't talk about movement too much in this game, besides like the basic movement tech in combat, but the BigSid section where BigSid is right now has like a little bit of movement tech where you're like trying to get pushed by these NPCs here. You see him, they're running past him, and you kind of want to bank off getting one like that. That was good
pushes. Actually.
Yeah, those are good pushes. And then ideally you don't bump into anybody on the other sections here with Aerith, because you're bumping into people, you get like a bump animation and kind of stumble a little bit and slow down. So a little very minor movement tech, but we all geek out about it.
Oh yeah.
You might see some runners turn the camera to like really try to get some pushes, like see them upcoming, the NPCs behind, and move accordingly to get the pushes. But it's all pretty close to the same. If you hold forward and get pushed naturally, or go for them.
Aerith splits off the party here because she's saving the most important character in the game, Marlene, Barrett's daughter. Trying to make sure she's safe, so she splits off here while Cloud, Tifa, and Barrett try to stop the plate from falling. But on the way, they're in general trying to evacuate.
You're Marlene, right?
Save people.
Tell you what,
There's
we'll grow
Marlene
lots of flowers
again,
at your new house.
the actual main character.
Of course you can.
Woady's on Eligor here.
I sent her to Seventh Heaven to get Marlene out.
It's on you.
Got the double Blizzard to get the stagger. Nice. It's just some uppercuts to finish phase 1.
Yeah, you always want to make sure you got full ATB on Aerith here and full ATB on Tifa, so we can get the breach off with Tifa and then push phase quick with Aerith. So we're gonna roll, do an Aurora boost for 2 ATB again, do an arrow, a Tempest, and another Aurora, and that should push phase right as he staggers so he doesn't fall. There we go.
Good. Yep.
That was good.
Stays in the air. Yeah. Yeah, I had when I was learning this fight, a shock moment where I thought I was fine with Tifa. I didn't realize breach costs 2 ATB.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, oh, well. Sid right now is actually doing this fight. This fight's kind of like an auto-scroller. Enemies come at you at certain times, so we actually take this time to learn Star Shower. So you don't just Star Showering nothing, and then doing an uppercut. That gives them the proficiency bonus. Doing a move after Star Shower is the proficiency bonus for it. And so he's going to do that a few times just to do enough to learn the skill, since we have to wait for this Grenadier to come out anyway.
There we go.
The helicopter.
Star Shower required.
Yep, acquired the Star Shower ability. And yeah, there's that Elite Grenadier. It's just... You just have to wait for him anyway, so this is the perfect time to...
Yeah, even after all of that, we're still waiting.
Yeah. Tells Tifa to go get that guy, and we're moving on. And that's basically all we use Feather Gloves for, is to learn the ability. The actual item weapon itself isn't really very good.
Yeah, it's not good. I think it might be her highest magic attack at this point, but she has Metal Nux, which is the highest physical attack weapon in the game, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm pretty sure you're right.
She's pretty damn good. She's strong. She's got Star Shower now. She's got her uppercut, dive kick combos, and Tifa's pretty cool for the speedrun at least. But
yeah, you want her to
in general.
be a strong physical attacker for sure. So, coming up to Reno and Rude soon, but I do think want to talk about it a little bit. Basically, Rude's in a helicopter at the beginning, shooting at you, and Reno's on the ground. You got to deal with that, and then once you are able to knock out the helicopter in phase 2, you're fighting them together, and there's hopefully a quick kill that we can get where we just double Star Shower them and they both die to it, and that's what we're going to see. All 3 runners are going to go for this, I'm sure. But Reno can be rude, if I make a pun, and I can't remember what the ability's called, but he's got like the electric dash ability
or flash step. Yep, he can.
And just leave. He leaves the AoE zone, and you don't get to do it, and then you just have to do the fight like normally, which sucks and is slow. So this is phase 2 here. We knock out Reno, get him to the point where he just like kneels over, and then we finish off the helicopter here.
Cloud's got ATB for triple slash. Tifa's got 2 ATB for 2 star showers. So we're going into this setup well. Let's see what Reno decides to do. Earinor on Eligor here. If you're paying attention to that, you'll see how you probably saw how fast phase 2 was compared to the other two. That's this time save from picking up Mithril Rod. And Reno does nothing. That's good.
He's good.
So
he's gonna get the double star shower kill. That's a really fast kill.
We're also moving Cloud here to trigger a trigger early. Normally after this cutscene he skipped, there'll be a plate falling that is forced. It's already fallen by that going to that position at the end of the fight.
Yeah, it prevents Cloud from doing this long like animation where he's like keeping his balance. So he can just run.
Anybody out there?
Barrett! I think I hear him up ahead.
Here goes.
And push!
So story-wise, we don't stop the plate from falling. Plate falls. Catastrophic. It's bad. We don't know if Marlene got out in time at this point, so we're worried about that. So we're rushing to where we think Aerith would have taken Marlene to see if Marlene's okay. Bit of running at the start of this chapter, because we run and do that, and then we run back to Sector 7.
It's like there's a hole in the sky.
Wait. Over there.
Woady's on his way to save Marlene. Yeah, he's got an unfortunate bonk there. Yeah, trying to basically not bonk anyone.
Yeah. Oh man, they got a wall put up in front of him here. That's unfortunate.
Is it true that Sector 7's pretty much destroyed?
And that menu that we just saw Earinor do after the Spectres, that's always a big menu. So you get to switch over for the next party. You had Aerith and Tifa, then you're switching over to Barrett and Tifa. It's just always a big menu that you got to route or prepare your materia for beforehand, so you get an optimal menu. It's a big one.
We gotta go find the others. If we don't look for them, who will?
Earinor going for a little bit of a different strat here than what Sid and Woadyb will do, where we group up all these enemies, we just wait for them to arrive and try to get them in one Fyra, just like that.
Ooh, nice.
That was pretty good. Yeah, Fire I think has the biggest AOE. It has a decent sized AOE. I don't know if that's the biggest or not, because Arrows is too. But
yeah, I want to say they're comparable. I'm not sure though.
My ears are still ringing from it.
So that was real fast and nice from Earinor there.
This place you said Marlene is.
Where I think she is. It's a house on the other side of town.
Well, come on then. Pick up the pace.
I'm going as fast as you are.
Alright, saving Marlene with Woadyb, so he will be on Reno en route soon. Sid on his way to Aerith's house.
Yeah, and normally I believe we'll see Earinor have to pick up ATB Stagger from Chadley still in Chapter 13, but BigSid and Woadyb already got that out of the way, so they're done with Chadley at Chapter 9 now, which is the nice benefit of that route.
Yeah, you talk to him one less time, I think, or
yes, yeah, one less time.
Keep it down. Don't wake her.
So some stupid banter last night. Sid was streaming and something made him want to change his upgrade route, and that led us down a rabbit hole of like, okay, open the menu at level 21 here in a minute in Chapter 13, and we found out that did nothing with the weapon route. So that was fun last night. Like, oh, okay, does nothing.
Classic Sid making route changes before relay.
Yeah, the night before. Yeah, he's been notorious. He's been practicing, but he's been making changes pretty much constantly.
Woadyb did a bunch of star showers, so he'll learn it on its next use, I believe.
My ears are
Finishing
still
off
ringing.
the Sprite Troopers. He killed them kind of slow, but kind of doesn't matter because, you're just waiting on this Grenadier to come out of the helicopter anyway, so didn't lose any time.
Over there.
On Sid's screen, we find out Marlene's okay. Aerith actually gets caught by the Turks who work for Shinra and basically says, get Marlene to safety, and they want to capture her, so she'll let herself be captured. And the party doesn't know that yet. They don't know. Maybe they do. I don't quite remember. But the mission soon will be to save Aerith. But right now we're trying to head back to Sector 7 on a familiar route because this is similar to the way we got there with Aerith and Cloud earlier, Chapter 9. But we don't have to do the hand lifting mini games as before or anything like that. But we're heading to Sector 7 to see if we can, save anyone who's lost. We want to try to see if our fellow Avalanche members are okay.
Gotta save Wedge!
We'll have to fight our
Yeah,
way through,
eventually save
but
Wedge.
it's our only shot.
What are you about to go into the Reno Rude fight here? It's really cool seeing you have Fury Ring on Tifa, and then you get a Berserk with Cloud, so now you have two characters with Berserk doing big damage. It's pretty cool. And then really taking advantage of the Star Shower to keep Reno interrupted so he's not doing troll crap, running around and interrupting you anymore. Good phase 1.
Take the lead.
Phase 2 starts you with weakening the helicopter here that Rude's in with some Barrett shots of Thunder, then getting in position where Reno will jump out. And we're gonna beat up Reno, hopefully really fast. Hopefully I don't see any pyramids. You can do this up here. Speaking of pyramid, there it is. Getting me some craziness here, but fortunately ends up taking care of it. Tifa has her ATB. That's all that really matters.
Yeah.
So,
alright, let's see what Reno decides to do here at the start of phase 3. I believe we can get three double kills here. All three runners will get it. 1-1-1, 3 double kills on Reno Rude. We got it.
It's a triple slash.
Alright, Woody should get it.
Star Shower, yeah, should get it. That's awesome. Woody's very happy with that. He's going to his standing position to skip the plate fall.
Just in case. Don't overdo it.
Oh, he's gonna get the plate fall. Yeah.
Well, now you get to see it. Allowed us to freak out for a second.
Yeah, super minor time save, but we go for everything we can. On BigSid's screen, he's getting that Magnify materia that's now free. We skipped it in Chapter 9 because it's a 2-minute detour with the cranes, but just laying on the ground in Chapter 13 if you don't get it there. Get it before.
Yep, it's super powerful as we were talking about before. We'll see it used heavily from now on. Especially, we're gonna, be fighting a lot of weaker enemies who will die in one blizzard, and it also staggers them as they die. And we have ATB stagger materia from doing the route that we're doing. For Sid and Modi anyway, and so what that does is makes it so you can basically spam the spell because it hits 3 enemies, staggers them, which gives you a ton of ATB back, so you can cast more blizzards, which stagger, and so you can cast more blizzards and just refills your ATB like that, and it's really strong.
Sector 6 is right over there. We just need to walk a little bit longer, that's all.
Getting Reno and Rude for Earinor here.
Yeah.
That one was a lot closer.
I suppose you're right.
Hello!
This was pretty
Is there anyone out
Let's see
there
if
that
we can
needs
get
help?
something smooth.
Hello!
It always opens with that
Anybody
flash
out
foot, so we
there?
know we can
If you
counter
can
that
hear me,
right
say
away.
something.
And then, like Ambi was saying before, we try to keep him in stun lock so he can't start going ham with his abilities. Push to phase 2 really quickly, which she did.
Can you hear us? If you can hear me, shout!
And helicopter goes on its bombing run, so we'll do some damage to it before we move. Special delivery. See all the bombs. And getting ready, yes, she likes to do overcharge on Reno, which will like see he gets like an hit stun from it, so he doesn't use his abilities. And she's hoping to get more ATB. Good.
She's got a boost on Tifa, yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. So she's set up for the quick kill. So we just gotta see if Reno wants to behave.
3 for 3. 3 for 3.
What's left of Wedge's place?
Team close race.
Yes.
All right. That
looks
good setup.
good.
Get grouped. All right, she's good.
Nice. That's very
All
nice.
right. Oh, okay. I thought Rude was still alive. He died though. Nice.
That is a very dicey fight. If one of them survives.
Yeah.
Or sometimes both. Can get pretty hectic.
Yeah, because you're basically burning up all your ATB to do that double kill there, and if they separate, now you got to get all your ATB back to kill the other one, and yeah, they're kind of mean if you don't have ATB or a way to interrupt them.
Yep, they have a lot of strong abilities. It didn't maybe seem like it because we killed them so fast, but we killed them fast because we don't want to see those abilities. Because
yeah.
Ooh.
Oh, BigSid with a focus shot. That happens sometimes. Not his fault at all. Just Barrett decides to miss.
Now this is the solo Barrett section. Barrett gets his own little area. We get separated from the party. We find Wedge. We want to save Wedge, but we like the ground breaks away and party's all separate. So we have a solo Barrett section here.
Seen Barrett use Thunder Magnify to pressure both of the Bloodhounds. The Bloodhounds have a very mean mechanic where if you throw a projectile, or any projectile at them, but specifically fire and blizzard I'm referring to here, if you throw that, which they're weak to blizzard, they have a chance to just dodge it. And wasting an ATB on a blizzard and with that dodge is just the worst feeling in the world. So we elect to just do the thunder route, or at least Sid uses the thunder route here. I think Strife's route and what Woadyb will be using is just not even a magnify, just pressure before you even throw a blizzard on them.
Yeah, still pressure it. Yeah, you don't mess with just hoping that the blizzard lands.
Yeah. No YOLO.
You really want to throw down with me? You really want to throw down with
Sid dodges a feast there. These characters have an ability
That's
that
always Monka S.
Yeah, that bounds you is what the game calls it. But basically, you're just like tied up, like you're.
Barrett's not the most mobile, so it's very Monka S when you see that.
For sure, dodging
this
with Barrett
works.
is dicey. This fight, we can just run up the stairs and flee. But we're about to meet up with Tifa, and we'll be using Barrett and Tifa for the rest of the chapter, actually. Again, the game mixing up the parties you have to use.
To tell you the truth, not really. I think there's another around here somewhere. Can you take care of it?
This is a secret underground Shinra research facility they added Remake that while we're trying to save people in Sector 7 and specifically trying to save Wedge right now, part of one of the Avalanche team members, that we stumble upon this in like a hole in the ground that is revealed from all the destruction. And so we're making our way through this facility that has lots of bugs and bloodhounds, and then like failed, like call them unknown entities, these like experimentation things that are enemies for us here. Culminating into the big failed experiment boss.
Yeah, the big one. Big boy.
Which has a very cool strat to kill really fast.
Yeah. We're seeing Blizzard Magnify get spammed here, so we can get 3 staggers, somersault the boss, or limit the boss with Tifa. And we're going to use that same strategy with Tifa on the boss that we were just talking about, the failed experiment. Just coming up next on BigSid screen.
If he can get up the stairs, there he goes.
This camera, trying to parry so efficiently and move the camera somehow is tricky, so he elects to do the camera at the front looking back, and it's, yeah, understandable.
So
all right, so we got
encounter. Oh, go ahead.
Yeah, we're throwing Blizzard Magnifies. That'll stagger these unknown entities, the adds here. The first 2 waves are just kill the waves of enemies, and Blizzard kills them and staggers them at the same time. We have ATB stagger on Tifa and I believe Barrett as well, so we get a lot of ATB back from each of those staggers. So he's on the second wave of enemies here.
Yeah, you can see Tifa spend her ATB and then it just fills back up as soon as the staggers come in.
Boom.
He does need 2 ATB here. Is it gonna be alright? It looks like it'll be fine.
Yeah, hit again. So this next phase, we're going to run up the stairs, and then the big boss spawns, the failed experiment. We're going to be up on the top side with this top part with Tifa. We're going to start with a Blizzard to stagger the enemies. Before that Blizzard pops, we're going to limit the boss, since we have limit. And then you'll see the limit with the staggers just refill. So we got another limit to finish them off.
Phase 2, we're going to show how good Star Shower limit is. So Star Shower, again, buffs your next move by 70%. This boss has like 80% life, right? So we're going to Star Shower limit and just look at this damage. And we're done.
Yeah, that's such a cool strat. I think all the difficulties on every version of the speedrun use that. It's just so good. Maybe not New Game Plus Easy, but yeah, something along those lines. Definitely take advantage of the stagger.
So, you see Barrett's got Wedge. He saved Wedge.
Tifa's got the kitty.
Tifa's got the kitty, yep. Wedge and his cats.
They can still be alive.
Alright, so Sid's out of chapter 13. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just story update. Now we're deciding it's time to go save Aerith. We know she's captured by Shinra right now. She's important because she's the last of the ancients, which is like I'm just gonna gloss over this quickly, but like a race of humans who like are kind of like one with the planet. And Shinra thinks they have this like prophecy of like the promised land. And Shinra thinks the promised land is real, and so they want to use Aerith to like find the promised land, so they captured her. And also Hojo, like the lead super evil scientist, wants to do experiments on her and stuff.
So what's the plan then?
So we're gonna go save her, but we need to get up top to the we're down below the pizza. We need to get up to the pizza, so we're trying to figure out how to do that. And that'll be what we're doing for a little bit. Just figuring out how we're going to get back up.
Woody entering the Barrett solo section here in the underground. And Earinor is finishing up the Collapse Expressway. Yeah, the last battle of the Collapse Expressway here. About to pick up Magnify.
One time we used the fast travel system on Sid's screen.
That's right, yeah.
At this point.
The Chocobos.
This is kind of the last part where you can do side quests. And so they let you travel around, so it's easier for you to run around and do all these side quests. But we don't do any of them, so we just travel to Wall Market where we need to go and continue on.
You're going to see BigSid into the weapon shop another time here in Wall Market. Now it's got Mithril Saber, Cloud's best magic attack weapon, and the Mithril Rod, Aerith's best weapon, also strong in magic, which we skipped in Chapter 11.
Don't tell anyone.
Yep, Aerith will be using Mithril Rod rest of the game. Cloud will be switching from Hard Edge to Mithril Saber, depending on strats that the runner wants to use.
Yeah, and I think, Chapter 14 is one of the ones where we're going to see some Hard Edge action and some Mithril Saber action from Cloud. Just depending on runner preference there.
No one's home.
So Sid's in Corneo's mansion again. We're thinking that maybe Corneo can, we can figure out how to get to the top plate from there. And there's the this character new to remake, Leslie, who like works for Corneo but actually hates him. It turns out he's there, and he's like, I can get you up top, but you have to help me with a thing. So we're helping him with a thing.
Everybody's favorite section, the Leslie backstory. And
yeah.
Okay, sure. Woadyb getting trolled a little bit by the Bloodhounds here. The Bloodhound fell on the stairs, and then for some reason when you throw a blizzard at the Bloodhound, it'll like, the stairs will block the blizzard somehow. It's just a weird buggy issue there, and he got a little unfortunate. Yeah, we like to think we have consistent strats, and then the game will decide to do something you've never seen before, something it should do like 0.1% of the time and screw you over, and it's a
There's
blast.
so many fights that it's like bound to happen, I guess. If we have 100 strats that are 98% consistent, you're gonna have a couple weird things. But Woady's making his way through still. He'll be at Failed Experiments soon. While, this is basically Sewers Trip number 2. So a lot of similar enemies on Sid's screen, Sahagins.
Yeah. Going back through the same areas as well.
Mm-hmm.
For at least for the beginning portion.
Until we get to the chase.
It is worth noting that all the enemies are buffed up compared to what they were at Chapter 10, so now they got more HP and defense and more stats.
Right, Woadyb has gotten Tifa, so now he can flee, parry sailing.
And Earinor is just starting the Barrett solo section as well. So this first room that Earinor's in, you elect to go to the end of the room, since all these fights along the way are optional, except for the blue goose at the end. And then she's gonna use the focus shot that she learned earlier in the game, and hopefully bop all the blue goose with one shot here. Boom, there we go.
Nice.
Now fleeing, ends the fight nice and quick.
Nice and fast, yeah.
Definitely one of the fights that makes focus shot worth learning at. Is it worth it overall? Debatable, but that one's definitely a plus for it. Woadyb parry sailing up to Failed Experiment now. You see a very similar strat as what we saw in BigSid.
That's right.
Everybody tends to do the first waves very, somewhat differently. The first 2 waves of mobs, but then everybody does the limit strat with the blizzards on the last 2 phases.
Yep, it's just too strong. It's so good.
And it's also worth noting that the first 2 waves are, a little RNG based, because you got all these ads running around targeting whoever they decide to target. 50-50 if they choose Barrett or Tifa.
You gotta try to blizzard enemies that haven't already been blizzarded. You gotta make sure your targeting's clean, which is hard because there's a ton of enemies everywhere. Which you see is Woady's actually struggling with the targeting right now.
Yeah.
Once you get those ones on the top before they like split up too much, I haven't gotten them yet. goes.
And then you choose the wrong target, you choose the solo one, and you don't get any value out of your magnify.
Yeah. Looks like one of those ones on top live, but he takes care of it.
Clean up with overcharge. Alright, so protocol here is blizzard the ads, limit the boss. The blizzard pops off and gives us another limit for the final phase.
Yeah, you can watch Tifa's flashing limit meter, and we'll see her use it and then immediately get it back. So blizzard is using limit, gone, and it's back.
So freaking cool.
See that Star Shower limit, do like 80% HP on the boss. Bam, bam. Beautiful.
Hey, Tifa! Alles okay?
Und gar nicht. Hier muss irgendwo ein Nest sein. Du musst es zerstören.
Verlass dich drauf. Verzieh dich!
Alright, nice chapter 13 from Woadyb. Earinor finishing up the underground section with Barret. Tifa's just joining. Oh man, that Star Shower was lucky.
Actually
killed everything, yeah.
Huh.
That was nice.
You gotta get lucky, I guess.
Yeah, if you get a good group in there, it's probably faster.
Ganz schön viele Stufen.
I think we're seeing slightly different undergrounds too, just depending on where they want magnify, where they want the boost, ATB boost materia. So that's cool. Seeing the 3 different routes here.
Yeah, so I don't know if we actually mentioned it, but not even pretty obvious from the commentary, but they are all 3 using different routes. Earinor's is like pretty different since you can do like the early stackers and stuff.
Yeah.
But even Sid came up with his own route for this. So
yeah, we were
lots of
in the Discord. In the Discord, we were talking about like, okay, I followed BigSid's route to make my route, and then Strife followed my route to make his route. Woady's following Strife's route. BigSid's following a variation off of Strife's route. It's like just a circle.
It's like a family
routing.
tree.
Yeah. You see Earinor here. Try to group up the ads here. Wait a little bit before she starts throwing the blizzards. And actually even commit to a Blizzara for more AoE. Yeah, that was a good one. That was juicy.
Alright, just making sure you got. She's trying to target those top ones, but you have to make sure that you don't inadvertently hit. Yeah, inadvertently hit like it'll hit the terrain. You want to make sure you have like really good line of sight on them. So that's what she was waiting for.
Yeah, totally respect that patience. It's better to wait a couple seconds than waste a whole ATB.
Yeah.
Especially when the only enemies you can get ATB off of are on the high ground. All right, the blizzard limit strat one more time from Earinor.
I don't mind watching a boss evaporate yet again. It's fun. Black, dead. Love it. Alright, Woadyb entering the sewers to help out Leslie now.
Looks like Sid's stream should be coming back here any minute. See where he's at in the sewers. Might be close to the next split. Abzu 2.
Oh, he's on the fight right
speak
now.
of the devil.
Ich warte hier auf die anderen.
So really cool, another limit building strat by doing all the staggers. We actually equipped Wind Magnify, since Wind tracks and Wind is enough stagger to build, or to stagger the adds that Abzu has. We're able to easily build limits with Cloud.
Yeah, anytime we see a bunch of weak enemies that we can stagger, it's juicy terrain for a limit strat.
Yeah, so he's finishing up Abzu there. And we purposely want to end Cloud towards the door there, or whoever we decide to flee the combat with. Maybe it's Tifa there. That way we're close to the doorway we want to go for the next part. Exit the sewers, if you will.
So we helped Leslie with this thing. We didn't see the chase scene, but we'll see it for Woadyb here. We can talk about that there, but we now have grappling guns, so we can climb all this garbage, basically, from the plate falling to get back up to the top plate. There are normal ways up to the top plate, like trains and stuff, but that's all like shut down because of the catastrophic plate drop. So that's why we had to like find a way around all that.
And I'm not sure if our IDs would work for that, since we're notorious Avalanche members.
Yeah, we're wanted people, so.
Okay, here's Earinor in beginning of chapter 14 talking to Chadley for her last time. She wants ATB stagger. And she also does a reset on Hard Edge. So since the next couple chapters, or next 3 chapters, it'll mostly be Mithril Saber from Cloud. She wants to maximize her upgrades on Hard Edge to get more upgrades later. I assume she's going to upgrade it at level 30. I think it nets like 6 or 8 more attack if you don't leave it and choose to reset and wait.
Ein Versuch ist es wert.
Wieso nochmal? Wart ihr etwa schon mal bei dem Kerl?
Alright, BigSid's in chapter 15. This is the most notorious aerial fight, or aerial combat in the game, these drakes. Because you see all the open air, they can fly anywhere here. And
he got really bad positioning and had to retry. Yeah, it went behind that water tower.
Yeah, the fire hit the wall, yeah. But luckily on Integrade we have Arrow that tracks, or Wind that tracks, so it's all good. Much easier on Integrade.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't have to deal with that. I don't know how those fights would have gone in PS4. I imagine they were terrible.
Yeah, I was like, well, let's hope this works. Alright, it didn't. This sucks. Time loss. Just hope for the best. And then it's also, you can get an even better fight than what we saw in Sid's if you get both of them to group up and you get both arrows to hit both of the targets. Yeah, the splash damage. It's pretty nice.
Sid's fighting these soldier third-class enemies. We'll start seeing them here and there now. They're kind of tougher humanoids that we usually... They're a little tougher to deal with. Usually have to like stagger them or dump a lot of resources into killing them, at least more than the average enemy.
So Woady's on the Shoat chase right now. We gotta chase the Shoat around the sewers. That'll end up leading us to Corneo, and into that Abzu fight we saw.
Yeah, that
BigSid just finished.
Little, I don't know, are they like Abzu's babies, I guess? I don't know. They're little guys.
Sure.
Yeah, one of them stole Leslie's like little bag. He told us it has the key we need to it, but he's lying. It has like a trinket that's valuable to him. That's why we're chasing this thing, because we think we need to do it to get back up to the storage room that has the grappling guns. So what we're doing right now. And it will culminate in fighting Abzu again. who I believe the second time, I think he has the same mechanic where like you can light him on fire, pressure him, but we don't need to do it at all because we fight him with a bunch of his little shoat babies, and they're weak and get staggered by arrow, like Ambi was explaining before, so we can use limit strats. Woadyb is about to fight the mischievous shoat that stole the little bag, and he's practically like a mini boss. Honestly, he has a ton of health, and he's like hard to stagger. But because he has a ton of health, we do stagger him to kill him, but it takes some effort.
Yeah, and he also has the ability, if you do, I think it's like more than up to get him down to 80% HP and he's not staggered, he will call his buddies, his 3 ads. And that is very, very slow. So we want to hopefully stagger before we go over that HP threshold.
See that Blizzara, yep, and Tifa's auto attacks actually do a pretty decent amount of staggered, so we're able to use that. Cloud's focus thrust, get that stagger in time, and then
good fight.
Finish him off. So we find out that Leslie actually just got a little like necklace back. It's like important to him. Leslie backstory, but we helped him, and so he's gonna finish helping us getting the grappling guns. We have to follow him for a bit.
Yeah, and you might have noticed Woadyb break the boxes there. You want to wait for wait for Leslie to get on the ladder before you. That way, at this point, in front of the Abzu door, you have to wait for him for an extra long time. Just waiting for him for like a couple seconds there saves a lot of time later. Earinor starting the shoat chase right now. BigSid's almost done with chapter 15. After this fight, there'll be a little Valk mini game where the boss of the chapter, what's its name on? Hellgunner? Something like that.
OG?
Yeah, OG. It's that enemy from OG, but put here instead of in Shinra Mansion or Shinra building. Forgetting my names now. And so here he has like all these miniguns and he's gonna try and shoot you, and we gotta run past him and try to dodge the minigun shots.
You can lose a lot of time if you get shot.
Yeah, it's usually good as long as Barret doesn't block you like that, but it looks like Sid's doing it.
It goes really a little bit, it's maybe a little subtle, but he goes a little bit slower at first, wait for a certain timing, and then he dashes the rest of the way, and then does a pause, and finishes.
Might pick your guys' brain on that, because I'm so bad at that mini game.
I'm pretty bad at it too, and I kind of know what I'm supposed to do, so but yeah, it's essentially that. We see Woadyb doing Abzu right now, farming his limits. Needs a little more damage to push this.
Yeah, it looks like the first 2 slashes of the cross slash missed. There we go. Not much far. And then phase 3 is kind of an interesting mechanic with Abzu, where you have to do a certain amount of damage or kill the ads for him to trigger his enrage phase. Like that. He'll jump back and then do enrage. He kind of berserks himself. Goes into like a crazy mode where he gets access to new attacks, and then we just want to finish him right when he goes to that phase because we can with limit. Alright, BigSid going into the Valkyrie proper fight here, the actual boss fight. So this is a very troublesome fight for speedrun because Valkyrie's up in the air, aerial combat sucks. You can't even attack him 99% of the time with Cloud and Tifa. So Barret's really the only one that could build ATB traditionally with just by attacks. He's weak to thunder and wind, and so you'd be seeing a combination of that here.
Yeah, you'll be seeing a lot of spells from Cloud, since again, it's not worth it to try the aerial combat. And I believe he has a, well, I might see it, but he has a backup if it takes a while to push this phase 2, where he'll actually use Tifa a little bit just to get her a little extra ATB.
Yeah, I think it should be okay with the new upgrades, actually. Yeah,
oh, yeah, that was pretty nice.
Fast push.
Phase 3 has this new mechanic, this thing he's shooting up in the air. It's got this laser that's pointing down. If it ever tracks one of you, it does a big, huge, like, laser attack explosion, which we trigger on purpose here because it also hurts the boss.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that at the beginning of Phase 3, he goes into this, Valkyrie wants to cast Limiter Overdrive, which basically makes him immune to all magic, which is very, very bad. So BigSid, you saw cast Aurora at the beginning to interrupt that attack.
Yeah, and also brings him down to the ground so we can actually hit him.
Yeah, we haven't talked about much routing in a little bit besides differences between them, but we saw BigSid make use of the first Aga spell, the level 3 spell, Thundaga, which actually up to this point takes quite a bit of swapping around to make work. So we've had the lightning materia that we bought back in chapter 3 or chapter 4, and we've been pretty much having it on 100% of the time for every battle. There might be a little exception to that, but that's in order for us to get Aga by Valk, or Thundaga by Valk.
Yep, even if it's like not going to be used, we still make sure it's equipped because that's how the materia gets XP.
Yeah.
All right, Sid is in doing the garage section, so we're up to the plate. We're now infiltrating the Shinra building, so we're taking kind of a roundabout way to get in because we can't just go in the front door exactly. So going through the garage to get into like a different entrance. Here's some of those soldier enemies, a little bit tougher, but some spells and concentrated effort there takes them down.
Yeah, and I think everybody uses a different magnify spell through here. We're seeing Sid, and I think Woadyb uses Blizzard too. Earinor, I think, will use Wind. Maybe Fire. I'm
think
not
she
sure.
uses Fire.
Yeah.
She uses a lot of Fire instead of like other ones. We just see, which, you know, makes her run look cool. Fire is just a lot of explosions everywhere with Magnify, so lots of explosions for Earinor.
I mean, on paper it makes sense because you're fighting a bunch of humanoids, right? But
yep.
I think as far as like menu optimizing, that's why we go with Blizzard or Wind otherwise.
Yeah, exactly.
We're actually seeing Earinor put a Buster Sword back to use for Abzu too, which is pretty hype.
It's the canonical weapon.
He's got a Buster Sword.
Go, arrow to build that last limit for Earinor. Limit.
Go to the door with Tifa.
Yep. Very nice.
Woady's on his way up to Valk in chapter 15 right now. BigSid's starting this Tifa solo section. It's just hold forward for half of it, and then monkey bars for the other half. It's a little bit of a slow section, this chapter 16. The just progressing story. It's a kind of a big plot dump here on the ancients and all the Shinra members' motives and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of Shinra propaganda. You go through. Eventually you'll see Sid doing it, but there'll be a little tour that you have to do, and lots of exactly what AMP said. Lots of story and stuff like that. But right now Tifa's trying to do some acrobatics to get a key card that we need so we can start going up the elevator. Alright, Earinor's in chapter 15 too. So start doing the climb. Woadyb is starting to get close to Valk.
BigSid using the correct camera angle so he can see everything that he wants to see in front of him. Obviously, I'm talking about the monkey bars.
I look down, but I don't feel strongly about it. It's because I'm dumb and I need to see like the arrows on the ground before I'm supposed to know still.
Okay.
So,
Yeah, I think topside.
I don't have it memorized.
Either above or below. That's the way to go. So you see clearly, and then all your direction changes are like at 90-degree angles as well.
Yeah, I think that's probably the most important thing. Make sure your direction changes are 90 degrees. You see them doing like the turns, and you want to like do the turns early so they like that, so they don't like go too. I don't know. It's hard to explain, I guess, but there is optimal monkey bar movement that you have to make sure you do.
The Drakes for Earinor here. Aurora mag them down.
Not bad.
Keine große Sache.
I think Earinor uses a lot of strats where like we use more spells, but she needs more ethers in between. But it's got the ethers for it, so just gotta make sure you just, like right now, get Cloud's MP back up.
War klar, dass es nicht einfach wird.
Ja. Ein Ausflug wird das mit Sicherheit nicht. Ende Gelände.
Ob das Seil von einem Rettungstrupp ist?
Vielleicht kommt man hier irgendwo.
Seid von der Seite auf die Stelle.
Bloß nicht gerade mal. Hätte vielleicht irgendwo ein Seil.
Tifa swinging in to get that key card, and then now going up the elevators. There's a few fights in the elevators. They're, you know, as we go up the elevators, we just randomly run into some Shinra troops all the way, and we just kind of blow them up. They're pretty simple fights. And then he starts the tour.
Yeah, you have the option casually to do stairs or elevator, much like the original, but the stairs are extremely slow compared to the elevator. Like, you just push the button, go in the elevator, do the 2 fights, and then you're there. Versus going up how many floors it is, and there's like forced walking and stuff because they get tired. And, yeah,
It's funny, you know, but it's really.
The section Earinor's on is actually a section that you can skip in any percent. Funnily enough, I found that on accident in an NMG run. I accidentally started the skip, which started the whole... It's one of the first realizations that, hey, we can use potion lags to do some funny stuff for glitches or minor time saves here and there, like we saw earlier in the run.
Very cool. Yeah, this is kind of like a gauntlet section where you have to go from fight to fight without breaks. So you don't get any refills on your ATB from first strike or anything like that. So you gotta manage your ATB throughout the whole fight.
Yeah. And Woadyb doing the last couple fights of chapter 15, the unique enemy to 15, and it shows up in 17 as well, is these blast rays. So they got an interesting stagger mechanic where you need to do, I believe on easy, you need to do 2 chunks of damage to them in order to build their stagger all the way. One will build it like 75%, 1 chunk of damage, and then you need to do another chunk of damage. Versus having the traditional stagger bar where you just, you know, build the stagger bar and then they stagger. It's got a interesting stagger mechanic there.
And Sid is just standing there because you have to. He's not AFK. You're waiting for... This is part of the tour. There's like a video you can watch, I think, on the wall.
Yeah.
The guide is talking about Shinra and stuff, and how amazing Shinra is, and how Mako energy is the best and makes life amazing for everybody.
Yeah, these are like the last 2 little breaks you get here, like a couple 50-second breaks. Woadyb starting the Valkyrie fight. Alright, yeah. So you get a little time here. If you need a heal or if you need more MP, you can ether up while you're running away before the fight proper starts. Aurora Thundaga pushes phase 1.
Yep, phase 2 will boost with Cloud and do another Thundaga. And some shots with Barrett. Again, he's the only one who can, besides using spells, can do any damage here. If he gets he sometimes pushes early, but if he doesn't, he can do a Thunder and an attack, shoot, push. There you go.
And then phase 3, we're going to want to interrupt him with an Aga or an Aurora here. You use the Aurora. That interrupts that limiter overdrive, that physical, or that magic attack, magic barrier. And
stagger. The beam again, doing extra damage. And then it's 2 Thundagas and something from Tifa to kill. It looks like you need a little extra damage.
Swag limit.
He was short on ATB. Decides to use limit to clean it up. Good backup.
Yeah, good Valk.
So Sid has finished the tour at this point, and he's gonna meet this guy who's gonna take him to the mayor of Midgar, who turns out to actually be part of he's a supporter of Avalanche. He actually hates his job and hates Shinra, even though he basically works for them. So he helps us out a little bit. We basically need a better key card so we can go to higher floors. And he tells us to go find a collaborator. We give a secret code word, the mayor, and the collaborator will answer, "is the best." And that's how we know it's the collaborator. And he'll give us access to the higher floors. After we do a little, he's gonna make us do a virtual test thing. That's what we're doing right now. Of course, casually you wander around trying to figure out who the collaborator is and talking to all these people, but we're speedrunners. We know exactly who the collaborator is. We go straight to him. And to prove ourselves, we have to do this simulator thing, which is really just a disguised tutorial of hey, here's the simulator, because there's a bunch of fights in the simulator that we're not going to do. We get the 2-cutter fight here. And I believe Sid, it's going to Thundara to get this one staggered, get 2 ATB again, and then use that to get more ATB with Barrett. And it's basically it's a Thundara party. Lots of Thundaras.
Yep.
Ja, nicht schlecht.
See, Woadyb put Blizzara Magnify to use on the end of the garage here. Look like a good garage there. Earinor coming up on Valk. Yep. Yeah.
Alright, got HP and MP filled. So we're just ready for the fight. A few Thundaras and some attacks from Barrett should push, hopefully sooner rather than later. I don't know if he can push while he's doing moves. And fast phase 2.
Yeah.
She uses a strat that all 3 of them have Thunder Materia, so it's a triple Thundara to push phase 2 very quickly.
I think Tifa's also got Mithril Claws as well, her magic weapon, rather than I think the other two stick on metal knuckles.
Right, pretty good. Got nice stagger, finish off the limit. Good job.
Alright. Valka can do some shenanigans in some other rounds. Thankfully, NMG Easy's pretty straightforward for Valk, but if you let him do that limiter overdrive phase 3, it is so bad.
Wir sind sicher nicht deren einzige Feinde. Denk an die Hauptgruppe. Oder Wutai.
So Sid's got his upgraded key card. We're now spying on. We made Tifa go into a men's bathroom, so we could sneak up into the vents and spy on a meeting between all the Shinra execs. And so that's why we're crawling in vents here, get to the end. But pretty soon we're going to be following Hojo. Hojo is the one who has Aerith captured, and that's who we're trying to save. So we start following Hojo after this.
Earinor starting the garage here. I believe we're seeing Fire Mag from her? Or
yes.
Fire Mag, there it is.
Explosions everywhere for Earinor.
Yeah, kind of notorious that first, if you get a little bit bad positioning, some of that Magnify might miss, or sometimes the entire projectile hit the wall.
Der Ausgang müsste weiter hinten sein. Hey, was ist los? Kein Kontakt.
Alright, on Sid's screen, Tifa's happy to get out of the men's bathroom, and we're following Hojo for a bit, and that leads straight into our next boss, Specimen. Hojo isn't dumb and knows that we're following him, and six one of his experiments on us, and we have to beat it up.
Yeah, so we'll be making use of more staggers here. The ads that spawn with Specimen are weak to ice, or no, not weak to it, but ice builds a lot of stagger like we've talked about in the past, so we're going to be throwing, is it Blizzards or Blizzaras? I think it's Blizzaras.
It's Blizzaras.
Yeah, and then staggering 3 of them, build our limit, and we'll keep doing that for, I think, all 3 phases.
Yeah, phase 2 has a limit. I think that's the only time at least Woadyb will limit. I'm more familiar with Woadyb's strat. Okay. But I know Earinor does multiple limits for sure.
Yeah.
I'm actually not sure what Sid does here.
There's also the option of phase 3. You could tank a lot of damage because the ads will start doing a move called apoptosis, basically like a self-destruct, which does a lot of damage, and you can tank that with Star Shower and chain your Star Shower right into your limit because the high keep of Star Shower doesn't get interrupted.
Alright, pushing phase 2 quickly. Yeah, sometimes he just does regrowth and you have to wait for it. So, doesn't quite get a fast push, but as soon as he's done regrowthing, he jumps over to his tank and pushes to the last phase.
I'm sorry, I'm thinking we're limiting with Tifa. He's got Magnify Ice on Cloud.
Yep, Woadyb will be doing it on Cloud as well. Earinor will be doing it with Tifa. You actually can't kill him. He has to do this Mako Explosion move, so you can get his health down to like 1, like it is right now, and then you want to time, as soon as he's vulnerable, he can be killed. Time a hit, just like Sid did. It was nice and clean.
Been talking a little bit about integrate changes from the PS4 version, and probably the most annoying change, there's a lot of them, but this one is especially these armored shock troopers here. On PS4 version, you can just kill the armor, and once they die, as long as you don't stagger them, you're good. But on this, they have to do their eject. which BigSid got lucky. If they eject at the same time, you only get one of the ejected enemies, the skaters, if you will.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's cool.
Yeah, it's unfortunately RNG if that happens or not, but it's very nice. I'm not sure. I think that might affect XP a little bit, but it's not a big deal at this point.
Right, Sid is getting another cloud headache, and that will then end this chapter. And we'll go into chapter 17, which is lots of combat ending in a boss rush. So a lot going on in 17. Lots of menuing too, because we are going to flip between two parties, and we have to make sure each party is equipped for what they need to do. So a lot going on in 17. So we've saved Aerith, sort of. Well, we're not out of the Shinra building yet, but we rescued Aerith from Hojo. Now we need to get out of the building. So we're heading to the roof to get extracted by avalanche helicopters, hopefully. That's what the plan is. And we have a new fake party member. Red is also someone we saved from Hojo inadvertently, and he joins us. He's not controllable. He kind of does his own thing, but he'll be in our quote-unquote party sometimes.
Yeah, and we can manipulate him a little bit. We'll take advantage of his Stardust Ray ability, which is like a big old AoE. The way we kind of prompt that, or try to prompt that, is by doing any AoE attack, and he'll activate that as long as he's ready and willing. Don't ask me why he's ready or willing sometimes and not others.
Yeah.
It's just sometimes he's lagging.
All right, Woadyb has finished the tour, so his break is almost over. Still a bit of running around to do, but then he'll be back into fights while Earinor is just getting started with it. Going up the elevators. So on Sid's screen, we start at the top of this area, and then in that cutscene, we fall all the way to the bottom, so we're like separated. We have to climb back up. And unfortunately, Hojo's kind of in charge of like where we go, because he wants us to go through all his wards and test his experiments. Kind of have to in order to keep climbing to the top. There isn't really a faster way, story-wise, for us to do this, so we're gonna be Hojo's little test subjects for a while.
Pretty cool strat here on BigSid and Woadyb when he gets there. They're using hard edge here. Traditionally, we've been using Mithril Saber since we have a lot of enemies that are weak to magic and thunder, especially. But we can take advantage of the limit strat again, build staggers with our Blizzara mag, and cast a limit on the moth instead of thundering it down.
Red 13 can be helpful here and run over and hit switches for us. So just gonna do a cool run. We can go.
Yeah, when he decides to actually go, sometimes you can just have him like lagging. Like, where is he? Like, what is he doing?
Yep, so it's just Cloud and Red for a little bit. We're about to meet up with Barrett as soon as we go squeeze through the store here and do a fight. And yeah, this will be the fight that AMB was just describing, where we it's like three waves, I guess, here. One is these monodrives. Some of them are Mark II monodrives. These guys are main.
Big
So we'll
old
try to
trolls.
pressure them, so at least they stay still, because they can just fly around and be super difficult. Sid took that out really quickly, actually. That was quite good.
Yeah, he got
Here is the Blizaras to get the staggers for the limit. So these unknown entities, boom, boom. You see as limit now, just to finish them off, of course. Now this moth unit dies into limit, and then also a Barrack Thunder.
That's right. We only get one chance.
So we don't have to deal with that moth
Hojo should
unit,
be
which
at
can
that
be a
board
little
meeting,
slow
so
to
that'll buy
fight.
us some time. We need to plan this just right.
Do you think that's where Professor Hojo is?
Where he should be.
What's the plan?
Woody's about to go into the bathroom and into the vents, so we'll be doing some crawling here pretty soon. And Earinor is taking a little break,
I'll wait out here.
maybe snacking while she waits for the guide to finish the tour.
Never mind. You're right. Oh, thank God. No one's in here.
Get up, stretch, while you're standing there. All right, and Sid's about to do the first party switch. Sometimes Tifa can get stuck on like those consoles. Luckily, she didn't there. But yeah, we have these terminals where you can talk to each other, and they're also used gameplay-wise to switch parties.
Yeah,
So
the
switch parties.
PHS terminals, if you remember the PHS from the OG.
So the other party we're using, besides Cloud Barrett, is Tifa Aerith.
Yeah, it's always a big question because we have a party of Barrett and Cloud, and then a party of Tifa and Aerith, the boys and the girls. And it's always like a big routing thing, like, okay, do we want to switch FFs every time? We want to switch both first strikes every time? Do we want to switch boosts? Do we want to switch magnify? Okay, what spell do I want to magnify? It's a big routing puzzle, and I feel like it changes every time somebody goes through routing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean,
At least a little minor change here and there.
You want to reduce your menuing as much as you can, but you want your characters to have powerful abilities also. So it's tough. I mean,
Yeah,
it'd be nice if everyone had every ability, but it also costs menu time.
Yeah, the general theory I've stolen from Vinny or Close to War, who used to run this game, is like, okay, well, menus, you can get fast at those, and they might take like 5 seconds. How much time am I going to save if the fight goes well from that menu change? Is it more than that from the menu? Okay, then the menu change worth. So generally, like, you want to, maximize that time in combat, even if it, costs an extra menu here and there, because you can do menus in this game pretty fast if you get good.
So yeah, part of the back and forth of the parties is that one party has to open the door that's needed by the other party, which they now get access to the part that opens something up for the other party and all of that. So we just opened Ward 3 for Tifa and Aerith to go through. And these wards are what are filled with Hojo's experiments that he's basically making us go through. So there's a lot of the experimental type of enemies, like these unknown entities, bloodhounds, stuff like that. I never know how to pronounce it, the Zezanes or whatever.
Zene?
Like tough.
That's what I call it.
Zazines, Zazez, or ladder. But they're these tougher dog enemies that have a lot of annoying attacks that are tough to deal with.
Yeah, there's a wave of 6 dogs you gotta kill in this next room where BigSid is. It's a weird thing where sometimes you'll get a state of the game, not sure what causes it, that you get all 6 dogs at once. Normally it's just supposed to be 3 dogs at once. Let's see what he gets. Looks like it's just 3 at once. Not sure whatever causes you to get 6 dogs at once, but it's always nice unless you're not expecting it.
Pretty fast. Sometimes one of the dogs can just be off into outer space and figure out where they are.
Yeah, Magnify putting in a lot of work there. Magnify Wind to stagger them, and then since the dogs like to dodge projectiles, they can't dodge Wind or Thunder. I think we'll see Earinor put use to Magnify Thunder on that fight, similarly.
Woadyb finishing off specimen. It's pretty clean from what I gathered while I was watching other screens. It's a good job by him.
Armored shocks. Looks like Woadyb just elects to stagger and push their damage to 1, so he gets the ejects. So we saw two skaters there versus the one that we saw on BigSid screen.
On Sid's screen right now, the 2 Zizane fight can be a little tricky because these, again, have some pretty annoying attacks. They can jump on you and bound you. They can do this rolling attack when hit you and then go far away and stuff. But the idea is you want to keep them either pressured or staggered. That way they're not able to do those things. That strat you use is always hitting them with the ability to do that.
And also putting good use to an Aga there to cut whatever the Zines are doing, whether it be ATB move or just standing there. Just always stop what they're doing at the beginning to have a consistent strat for that fight.
My mom and I's room looks exactly the same. Every morning, I remember crying here.
Earinor coming up on Specimen here in a few minutes. It's been 4 hours since we've introduced ourselves. You want to reintroduce ourselves and the runners?
Yeah, good idea. I'm Matrimony, fairly newer runner to this game, but I've run the DLC a lot. And
we can use the same elevator that Hojo did.
Joined by the
I'm AMB. Stop. And then on Team Mog, we got BigSid in the lead. Behind him in Team Choco, we got Woadyb and Earinor on Team Tonberry. We got just about, maybe about an hour, a little under, left of the run.
Yep, and honestly, all 3 having pretty solid runs, but Sid is definitely, I mean, if you're wondering why he's ahead, he's just been playing really well. You know, not a lot of mistakes, strats are working, so he's just having a really great run, honestly.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see where he ends up at the end here. I think he's in line to PB off his what he said. We haven't seen too many errors or nothing sticks out to me, honestly. Woadyb starting the drum, and Earinor about to start Specimen. So she's got Mithril Saber equipped, so I'm wondering if we're going to see Tifa Magnify Blizzara here in Tifa Limits. I think we do.
Yep, she uses the Tifa Limits, that's correct. That shop that we do there is our last shop of the game where we just buy a crap ton of ethers, so we're just good for the rest of the run. So
yeah.
Lots of them.
31, more than enough.
Alright, start Specimen here. You can see, yep, Tifa with the Magnify Blizzara building up Limit. And Limit in phase 1 is all you need to push, so it's boom boom, and then he'll jump over to his little thingy to push the phase.
Yeah, there's actually a funny thing. I think we saw at least 2 runners get raked there. It's a low chance that he does rake at as his opener attacks. We saw 2. So have fun.
Wow. Yeah, it's a little more dicey to deal with since he moves. Oh shit! Got
yeah,
grabbed.
It loses time because he goes away from where he wants to be at the end of the phase. Earinor having to do some backups here. Yeah, there we go. Just want to start shower.
Will this do the trick?
Got the Limit. There we go. And phase 3 will be similar, of trying to build up that Limit conditional into a Star Shower Limit, so it just kills him. Will be the goal. quite have it yet.
Okay.
There it is.
Limit.
It's not Star
Getting a
Shower.
little more
Probably just wants to
fast.
do it. Yeah. So she'll
Get
need
stagger here.
a little bit more damage.
Nice.
Oh, just a tiny bit more damage. Not bad. A little dicey at the end, but the limits still do a lot.
She was hoping to get the limit before she ended the Star Shower, but there's a gap between the Star Shower and the limit, so she got knocked back. But good recovery.
Got Brain Pod here on Sid, like a mini boss that you gotta fight. Basically, splits into all of these enemies, and this is another point where ATB Stagger and Magnify spells shine. Just a ton of Maglazaras to eliminate those. So what can be casually a really annoying mini boss, it just gets blown up by speedrun strats.
Yeah, and you might have seen BigSid just waiting there, and that's forced. It's like you can't even fast forward because you're still in combat technically, but you just gotta wait for the brain pod to do its animation between the two phases. Set the controller down and hope you don't press a tactical menu or pause on accident.
Yeah.
Stretch your hands usually.
Listen to Barrett and Cloud grunt a lot while they're stunned. Yeah. And Earinor finishing up chapter 16, going into 17 for all 3 runners.
Hey,
so lots of
you think
combat
Cloud's
will be
doing
happening
okay?
everywhere.
He's been acting really weird lately. More than usual.
True, but it's Cloud.
Here on Sid's screen, part of what goes on is there's Red is under attack, like falls, and then is fighting off a bunch of enemies, and now we have to save him. He'll actually have a health bar on the top as soon as this menu is done. You see the red 13 health bar. You have to get there before the health bar gets to 0. As you can imagine, in the speed run, we get there with plenty of time to spare. It's not really a big deal, but that's what we're doing right now. Going to go save Red.
Missed it. The first brain pod, a sludge worm fight, a whack-a-mole if you will. So these enemies are quite obnoxious to deal with in the speedrun, or at least at first they were, but now we just Thundara them. Looks like we got trolled a little bit on BigSid's screen. So they tend to react to what you do. If they're available and they see you do an attack, they'll tend to go back in their hole and hide away, and that causes you to whiff, like we saw.
Yeah, and they can potentially get extremely trolly, and they can pop back up and immediately pop down, and pop somewhere else. And
that tends to be like their last cry, is to be really annoying when they get low HP.
Sid almost done. He's gotten to Red, so you just have to defeat 2 waves of these unknown entities to finish this little Red 13 section.
Right by the door to the 3rd ward.
There are 4 switches.
There it is.
1 for each ward.
And then we open a door for Cloud and Barrett, and then I believe it's Sword of Pete is the next fight.
I got the slugs, but then Sword of P.
Ah.
Slugs don't count though. Magnify, Arrow Mag, it looks like we're gonna use them.
Yeah, I think you
Pop 'em
dive kick 1 or you kill 1 and then Arrow Mag. Aurora Mag, kill all the other ones, yeah.
Earinor just starting the drum. Woadyb starting the Ward 3 section with the girls for the first time.
What is this place for?
I think that's the last save load of the run right there that BigSid did.
I think you're right. I believe that's correct. Kill 1 shock ray, then yeah, Mag Arrow takes care of all the rest.
See what Woadyb gets. 3 or 6 dogs here. Looks like it's 3. So Woody's got Thunder magnified here, whereas BigSid had Wind.
I think we're almost done. Too bright? You watching?
Cleaned up pretty nice.
Yeah, that was nice. All right, and then kind of the boss of the drum here is sort of Peed, which used to just be a normal enemy if I remember correctly from original, but now it's kind of the boss. So there's two phases. The first phase we fight with the boys, second phase we fight with the girls. First phase we're going to dash and counter with Cloud to build ATB, and then Braver, and then overcharge Thundara with Barret or something similar. Yep. And then phase 2 with the girls, we're going to build 2 ATB with Aerith, and I believe we want to interrupt him as soon as possible with a Thundaga or a Roga. Either one will work. Just any Aga to interrupt him, because he can do very bad things if you let him.
Like kind of wiggly. That's why he's interrupted. And finishing off with some up dives.
Yeah, that was quick.
Really fast.
Yeah, if you give him enough time to do bad things, if you don't interrupt him, he's quite annoying. And then his hitbox, as far as hitting him with Tifa there, Sid made it look very easy. It's quite troublesome because you can't hit him all the way in the front. You also can't hit his like body part. You can only hit like the side of his head. So it's a tricky hitbox to deal with.
Yeah, and you like, if you miss it, you like bounce off and do like an animation. It's like slow.
Yeah, and no ATB from it either. If you're doing like a normal combo.
I hate that man, I really do.
All right, and Sid's about to start the boss rush at the end. Man, this is, exciting from here on out on Sid's screen. Yep. So next is Jenova.
Probably, there's some tough bosses, Hell House, I've heard Crab Warden, but I think Jenova's my hardest fight in the game.
Definitely. Yeah, every run I've learned for this game is, Jenova's always complicated. I think it's gotten a little simpler since Strife put some work into it for his route, but it's definitely still easy to mess up, and just one wrong move on Jenova can cause a lot of problems. But the general idea with phase 1 is we're going to try to push damage and stagger to push into the pseudo phase 2, if you will. Hopefully skip the stagger animation at the same time we push phase 1. And then we've gotten the stagger we're going to get the stagger with Tifa for that phase, and then we're going to push damage phase 2, tank a hit, a very big hit with Star Shower, and Star Shower into Somersault with Tifa to push the phase into Tentacles.
Yep, happens pretty fast, so keep an eye on Tifa basically trying to build limit with the stagger and then getting hit by rejection. Basically, Jenova goes into this counter stance, and when you hit her, shoots a laser at you that does a ton of damage, but we tank that on purpose to get limit.
Yeah, the strat's super smooth.
Oh yeah, and we do haste on Cloud early because it helps with his ATB generation, especially during the tentacle phase, where he really needs a lot of ATB.
Before you get any ideas, you should know this class.
Make sure Tifa gets the stagger here. He's waiting to make sure she does. And Tifa got the stagger. That's nice. Red can actually steal the stagger sometimes, and you have to back it up. It's pretty tricky.
Star Shower into this rejection, straight into limit.
Yep, you see you got limit, and as we talked about before, Star Shower and Somersault does a ton of damage. So that pushes the phase.
Alright, tentacle phase. We have 3 waves of tentacles. You get more tentacles each of the 3 waves, or subsequent waves. And then at the end, Jenova will be able to be attacked. Up until then, you can't really do any damage to her. You can't do anything to her. So you just got to deal with the tentacles. Putting a lot of use to cleave, the hold operator attack, and then also triple slash to get 3 tentacles for 1 ATB. It's very, very useful.
And another reason why haste is really useful here, because it gives you just enough ATB to do a triple slash every time you want to. We're doing another rejection here, Now Cloud has limit, and we're going to use that in the last phase to finish her off. Right now we're getting that nice stagger and pushing her to our last phase. Last phase, we actually need Aerith's help a little bit. We're going to dash and do a Blizzara, and then cleave with Cloud here. There's the cleave into Braver. Braver pressures right before that Blizzara hits, and then he can focus thrust to get that stagger and then limit kills. It's a really smooth.
Very good,
last
Genova.
phase.
Yeah, and this might be the last menu of the run. I'm not sure. I think a lot of routes that'll be the last menu of the run, right before Arsenal. There might be a very short swap of accessories here and there at the end. And straight into Rufus and Arsenal. Rufus is pretty easy. He has his buddy Darkstar, the dog. And the first part, we're gonna interrupt with him to break Rufus's annoying guarding Darkstar. He can, so we just interrupt him with triple slash or Braver, thinking of old strats. And then we're gonna push damage on Darkstar. And he's
pushes the phase.
Yeah, and he's at 99% stagger now, Darkstar. So one more little bop will stagger him, which will make Rufus unable to do anything as well. And then we're gonna finish off Darkstar. Do you want to explain phase 3, the new one?
Yeah. So we used to sleep. He's actually vulnerable to sleep. We used to sleep him here and then stagger him with Braver, but we found it's faster to do Thunder. That kind of staggers him a little bit, just enough for us to do a short Punisher combo right into Braver, which does like half life. He's just dead. Boom.
No stagger needed, no sleep needed. Such a cool new strat. And straight into Arsenal, boss after boss after boss. This is such a fun part to play in the speedrun, especially if you're on a good run. Such a good adrenaline rush. So phase 1 Arsenal, you have to deal with these drones. There's 3 drones around. We choose to just push damage with them, even though they're not staggered. And then at a point, Arsenal will do primary fire homing lasers, and we need to interrupt that with a Thunder, put a break, and then Red will stagger the drones. So one more drone left on BigSid's screen.
Yep, and I'll switch to Barret to finish off that drone, just like that.
If the wall doesn't block the whole thing.
His positioning was bad. He's backing it up. It's still staggered. The staggered duration is really long, so he's fine.
Alright, then we're going to start phase 2, pressure him right away. We want to break some of the wills to build stagger. We might attack them during stagger because they take extra damage during stagger as well.
Making a lot of use of Tempest, which we haven't talked about too much, which is Aerith's ability, unique ability. It's this, I don't know, shard that explodes after a while. It gives her a ton of ATB. Good job dodging the mine. By the way, right here.
Yeah, whew, that was close. And it's important that he went just a little more than he thinks he needs to, because Tempest she'll actually take a step back to charge it up, and you can backstep into that mine.
He did not get a pressure in the beginning, so he's actually
something weird happens. Too focused on the mine. And so he's actually had to back it up with wind there because he put up lightning defense, which made him not weak to lightning.
There he goes, he gets the stagger. So as long as he can get some ATB, should be fine. I think that's why he's letting the Tempest's finish. It's a little short on ATB for the fast finisher, but he should be able to build up some attacks.
And final phase, he just charges up this Cry Havoc attack, this big attack, and we just kill him before that happens.
Yep, and then right into bikes. It's pretty much non-stop from Genova on till the rest of the run.
Yeah, Woadyb finishing up the drum here. He's on the last segment with the girls, and then we'll go into Sortipede and the boss rush in a few minutes. Looks like Earinor's starting Ward 2 with the boys. So if you didn't see the bike segment in the Chapter 4 earlier, the idea is enemies come on the screen, we want to kill them as soon as possible to progress to the next set of enemies and progress the sequence here. There's a little tech where we want to decelerate as the enemies come on screen so they get up to their position first in front of us, and then we can catch up to them a little faster. There's this armored van. We're going to spin it as it comes on screen, and then we're going to try to tank the bullets so we can do the ranged gust. And,
Yeah, you'll look
the
at the
alternative
bottom
to the spin
left. You can
slash.
see his. Sorry. Yeah, you can see his meter in the bottom left just shoot up as he takes damage. So he's taking that damage on purpose. So he gets these special attacks, spinning slash.
One more combo, another spin, and one more gust.
Ooh, the gust of the hard target.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can get trolled a little bit here. So ideally we would have killed the van before the troopers spawn, but now we just need to build one more gust and we're good.
And you don't have to finish off all these enemies. Just once the truck is destroyed, the phase is over.
Yeah.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
All that remains is the 4th ward. We must trust Cloud and Barrett to see it through.
Why can't you cut a girl a break?
Earinor dealing with the moth unit the old-fashioned way. A little tricky, but yeah, just hammer it with Thundaros and it takes care of it.
This was a good idea, right?
Yep.
Oh, looks like she expected Magnify to be somewhere. It was not. Okay. Looks like she fixed her menu. Got Fire Magna as planned.
Speaking of moth units, there's one on Sid Street. To fight it on the bikes too. It's got
I
some,
hate this moth.
Yeah. Can be a little bit of RNG. Seeing how long that phase he just did where he shot the projectiles out. The idea is to get him to like its second, like, I guess I'll just say phase, where he's like partially destroyed, and then he won't do that again. But he can go do that again. You don't want him to. Looks like Sid got him partially
got
destroyed.
One. That's good. Hopefully no dashes.
Yeah, you do a dash move that's very slow.
This is good. Oh, gonna spin
one.
as he goes. Nice.
Yep, nice. It's a good speed slash, because otherwise it goes behind you, and you have to sit and wait for him to come back. It's pretty slow. Overall, pretty good.
Alright, we gotta fight 3 Cs on the bikes, the powered up troopers now. They're kind of annoying. We want them to group up, and ideally we hit them with a lot of AoE damage, get double spin slashes on both of them. Once they hit, I think, half HP or like 1/3 HP left, they can go in front, similar to the Moth unit, and do dashes forward and back, and they become unhittable at that point. We're also taking advantage of the helicopter shooting missiles at us. We want to tank that damage or block through it, so we can build more spin slash to get that AoE we were talking about. There's also one ramp on this segment randomly that we might take advantage of too if we see it. Sid always does this very interestingly, where he goes very slow the whole time. I think he's the only one I've seen do it like this. It makes no difference because you're just trying to kill the enemies as fast as possible. Ooh,
got the,
nice.
Double spinning slash.
Yeah, so he spinned as he went off the ramp, and then got another spin as he hit the ground.
Yep, and killing him right around the ramp is pretty fast, so it's pretty good. I think I've heard you can get him before the ramp if you're really lucky, but I've never seen it.
Yeah, definitely if you do the break strat like Sid, it can happen more often. But usually if you're like accelerating through like right after or at the ramp or right at the ramp is pretty good, or very good too. Woadyb coming up on Genova. BigSid's got Motorball, the boss of the bike here. He's got 6 wills that we need to break, and then he becomes susceptible to taking damage, or staggered rather. And then we just need to do, I believe it's 5 combos the first time he's staggered. Then do another break on the wills, break all 6 again. Or maybe it's only 4 that's the second time through, and then we'll build the stagger more. And then he's going to go into a chase sequence where he goes in front and throws mines, and you don't want to hit the mines or so you lose time. And then one more break on the wills, and then stagger and kill.
Yep, ideally, yeah, you're killing him in 3 staggers. It only does 1 of the chase phases.
Yeah.
That's what you're really hoping for.
Yeah, it's pretty tight on normal because you got to optimize your damage pretty well, but on easy it's pretty free. It's you can do damage to him while he does this flamethrower move, but we do not want to do that on easy because we do not want to see 2 chase sequences, which is happens at an HP threshold, so we don't want to go over that. Genova on Woady's screen. See if he pulls off the limit strat.
Ooh, we didn't get the counter with clouds. It's going to be a little bit short on ATB. It's not a deal breaker though. Hopefully Tifa gets the stagger. Tifa did get the stagger, so he's good.
Looking good so far. Just a little short damage.
Yeah, a little bit, but looks like he's handling it.
Okay. Push damage here. There we go.
There we go.
Star Shower tank.
Triggering rejection and Star Shower into Somersault. And that basically pushes. Sometimes it's a little short, like right now, but as you can see, just another hit from Cloud. Sid is coming up on hopefully the last stagger. Yep, he should be fine. So this should actually deal enough damage to kill. Since the stagger percent actually carries between phases. So there he goes. And he's about to... It's pretty much at the classic point of no return for Final Fantasies. It's right now. And it's about to start the last encounter. Which is Whisper Harbinger into Sephiroth.
Mm-hmm. Everybody's favorite fight. Everybody loves the story point. Extra little boss fight at the end. It's really cool. It's grown on me a lot. I was a hater at the first 2, but it's pretty fun, especially in the speedrun. So the first 2 phases of Harbinger, most of the phases we're fighting 3 little whisper, I forget what they call them, like warriors, if you will. One's red, Rubrum, one's yellow, and one's blue. I forget all their names, and they're each weak to Blizzard, Thunder, and Arrow, respectively. And the first 2 phases, we do not want to do any ATB damage, because the big boss, the big boy, will start throwing stuff at us and do attacks if we do a certain amount of ATB damage. So we're going to do a lot of Punisher attacks and unique abilities like Barrett's Overcharge and maybe some uppercuts with Tifa here and there. And you saw BigSid do 1 focus thrust, which is just under that ATB damage threshold. Woody going into Rufus. Looks like Earinor's finishing up the drum. Yeah, so we push phase with on Harbinger here on BigSid's screen. That's the end of phase 1. Putting Tifa into a specific position, so hopefully Tifa and Barrett are far in front of us here to not slow us down. Phase 2 is very similar to phase 1. We don't want to do ATB damage. It's also worth noting that for the final fight after this, final fight is Sephiroth, the party in that is determined by what we do in this fight, the Harbinger fight that BigSid's doing now. So it's a point system. The person with the most points gets first, or shows up second in the fight. You always start with Cloud on Sephiroth, and then phase 2, another party member will show up, and then phase 3, a third party member will show up. And so the person with the most points will show up first, person with the second most points will show up second. The point system works so that any ATB move gives you a small little chunk. Staggering, or basically depleting one of the whisper adds, the red, blue, or yellow guys, depleting their HP and staggering them will give you a little bit more points than the ATB attack would. And then killing Whisper Bahamut will give a very nice chunk, and then killing the final boss, the big Harbinger boy, that'll give the most points. And then each party member has a different scaling of points depending on how much they're seen in this sequence. So Barrett and Tifa are both seen a lot, so they get less compared to like Aerith, who's only seen like 4 phases at the end here. And so I think all three runners want Aerith first for Sephiroth, and then Tifa second.
That's right.
No Barret. Please, no Barret. Well, I kind of want to see Barret just to see some backups, but and some excitement. Get a little stressful, but yeah, we want to see Tifa and Aerith. Please, no Barret.
And what's happening is basically that we're fighting these little guys, the regular size, I guess, whispers. As we stagger them, the damage we do to them while staggered is hurting the big boss. That's what's pushing the phases. So once you hurt the big boss enough, at least starting at this point, starting at phase 3, we're actually doing damage to the big boss.
I'm going to take advantage of Red's ability. We're going to do AoE with triple slash to start this phase, and he should go into Stardust Ray. There it is, which is very good at doing damage to both of them. It's important in these last phases from here on out that we don't stagger both of, or more than one of the Whisper Warriors at once, because if we stagger one, deplete it to 0 HP, then it's going to respawn the next phase at half HP. Which is just more HP we gotta chunk down. Woadyb starting the bike, and Earinor about to start Genova. It's a lot of places to look here.
Oh yeah, everyone's into the finale rush at this point.
Yeah, I believe it's FF2 coming up, so they might be readying it here.
So Whisper Bahamut phase here. So the Whispers are gonna charge up a little bit here. We're gonna do some damage to them to get them to move over. Triple slash is really enough. Yeah. Now you'll see them all do this little dance, and they're gonna transform into this Bahamut thing that's like all three of them combined. The idea is to pressure it really quickly because he'll be stunned during that pressure. Because his abilities like suck like a lot. You don't want to be able to do anything. So you'll see some Braver and a spell from Aerith that he uses, and the counter. Boom, he's pressured. So now that he's pressured, we kind of do some combos along with more Braver to kill him while he's pressured, not give him the chance to be annoying.
Yeah, he can be very bad and do Mega Flare, and if you're on harder difficulties, he can wipe you there if you let him do it. And it's also a long animation, like almost like a summon animation. Nice fast push from Sid there on the red one. Rubrum's done. So last 3 phases of Harbinger here for Big Sid, and then we'll go into the final battle with Sephiroth.
Yep, he's finishing off the regular Whispers. So red's done. He's only got 2 left. Yeah, he loses blue next. So the idea is drain that HP and get him staggered.
Yeah, very nice.
It's Braver to push really fast.
And then I believe Aerith will be getting the final hit on Harbinger to guarantee her first. Yeah, it's almost impossible to not to get her first if she gets that last hit on Harbinger.
Let's finish off yellow here. That Braver for stagger. You want to make sure you get Harbinger to like 1 HP here, ideally. That way Aerith can just do Thunder, which is the fastest spell, and that finishes off that 1 HP.
Yeah, just need 1 HP. Tifa can cast it with her medal next if she wants, if you want her first, but just 1 HP, please. Alright, and final fight for Team Mog. Sephiroth. So phase 1, we're going to push damage, and we want to stagger, but do not do a normal attack on him after he's staggered, or else we'll get an extra animation. So we finish with a Braver there. Very quick phase 1. Phase 2 will be very similar to phase 1. Build stagger really quick. We're going to interrupt his first arrow attack with a thrust to stagger him. We have to force the animation this time, no getting around it, phase 2. So you see, we knock him up into the air, beat him up a little bit. And then we're going to want to finish with some good ATB for phase 3. Phase 3, he goes into elemental weakness, and Team Mog be getting ready. Or on starting phase 3 out of phase 4. Phase 3, he goes into an elemental weakness, so we're gonna exploit that weakness. It can be wind phase, fire phase, or ice phase, so we'll use the respective weakness. He got fire, which is kind of troublesome. You gotta be aware of the flame wall in the middle, that we cannot touch that, or else bad things will happen.
Good movement. We're trying to pressure him. Yeah, nice. Once you get him pressured, that's third stagger for Cloud, so he has limit now.
All right, Team Mog ready. Just one limit break to finish, and we're done.
Yep. This game has a nice flashy ender to the speed run, where we get to just cross-slash Sephiroth, which is fun.
And go, Team Mog, go. GG BigSid.
Yep, that is a PB for him, I believe, by like 2 minutes. Very nice. Right, Woadyb, finishing up, well, getting to the end of bike phase. While Earinor is finding out that she doesn't have lightning right now. I wonder. Looks like arrow works just fine.
Nice.
I saw her stop for a second, not see thunder.
Good testing there. Good testing. Good to know that works if we need it later.
Yeah.
Alright, Woadyb starting motorball here. Earinor on Arsenal.
Earinor does a little bit of a different strat on Arsenal with haste on Erin. I think like halfway through to get her some more ATB.
It looks like she's still got a drone left. Hopefully she saw that. Okay, yeah.
Yes, she did good.
And good adjustment there. She needed to start hitting the other drone, so Red would target that as a stagger target rather than finishing off the first drone. That was good play by her.
Alright, Woadyb is going to try to make sure he gets that second stagger. Brings up that side. Has to get to the other side before and finish it off before he drives away. Looking like he'll be fine. Good. If you do that too slow, then you'll have to deal with 2 chase phases, which is bad. Does get finished with their stagger, so finishing up phase 3.
Yeah, you saw her use a Thundara there on the wheel for very big damage. The wheels take extra damage during stagger compared to just hitting the body normally.
And she has 2 ATB on Aerith, 1 on Barrett, which means it's just Thundara, Thunder. Or she uses Thundaga, just to be safe disposed.
Yeah,
boom.
More or less the same.
So that is the boss rush for her, and she will be on to bikes. Woadyb does get the 3rd stagger on time, so we'll finish off Motorball right here, and he will start Whispers very shortly. So he runs down the road. So Woady's going to be using a glitch called Target Corruption a couple times. It's basically going to shoot Cloud with Barrett with Overcharge on purpose to build limit for Cloud so that he can do Bahamut faster with a limit. It's the idea, and he has a chance to do that in phase 1 and phase 4, if I'm getting the numbers right.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
We'll get to see a not major glitch, which is run.
Uh-oh, Earinor missed the spin on the van as it came on the screen.
Ooh, that's rough.
So she's probably going to see the troopers here for sure, that second wave.
Might have to keep an eye on her HP as well. You get hit by the guns on purpose, but they do a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Even on easy.
Okay.
Watching her health. Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
Okay, and then
That was
I don't think
close.
red throws the potion until after the missiles. So
That's true. You have to completely dodge the missiles.
it's not over yet. But she should be good.
I think she'll be fine. All right, here's the first target corruption on Woady's. You see he starts an overcharge, but then targets a potion on Cloud, and then backs up, and he's shooting Cloud now. Cloud blocks it, so it doesn't do too much damage, but it builds up some limit. And then along with another target corruption we do later, that should 99% of the time get Cloud limit by the time we're doing Bahamut. I did not know that the HP recovery on Earinor screen doesn't actually. I thought it was always just gives you full HP.
Oh yeah.
It's just a set amount.
So we do end up, or I believe Earinor moves Parry over to Cloud for the last battle. I'm not sure.
Yes. No, you're correct.
Stripes Route does that too?
No, I just know Earinor does it.
Oh, okay. All right. So it is pretty useful. I like using it a lot on the Whispers because you can use Parry to keep through a lot of their attacks, so you can keep comboing. It's also very useful because Parry skips the first part of the combo, so you get to the finisher quicker as well. But we'll see Earinor, see if she puts use to that. It's kind of a little situational, and it's an extra part of the menu you got to do, but I think I like using it. You do miss it a little bit on Tifa, though, when you want to animation cancel with her, though. Woady's coming up to this Rubrum solo section, so there is a stagger animation skip that you could do. If you stagger and push damage at the same time, you can skip the stagger animation. Let's see if he gets it.
He does go for that. Looks like no, unfortunately. It's a weird timing. You have to do the rise and fall like late.
Yeah, I think BigSid's got a setup for it. Woady's got a setup for it, or Stripes Route's got a setup for it, and they're both pretty touchy at times, where they can just a slight timing or one crit off will cause the strat not to work.
It's a nice time save. You can get it though.
Yeah, it's pretty free to go for it, so it's, you know, you don't lose anything going for it.
Right, and Woady's in this phase. We're fighting these two, and hopefully he finishes them cleanly. Again, you don't want to.
That was a stagger with Barrett, so hopefully he realizes that and maybe
Fortunately, looks like Clouds has taken some extra damage, so the target corruption we do should take care of it.
I'm just worried about the party for Sephiroth.
Oh, interesting. Interesting. We'll see, I guess. I honestly don't know.
Yeah.
Guess make sure to get out of Punisher mode. He's in. I think he's an operator.
I think.
Yeah, he realized it. He switched back.
If he gets the kill with Tifa on Bahamut, it should be okay. Finish Harbinger with Aerith. Finish the Bahamut with Tifa. It should be fine. Shouldn't worry about Barrett party, but we'll see.
Yeah,
so
that's
it's kind of a running
wrinkle.
Happens to everybody at least once.
Well, he did successfully get limit for Bahamut, so it should be fast phase. Although if Tifa needs to get the killing blow, that might get a little more dicey.
Or he can get like maybe a couple staggers with Tifa. Well, we'll see. I'm not sure exactly how this last part plays out for all of them. Woody's pretty good at improv though, so he's I'm sure he'll handle it well, regardless of the party on Sephiroth.
Whoa.
Oh, so yeah, you can counter with by switching to Punisher and then blocking in Punisher. There's a gap between that where you can get hit, and that's what we saw happen to Woadyb right there. There's between the stance change and the block, there's a little gap.
Just saw him make sure to use dive kick to kill Bahamut, so it might be good there. Health on Cloud's a little dicey here, but he should be fine. You don't really get hit the rest of this encounter unless something goes wrong. So
Earinor's finishing up Motorball here, and then we'll go into Harbinger in a few minutes.
Oh, he's just got yellow left. Fortunately, before Sephiroth, you get a full heal, so you don't have to worry about going into Sephiroth with that much health.
Alright, yeah. He should be good on party member for Sephiroth after all that with Tifa.
Alright, you got Harbinger down to 1 HP, so he's ready to just zap it with Aerith and be good to go to get to Sephiroth.
Alright, final fight coming up for Team Choco. So Team Choco, get ready. 4 phases to Sephi.
Interrupt that Firaga. Tries Firaga, so keep through it. It works too.
Uh-oh.
He bravered a little early.
Yeah,
so
he wanted a braver during stagger.
Combo. Yeah. So
it's alright. You just see this animation.
Like a big deal.
Yeah.
It looks cool. It's being flashy for everyone.
Yeah. Cinematic.
There you go. Pushes the phase. It's fine.
Let's confirm that party here. I'm curious.
Well, it should be Aerith first either way, right? We're just worried that Tifa would be second.
Replaced with Barrett.
Yeah, that would be rough. Alright. Go. See the animation. Aerith. Yeah, Sephiroth starts phase 2 pressured already, so we can just stagger up super fast.
Hey, you ready?
And then phase 3 is the phase that you sweat about. So we'll see what kind of infusion Woadyb gets. As Tifa does join the party. So
okay. Whew.
Wind
right, he gets
the
wind.
easiest to deal with.
Yes. Yeah, like we mentioned before, Thunder's the fastest animation. It also doesn't miss. There's no tracking. So, wind's nice to see. It also has the least environmental hazards, if you will.
He wanted, yeah, he asked to Blizzard again. He did the strat a little different than what I'm familiar with. Didn't pressure in time for the Blizzard. Didn't do it. He's fine though. He just didn't have Blizzard. He's still got Cloud.
Alright, Team Choco ready. 1 limit and we're done.
Yep, still got Cloud to get the stagger, which that's the most important part, so he gets the limit. Flashy cross slash kill.
And
boom,
go
time.
Team Choco.
And with 2 out of our 3 runners done, I think we can let our Final Fantasy II commentators get started and introduce themselves.
Hi, thanks for letting us join in with you guys. Great commentary by you guys and great performance by Remake runners. But hi, I'm Easley 18, and alongside me is Lukey. Hi, Lukey.
Hi, Easley. How you doing?
Hi, doing good, doing good. Are you excited? Same as we had been in the past. Were you excited about this?
I am so thrilled. I love when they start out the race with like something like 15 or 7 remake and then go directly to one of the oldest games. Luckily, it's still a pixel remaster, but it's just such a jarring switch in animation.
Such a difference. But it's really great to see some really fantastic starts from the start of this relay. All three of the remake runners, as far as I know, have had a fantastic go. But Artis looks like he's doing okay so far, struggling a little bit with Maria going down on Sergeant. But let's have a little bit of a chat about FF2 in general. There's a lot of RNG in terms of weapon performances, in terms of effects that we can apply in fights, which we will get to when Artis, because he should get there first, when he picks up one of those weapons. But until then, he's looking to get his own weapon levels in terms of swords on Firion and fists on mainly Guy, but Maria a little bit, and trying to get the health alongside it. So all in all, he looks in a fairly comfortable place in terms of Firion's health, especially. Guy could do it a little bit more.
Yeah, it's such an interesting thing, and what I love about the Final Fantasy Relay and Final Fantasy as like a series, because you've played a fair number of these games, and so have I, and it's so interesting seeing all of these different games and the sort of systems that they bring in, and that they will later sort of abandon. And so in this game, Final Fantasy II, it has a pretty unique to the series, I'd say, leveling system where it's you got to use it to level it. So we got to give Firion swords, and he's got to hit people with his swords. You got to take all the weapons away from Guy, and he's got to punch people. You want more health? You're going to have to get punched in the face a little bit. It's such an interesting, and you don't see it too much in other Final Fantasy series.
I can't say it was well received past FF2. But I think it's such a unique way of playing the game. And what's really interesting about the FF2 speedrun in particular is how little they actually rely on the main cast of characters that you use through the run. Our guests are our heroes. You will see as we get guests through the run, like we've had Minwoo, they are the standout characters. And we rely on the others for other reasons usually. And it becomes so evident that we leave our party so underleveled in this run, and it's only thanks to the design of the leveling system that it works, because they give the guest characters higher levels before you get them.
Yeah, we'll come to some people who are so strong, and we basically need Firion just strong enough that he doesn't miss too many times. He can miss a couple times, but he needs to curse some people, he needs to put some people to sleep. If you don't know the story of Final Fantasy II, the world is being taken over by the Emperor. We are 4 children, basically beaten up by Dark Knights at the beginning, and the Resistance picks us up, Firion, Maria, Guy, and our friend Leon, he's missing. But we're trying to sort of resist the Empire taking everything over. And along the way, we meet lots of people. There's a fun system where you have to learn vocab. You have to learn vocab and then just say vocab to people. Also a system that was kind of abandoned after this game, for good reason, I think.
Yeah, a little passwordy system, as you might call it. Like you as you speak to somebody, they will mention something, and you'll see it in red writing. And if you watch Artis as he comes here, he's going to say the word dreadnought. That's all he needs to say to this guard, and then the guard just goes, "All right, in you come," and he leaves. It's such a unique way.
He just wanders into the woods. Where's he going?
Just vanishes and leaves us to just, I don't know, invade, I guess is the word.
Another cool thing about Final Fantasy II, there are a lot of hidden passages sort of throughout the series, but here in Final Fantasy II, they're a little less evident. You just kind of got to know where to walk through a wall, and we're going to use that a lot to save some time.
Real quick, wrapping up Remake here, so we can pass that off, if you don't mind. Yeah, Earinor is going at Sephiroth here. Got the fast stagger in phase 2 as actual damage and put him to the dangerous phase 3. Earinor actually does different strats for phase 3 than I've seen other runners do, where she kind of treats. She doesn't necessarily go for the elemental weakness. So we'll see how that phase 3 goes for her. But let's wait and see what kind of infusion Sephiroth does here. And we get lightning. That's the
we saw
hardest.
one of each.
Yeah, we did get one of each. Thunderstorm's ability does. It's very annoying.
Should see pressure in a second.
We're hoping to see pressure. There it is. Very nice. Get Cloud start. Oh, Cloud already has limit anyway. So.
All right, Tonberry ready up.
Yep. So we'll be pushing this phase here with Star Showers and Bravers. Nice job, Earinor. That was pretty quick, and we'll see Cross Slash to finish it off, and then we'll have I guess thank you for watching Remake.
All right, Tonberry, go. Yeah, thanks for having us. Yeah, GG to all 3 Remake runners, and thanks for commentating with you, Matt. It was great. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was a lot of fun. And won't take any more of your time. Final Fantasy 2. Good luck, have fun.
Enjoy the rest of the relay.
Good job, folks. Thanks so much.
Really, really good job, guys. What a tremendous start to the relay. We have 2 smashed out the park PBs and 1 run that missed it by just absolutely phenomenal start.
People step up for Final Fantasy Relay. Every year, it's like, you think that everybody would be safe. But, I don't know. It lights a fire in people, and it's so cool to see.
It genuinely is. I'm going to talk a little bit about some of the early bit that we missed at the start of FF2, now that Muchia has started. So as we move from the starting location through up until the original castle town where the rebel forces originate from, we are looking to pick up the weapon levels, as previously discussed. So we make sure that Firion has 2 swords on, and Gaia and Maria do not have a weapon in their hands. They may be holding a shield because they do need the defense. However, all that they're going to do is try and pick up the weapon levels. And the way that the weapon levels are done, as Lukey said earlier, is by utilizing the weapon that they have. So, for Firion, every time he swings a sword counts as 1 hit. He has an advantage because he hits with each sword. Each sword that does it will give him some progression. So to go from level 1 to level 2, he just has to attack once, because it will hit twice. But then to get to level 2, he needs to hit twice. But so do the others. But then level 3, he still only has to hit twice as well, because he will hit 4 times. The others will hit 3. So it becomes a bit of a thing where you have to get the required levels, and the reason they're needed is so that you can do the damage. It doesn't scale in a linear way. It is more like a curve. So as you get the levels, you will see the damage go up quite exponentially, especially from Guy. Once he hits around level 5, he starts being able to hit for around 300 instead of the 20, 30, 40 that he's hitting at level 1.
Yeah, that's going to be handy, especially because, again, we're keeping them so low. You get these basically, sword level 5, fist level 4 at the beginning, and then it's just pretty much fleeing for most of the rest of the game. We even have to make special exceptions for, sometimes there are fights that you can't run from. And you have to point those out. It's like, those are the weird ones. Everything else, we just leave it. Don't worry about it.
Thankfully, we only worry about those unrunnable encounters at the very end of the run. The rest of the run is still very dangerous. But one thing that stands out a little bit different than the majority of other Final Fantasies is the temporary versus permanent poison status. If you see they are poisoned with green bubbles, that is temporary for that fight. If you see it with purple bubbles, which can either happen from repeated hit of the green, or you get one of the queen bees in particular is one of the early enemies that can do it, can put a purple poison on you, and they're the ones that you have to antidote off. the very early part of the run, you don't see much of that. Once you get to the middle of the run, a lot of enemies have a lot of statuses, and it becomes very scary moving through all of the random encounters. And there's a lot of them.
There are a lot of them, and so we are also going to have to be mindful of how much money we have, because we are actually going to need to buy actual status recovery. Looks like maybe we had somebody go down.
Yeah, I've just seen Firian's health for much. That is incredibly low. But he's already gained bonus health, so I don't know if that was intentional or he just got very unlucky. But he's quick saving along the way because that is very low health, and he doesn't have potions yet. You don't get them until you revive, until you use the potion on Scott and get his ring.
Oh, look at that. Queen Bee for Artis. He did get envenomed. So he is going to have to use one of those antidotes. I can't remember. It's toxic is the temporary one? Or
yeah,
venom?
it's toxic then venom, I believe it is.
Yeah.
And it's kind of funny because you get so many enemies really early that can give you the basic toxic form, and then it all swaps and everything can hit you with venom. And it gets incredibly rough because you need 15 or so antidotes on you a lot of the run.
We play a lot of those.
The first split actually for Team Mog. He's just getting his snowcraft, which he needs to be able to travel through the snowfields.
Oh, yes, good old Joseph, the monk, has joined the team. You see he has so much more health than the rest of the team.
Yeah, the only thing is, he starts with level 1 fists. He just has higher base level. So he only needs to get to, say, level 3 fists to be doing very similar damage to the damage that Guy is now doing. But once they hit level 4 or 5, they're doing the same damage.
We see Muchiha entering the first little zone here to talk to Scott here, who is a prince, a good friend of ours, or a friend of Hilda's. He does give us a ring and then dies. And that's going to be kind of a theme throughout this, is a lot of people are going to die in this one. Now, you see 3 chests there. What are in those chests, Easley?
They are all potions, and he is going to use them. I was very curious if he was going to take them, because Muchiha is the current world record for Final Fantasy II. He is incredibly fast. I was curious how risky he was going.
Well, when you have the 3 health on Firion, I think it's got to be, you got to play a little safe. I just wonder why Scott is dying in a room with 3 potions. Just take a potion, my guy.
Maybe he's
They're
too
right
weak to
there.
open the chests. Maybe he just can't open them.
We have Captain of the Dorks fighting against the Sergeant. Ooh, an ambush.
And Final Fantasy II is incredibly good at utilizing enemies that once were bosses that become just standard enemies. And it's really bizarre how many they do it to. Because you will notice Sergeant, when we get into the Dreadnought, is just an enemy. It's not a boss. Whereas a bit further on, you will find Gotos, which is quite an important enemy who's guarding the castle. Later on, we'll see he becomes just a standard enemy. It's bizarre, but it's really cool.
You know, I'm sad. You know, I love doing commentary for Final Fantasy Relay. The only drawback is that as we're watching this, we cannot hear the game sound. And at the end of the game, we're going to get to Castle Pandemonium, and that's one of my favorite songs of all Final Fantasy.
It's so good. The only thing I will be sad about is I'm fairly certain all 3 are running with the original 8-bit sound. There aren't that many of the songs that I say are just outright better on the PR versions, but that one in particular for me is phenomenal.
So good. Okay, we are doing some fighting. Artis is doing some fighting here in the snow spot. Needs a little more experience, needs a little more money as well.
Yeah, so once he enters the snowfield, he is going to be taking every encounter down until just after he picks up the ancient sword, because he needs money, which these encounters do. Some encounters don't give very much money, so he will avoid certain encounters. But then there are others. So, for example, these icicles, they will give him some money. What he very likely won't take are the bombs and the grenades. They are risky because if you low roll them, they will blow up and you might lose a character.
I try not to punch too many grenades myself, so it makes sense.
It does, doesn't it? Now, he is choosing to run past the 2 chests there. He might get 1 or 2 of them on the way out. Those 2 chests contain 300 and 350 gil, respectively. All that they will use their gil for is to buy early potions and tomes to learn spells, and antidotes and eye drops. That's about it. They don't really use the money on anything other than transport outside of those reasons.
Right, some potions, some status, and the tomes. This Final Fantasy uses tomes to learn spells, so they're consumable items that teach you things. We'll pick some up from chests, and then we're gonna have to buy some as well, and we'll both learn spells and sometimes just use these tomes in ways you wouldn't expect.
The very strange thing is that, I say strange, if we were to learn the tomes, we would have level 1 of the spell. But by using the spell, for example, the fire tomes that Capt has just bought, they will be fire level 7. Might be 8. They're around that number. The haste that we buy later on is level 12. They are significantly stronger, and they cost us no MP, no mana points. They will only cost the tome itself. But the better ones do get more expensive.
Yeah, you do have to be careful because, like every other ability and skill in Final Fantasy II, to increase your capacity for it, increase the level of it, you have to use it. And you can see the MP on everybody in Artis and all of these is pretty low. It just starts at 10 because you got to cast spells to get more MP. But we don't really need to unless it's an emergency. So it's a very precious resource, the MP that we have.
Yeah, it's very likely that they will not use enough spells to get more MPs. Maybe they will get 2 more at most. Depending on how safe the runners are feeling, they will either buy 1 or 2 life tomes. If I'm not mistaken, all 3 of them will only buy 1 life tome, which will probably go on to Guy, because he is the least likely to die. And aside from that, they use potions and they quick save and they worry about just being safe with their health as they run. They will almost never use an ether, and they don't regain their MP unless an enemy later on uses the ability swap with them, which will swap their health and their MP, so it will refill their health and MP.
I think it's so interesting in this game. A lot of status effects they can't miss, like the cockatrices later. They will, if they hit you, they will turn you to stone. But a bomb can miss self-destruct.
Please don't remind me of the cockatrice. They are nightmare fuel. If you see an ambush by 6 of them, 99.9% of the time you will need to reload your auto or quick save, because they
honestly
will
just
get
turn
you.
off your computer. Go home.
But the nice thing about the bombs and the grenades, if you don't hit them, they don't blow up. Their self-destruct misses. But if they have taken damage, it does hit you.
I did not know that was how it worked.
Yeah, that is why we don't hit the grenades with Maria ever, because she will under damage. I'm fairly certain I saw level 6 on swords for Firion, which is nice. That's where he wants. Now, here, Artis is going to use the Antarctic wind not the Antarctic, a fire tome in order to get these all down. These will drop the ancient sword, which is one of the single most crucial weapons we get in the entire run. Because what that can do is that can apply curse. which essentially is like meltdown equivalent or like a vitality down, something like that. It makes it so we actually ignore the enemy's armor. So instead of hitting 30, guy will hit 300. And it's a massive difference, but it's not guaranteed to apply.
Right, and that's why we're trying so hard to get Furion's sword skill up, because even if he hits them, it's not guaranteed to apply it. But if he misses, then what are we doing?
It's just rinse repeat or potential reload of the quick saves, which is quite scary. And it is time costly. But the nice thing is, once your sword level's high enough, it is very much more consistent. And later on, you'll see that, especially when we get to some of the later characters, we swap swords for one of the characters later, and sleep applies almost every single time because of how much more accurate their sword level is. Because I think they have a level 11 sword, I think it is. So it's significantly different. Whereas at that time, Furion will have level 7 or level 8. Okay, so Capt here returning back to our lovely home, you know, where the rebel base is. He is returning with Minwu. He is about to lose Minwu from his party because they've accomplished what they needed. The Dreadnought has been shipped out. He is now going to get... So Minwu's about to leave here. They're told where to go, and off they pop without their faithful healer.
Let's see this fight against the Adamantois. We're trying to get that curse.
So there's a new strat that they've started doing. I didn't see if Altus did it. Where they're also using a Blizzard Tome and the Adamantois because he didn't use it. He used it. That does about 200 damage, regardless of if curse is applied. So it saves an entire turn. And I believe they use Maria to use it because she's not doing anything. Okay,
Maria
as I
does
said,
a lot of that.
Cap buying as many potions as he could have here. He's not bothered about his travel costs. He's already bought his travel cost, which so now he's just going to take the boat back over, and he will not be buying a lifetime. He will just instead be utilizing his potions, and I think he's got 37, I think, which is a little bit slightly low end, but as long as he's conservative, he will be fine.
Yeah, it's tough because when you have Minwu, you can just sort of life the whole team and not worry about it so much. It can get a little dicey, you know. Quick saving is so important because things can go bad real quick.
So I want to talk a little bit about Joseph.
Good old Joe.
I want to make it known, if you don't already know, the story that Ramuh makes you tell in Final Fantasy IX is actually talking about Joe here. This is the story of basically what happens to him, and the story that you piece together is the story that you follow in this run, and see if as you watch the run, if you can see the story that's similar, because it's there. You just have to look for it.
Oh, Schmorgan Maborgan, he's gone. One punch takes out Borgan, the bad guy, the captain of the Dreadnought. Pretty easy fight.
He's a nice one punch, but they've got variable drops from 450 gil, 600 gil, all the way up to mithril gear, and even a diamond shield from Adamantois, which is very expensive and very nice.
It's a trap.
Okay, Team Choco coming up to their first split of the Snowcraft, which is really, really good.
Joseph holds back the rock. There's the Snowcraft for Captain.
It is.
And unfortunately,
Goodbye,
another soldier
Joseph.
town.
Goodbye,
Blinks
my
out of
friend.
existence.
Just vanished, just poof.
It's sad. It's very sad, and it is also interesting you bring up the Final Fantasy IX because I did play the series in order, and you know when you get to 9 and you get to that moment where Ramuh's making you tell a story, it's like, I feel like I remember this. That's one of the beautiful things about this whole series being, you know, I don't want to quite say like refinement of itself because they do so many new things each time, but they learn and grow within the context of themselves as a series and video games generally. I mean, we see that so clearly switching from Final Fantasy VII Remake, one of the newest games, back to Final Fantasy II, one of the earliest games.
Yeah, as the relay progresses, to everyone watching, please try and notice what strategies are kept, because there's so many little things that you're going to notice. Some things from 2, some things from 1, some things from 4. They all take a little bit of each and they progress them. And I think it's really fascinating the growth over the years through the games.
Not so much vocab work done in later games, but that's part of what makes it so unique. Is that there is, I would say, failures of systems within these early games. It's like, that's bad, and I don't like that. But it's just so charming. I would say Final Fantasy III, the job system in Final Fantasy III, I think it's done terribly. I think it's incredible in 5.
Yeah, but it was the building block for it.
No.
I just want to mention Artis has just done a little shop there. He bought 1 life tome, which, as I said, is the life tome he will be using for his emergency lives that he may need through the run, and I guarantee he'll need at least half of them. And he bought 1 warp tome and 2 teleport tomes. And one of those teleport tomes he will be teaching to Firion. So, because we do utilize our slot 1 members' magic slots just to teleport out. Because teleport hurts the user as well. It puts them on 1 health. So you would teleport and then heal once you're out. But it's at the top, obviously, for speed. The other teleport and the warp will be used on later enemies. So we're doing that shop, which is preparation for the next basically 20 to 25 minutes of the run.
Right. It's so interesting the way that the warp and teleport are used. I mean, best spoken of when they come up, I suppose, but
yeah, we'll explain the way in which they work, but you'll see the interaction. It's really, really ingenious to think to use the items there. And if we were to learn them and utilize them, they would be level 1, so they won't work to the same effect. Okay, so Muchia also spending all of his money, but by contrast to Cap bought 34 potions in his shop. Muchia only had the money to buy 23.
Wow.
The money that they will get early in the run is incredibly variable based on which enemies they fight, and in those different enemies, they all have different loot tables, which includes the money they drop. They have variable money drops, which is bizarre.
What a fun system we've got here. I'm watching Captain. He's getting close to Adamantois. I'm wondering if he's going to use the Blizzard.
He, I know, is using that strat.
Okay.
Him and I had a conversation earlier, and I said to him, what are you doing differently from the notes that you previously have used that I run with you? And he said, I now do Blizzard on Adamantois. And I believe Lucia does.
Wow, so you're doing the pre-game interviews. I love that. Any other surprises the captain has in store, or is it the Blizzard?
Unfortunately, he didn't tell me any extras.
Well, we're just gonna have to watch and find out.
But if it helps, his notes are what I use to run. So they're very similar.
he makes great notes, and if you want to see the notes, we do have a Discord for the Final Fantasy 1 and 2. All of the different versions is a Discord for the speedrunners. And you should definitely check that out. Great people have great answers to any of the questions that you have.
Yeah, and the notes are phenomenal across the board. You might be surprised at what run you might take a fancy to. Okay, and Cap using his fire tome there as well. Now, Cap actually bought extra fire tomes. I saw that. He bought an extra one to prep the fight before it. So that way he could get in that fight a lot smoother.
Boy,
he was
very
being a bit
interesting.
smarter in that sense. Because the fire tome is also quick, so he used it on a 6-pack encounter that he had on the previous encounter. If it had been a 2-pack encounter, I doubt you would have used it. But he did it on a 6-pack. So he bought all the fire tomes he will want for a future split. I need to go back to Artus a moment because we mentioned the Toxic and the Envenom earlier. Where Artus is the first location in the run where you pretty much only really get Envenomed. You do not get Toxic. It is all the purple poison. And the Were-Rats in particular are the first enemies that do it consistently. If they hit you, there is an incredibly high odd that they will poison you. And you will have to remove that because we have so little health that getting poisoned is detrimental. However, Artus has very nice health on his characters. It's quite often you don't see Firion with as much health as that at this point. It can be quite lagging behind at 70-something quite often. But him and Cap both have very good health on their characters, but you'll see that Lucia, who's just starting his level grind in the snowfield, significantly lower health at the moment, but hopefully he'll get the health as well.
Right, you know, you'd hope that he would. They took those, got real low right at the beginning of the game. You'd hope that would pay dividends here.
At the point where teleport is going to be taught is now for Artus. He is going to teleport out after beating the Red Soul. He will have to teach life to Guy because he had a really unfortunate fight against the Red Soul, which turns out to be a normal enemy not long away. He will quickly heal, and then he'll use a teleport out. Slightly inefficient. He probably should have kept one of those potions off and done it once he got out. But I know he's doing very well. I know he's flying through the run, and it's great to see.
Yeah, Cap did use the Blizzard Tome, and looks like didn't quite get the first Ancient Sword swing, but did eventually get it, and was doing some big damage. Adamantois, no problem at all.
So the big difference why Cap is using Blizzard instead of just relying on the Ancient Sword, you'll notice Artus took 4 turns to kill the Adamantoise, whereas Cap took 2. And that is because of the Blizzard. So it makes a pretty big difference, and it doesn't cost a huge amount of money as long as you can afford it. Which, obviously, if you can buy extra times, you can.
Yeah, I am saying that we did miss the Snowcraft split for...
Oh, yes, we did. Yes, we did.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll do it. It's right. I will get it. It's fine.
We want to give a little bit of, you know, you're not going to quite know the difference here. You know, a little more drama, because Mugia is blazing through right now.
Yeah, he is absolutely flying. I didn't notice he had flown that quick, and then I should have done because he had already been on the snowfield.
I remember I was like, I don't know, did he get it? No, he was definitely there.
Yeah,
I saw the Snowcraft on my screen.
That will be
chat for
adjusted, and you will see the graph line up shortly.
Yes, thankfully we have the Final Fantasy Relay has such a great staff running behind the scenes, making sure that everything works perfectly. We're just a couple of goofballs up here. Here's a fight for artists. This is an important chest.
And he gets the
This is-
early Ice Storm. Great.
Nice.
And he's electing to attack with Fury, and I was surprised by that, because typically you just attack with Guy after this, because Guy can usually just punch them and down they go. But sometimes by hitting the extra with Furion here, he might get an extra sword level, which he did. That got him to a sword level 7.
Wow. And there's the Sleep Blade. Very important weapon.
One of the single most important other things you can have in the run. The Ancient Sword and the Sleep Blade are pivotal to the run. Eventually the Ancient Sword falls out, but the Sleep Blade is used the entire rest of the run.
Ancient Sword is temporary. Sleep is forever. That's it.
Exactly.
Now, we did sort of prioritize grabbing the Sleep Blade. We are now in the Dreadnought for Artis 80. Now, it is important to note that our friends are held captive.
Yeah, we're in the Dreadnought to try and rescue our queen. And Queen Hilda she's taken away and put in the dungeons. It's quite a scary place. As for us as well, it's a very scary place to go, because it's the place where we start seeing even more statuses. You have the stunners that can apply stun touch. You have the were-rats that apply the envenom. The ghasts and the wraiths that can stun and blind you. You also can see the things that look like the curls as well. They can poison you and stun you, so there is a lot of statuses that now take part. Oh, Cap opting to buy one extra Phoenix down. That's expensive, but could be very useful for him. And Muchia's just coming for his Ancient Sword. Nice and speedy. There's the tome. Straight in. Nice and quick.
Easy peasy. Maybe Captain's a little paranoid having not gotten that life, as we talked about earlier.
He doesn't typically operate with more than one life. I would be surprised if he didn't. I didn't see if he didn't buy another one.
We've picked up the Thief Gloves for Artis and saved Hilda, another character that will kind of make a reappearance in Final Fantasy IX.
She makes an appearance in a few of the runs, but yeah, Hilda is essentially taken from 2.
Yeah, look at these. Just everything gets stunned. There was a time where there was, I don't know if it's still in it, there's a certain glitch where your character can only have so many status effects on at once. And so there were situations where you would have so many status effects that you couldn't add dead. And so you would just be stuck alive in a fight where you couldn't do anything and couldn't die and you couldn't leave. It was
I can't say I've seen it, but that's wonderfully terrible.
It comes up a bit later when you get the confuses, when you fight up against Marlboros and whatnot.
Oh, there's so many statuses. When we get to it, it's just gonna ring out PTSD. Okay, let's see if Muchia is gonna use Blizzard Tome or not as well. I don't actually have his notes. I don't know what he is doing differently.
Oh, looked like that was an item.
That was, but it was on self. There's the Blizzard Tome. And a heal.
Potion.
Yeah, Blizzard Tome and a potion.
Makes sense. Guy was real low before the fight. Or, no, there was sort of an ambush.
That was a very speedy? Yeah, he got ambushed and bopped straight away. But good quick thinking from Muchia and a very clean fight. That was really nice and nicely done.
Yeah, world record holder for a reason.
Yes. So we'll go back to Artis a moment. you'll see he's getting hit by blind quite often. We actually don't need to remove that at all here, because there's nothing else that they're going to fight in the Dreadnought. So you leave blind on, and you only remove it. Next will be on the Chimeras. You don't need to remove it until then, because we're not taking any fights until then. So save your money, don't use your eye drops, and that's it. You just run with it. You just stay blind.
Now, Artist did grab a chest. Now, I don't know the notes of what was in that chest. Is that a...
That is the Great Helm. It's supposed to give him some extra survivability. I don't believe either of the other two will get that chest. I know Cap doesn't. I don't think Uchiha does either, but it does give some extra survival. So it might allow him to tank a little bit better.
That's crazy. Joseph died in the Borgen fight.
Oh, preemptive death? Oh.
Preemptive death? Oh, no, he's fine.
Oh, he just gets up. Okay, it's
just gets up.
Just a flesh wound, I guess.
Thank you, chat. 07's in the chat for Joseph. Our hero, his final appearance.
He does save us with his life.
We all just kind of stand around and have a conversation with him at first, though.
So Cap now coming up to the Red Soul fight. He's going to front row. He's going to remove the blind off the three people. He doesn't care about Joseph very much. Joseph stays the back row. Joseph doesn't do any attacking through this fight. He just defends. And all we do is we attack with the top three and hope that Firion gets cursed pretty quickly. Because the Red Soul does constant AoE. It will consistently do. It does look like we may have had curse already. We did.
Yep.
Oh, the extra
He missed
zero.
that first swing. That was scary.
Yeah, he has in fact got it.
Wow, that's a lot of.
It's still a rough fight.
Oh, okay.
There he is. He's through, and he's got some nice health, which is really good. And he again is going to put the teleport tome on. He will back row his party, and he will heal probably once he gets out as well. So he's gonna teleport out, heal, very likely back row here. There you go. There's the back row. There's the heal, and off. And he's gonna go back in.
Uh-oh.
He needs to go back in.
He remembered.
He did. Oh,
he's all right.
Oh.
Because you get the torch from the stairs, then you teleport out, you come here, you actually get the fire. He's gonna leave without the fire that we just threw. Artist just threw into the Dreadnought.
Yeah, Artis has thrown that into the Dreadnought. Now, Artis is fleeing from the Dreadnought as he's thrown the Sunfire in.
What's our split for Dreadnought?
It's as it blows up.
Okay.
So, as soon as you see the scene transition and the explosion, that's when I click the button, and that's when we have the split show.
Right to the right in Captain's screen, the Dreadnought looking pretty great. That's it capturing Hilda.
And there we go. That is the scene transition I wanted. And there it goes. Very relieved. Cap remembered that he hadn't, in fact, got the torch.
Yeah, wonderful. Final Fantasy II, another system I don't see too often in the other games is they really put pretty key locations that you have to use the wraparound feature of the map.
Yeah, they did. This is also the first game to feature the Chocobos.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Okay, just gonna have a guy in the front.
Blades. Yeah, Cap is going to attack with Firion as well. Again, I'm he will be doing it to try and get extra sword levels, because Firion does not do very much damage here for him.
Wow, big hit.
Incredibly big hits, right?
Ooh.
If he's fortunate,
So
he'll
there
have
you
a
go.
sword level extra. He didn't quite, he's still level 6. I am liking that Muchia's health on Guy is going in quite nicely, but you'll notice something across the board. All three have low health on Maria. Believe it or not, that is enough. We don't need a lot of health on her. We just need enough so that she doesn't immediately die to random things on our travels to the harder dungeons. In the harder dungeons, if she gets hit, she's very likely going to go down.
Yeah, she does a lot of throwing items at people and spot healing, but she's not going to be doing a lot of big damage. She holds on to items.
Speaking of somebody holding on to things for us, we're about to get our boat that we keep through the run. And this is a very nice courtesy of our guest character that you will see very shortly. Now, the tomes that we bought previously are about to be used in order to defeat the thieves that you will see. And this is very important because the thieves will have more health than we will be able to hit them quickly with, so we use 3 tomes. You do need all 3. You might kill half of them in 2, but you will almost never, ever, ever kill all 3 with only 2. So they don't have to be Thunder Tomes. They can be Fire Tomes, Ice Tomes, or Thunder Tomes. It doesn't matter which you use. You just throw 3. They will do about 40 damage each to each target.
Nice.
There we go. Got some nice skill drops there as well, but money becoming slightly less important as we get to a bit further in. We will look for a specific drop, but we'll get to that after we've, well, got a little bit further in.
Right. Now we do meet Layla, best girl, obviously. The pirate captain. She'll join our team and she'll give us the good old hairpin.
Yeah, we rob her blind. We steal basically everything she has.
Because the fun thing is that when the characters come in, they have equipment already on them. And so if we take it and give it to somebody else, if she were to leave the party and then come back, oh look, 2 hairpins.
Yeah, she has new gear again. She's been shopping. So what we do is we take them off. We leave her for the moment with the hairpin and the thieves' gloves. And then a little bit further in, those items do get put onto Firion. Because Firion needs the extra speed. They serve a purpose on other characters much more valuably because Layla basically just used Thunder, and that's about all she does. She does use a Saint's Spirit and a Saint's Wisdom in the Bighorns fight and the Chimera fights, which you will see shortly. Cap is in a really risky fight. Seeing 5 stunners, as you see, he has 3 party members that are all stunned. They're not stunned permanently. They do wear off anywhere from 1 to 8 turns, I believe it is. They will wear off and then they can run. But you can be stuck permanently CC'd.
Yeah, I think that happened to Artis earlier. He went ahead and, went to menu and came back in during Dreadnought. I think that was what was going on there. You can just lose too much time.
Honestly, if you get an ambush into one of those encounters, you are significantly faster if you don't run the immediate first turn to just very quickly load your quick save or your auto save. It's significantly faster.
Yeah, luckily, quality of life changes to the run that they allow, exiting within a fight. Was a more recent update last year or 2.
I'm glad they did, because if anyone chooses to run this game, you will come to hate some of the statuses and very grateful for the reload feature.
The artist got a little amulet, or no. Was he pick up in the cave?
He picks up the pendant, I believe it is.
The pendant. Lets him talk to dragons. Comes,
Yeah, and
takes
he
some
uses that to
items.
get the dragon egg. Or the wyvern egg, I should say.
Yes, sorry, my mistake. Dragoons obviously ride wyverns.
Yes, not dragons, wyverns.
Not dragons, wyverns.
And Cap throwing in his Sunfire now to blow up the Dreadnought. And what's cool about that is you'll see Muchia has also just got into the Dreadnought and is getting his Sleep Blade now.
Aren't you glad you went back and picked that up, Captain?
I'm sure he is. And run, Cap, run, before you get blown up as well.
I'm so glad that this section is like autopilot. They run themselves, because I know my experience speedrunning, I'd be hitting the side next to all these doors.
There's no like, you must leave in 1 minute.
No countdown, thank goodness. It's too much pressure for me.
There is one thing I noticed from Muchiha's guy. His guy was hitting slightly harder than the other two runners. I believe his guy is 1 fist level higher.
Ooh. Hopefully that's gonna cut down on some fights. I mean, it must be already giving dividends, because I mean he's catching up so fast.
He is running incredibly speedily. There is an average goal time for most runners when they're learning the run to get out of the Dreadnought, and what you can see is the time that he has got there is very speedy, and it's an absolute joy to see.
Final Fantasy Relay brings out the best in runners every year.
I think we know something for the king. The king is about to go. We don't know him very well. There he is, fading for Cap.
A lot of people blinking, and I feel like every year we come to Final Fantasy 2, and when I originally played it, I was like, man, a lot of people die in this game. I was wondering, like, which of the Final Fantasies has the highest casualty number? I mean, people you meet, Final Fantasy 2, it feels like pretty up there.
I think FF2 is one of the highest.
People you don't meet, I mean, that's got to be like 6 or 9. I mean, entire planets.
Yeah, I think 6 is probably the highest if we're saying non, people we know. So those yellow souls EC artists against, they are annoying enemies, not dangerous ones. They hit you for 20 to everyone, basically every turn. It does add up, it does hurt. But they're more annoying because they just take time off you. And there's not a lot you can do about it.
Well, that would have been a tough one to hit.
So there's a difference in strategy that I know Artis and Cap are going to do here. There is a chest near where Artis is that Cap picks up and Artis doesn't. I will say what's in it, but I'm going to wait until he's past it because I don't want to spoil it and change his plans.
They are in the hideout. Sometimes sometimes the runners will be in and listening and will give comments, but I think it's kind of rare in Final Fantasy Relay.
Usually, yeah. The strat difference will be that Cap, I know, picks up the venom vial that's there and throws it on the Lamia Queen.
Oh,
for a nice
really?
chunk of extra damage. Yes.
Yeah, because we're going to run into the Lamia Queen. A pretty tough fight, can go bad, but has kind of been... A lot of the dangerous fights back when I was running this feel like they've kind of been solved a little more. Emperor 1 is still dangerous, but not as bad. Another reset for Artis here.
Emperor 1 still has one of the highest reset potentials, though. It's still a very risky fight. But as are these chimeras that Artis is on. All we're trying to do is he is going to Saint Spirit and Teleport Tome. I believe Cap is going to Saint Wisdom and Warp Tome them. But the Teleport Tome used and takes all 4 out. We hope for a minimum 3 because they hurt and they're healthy. And you want to put them to sleep and curse them if you don't take all 4 of them out.
Yeah, that's so great to see. I feel like I never get the 4. You got to feel good about that.
It's
the Saint
so
Spirit we use
heartbreaking
increases...
if you don't.
Yeah, the Saint Spirit. So Layla's got the gold hairpin and Thief's Gloves, makes her a little faster. So she'll go first. She'll throw the Saint Spirit, which increases your Spirit stat. Which Teleport is a white magic spell, so it scales with your Spirit stat, and then there's a chance that it can just miss, or not do enough damage. You can miss, right?
Yeah. So if your characters are blind, that can be a risk. If you're wearing a shield, that will affect your chances too.
Jeez.
There are little things that will affect your likelihood of getting those effects. And thankfully, Artis didn't have shield on, and he didn't have any statuses.
Running for their lives.
Yeah, he's fleeing quick, right?
I think they're running a little faster than the others were in this cutscene.
I'm more afraid, right?
I think this
there is
his dreadnought gone.
Wow, so impressive cutting down that differential. 5.5 minutes back.
I think the last one is the one that they're reverting. I think he did catch some time, but I missed it. So I don't know if the Snowcraft split is accurate yet, but from the
remake.
Yeah, but as you see the closing of the graph there.
Mm-hmm. It's all look at it all pinching in. That's what we like to see. I mean, Easley, your team Chocobo, full disclosure, you're rooting for the bad guys here, but we're all rooting for team Close Race, I think.
I'm not sure you can say I'm rooting for the bad guy here. My close personal friend is also Team Choco. I have to support him. I am a biased commentator, guys, but I'm also not. I want Team Close Race. Because when it's close race, it's phenomenal to watch. We love seeing when all of the teams are quite close and we don't know who's going to win. That's the best experience.
It's thrilling. And we're so glad that everyone's here in the chat and watching. Welcome to the Final Fantasy Relay. Make sure that you subscribe to Limit Break. Thanks so much to Limit Break for having us. Check out the cool website that they made for the relay. You can see the schedule there. We've got our runners. Make sure you follow all the runners. Follow Easley.
It's the website this year is fantastic, guys. If you have not looked at it, please look at it, because the organizers have put so much work into it. You can see what run is upcoming, who's on what team. You can see past results, you can watch past relays, you can see who's been in what run, all of those things. So please take a look and please support all the runners and commentators, because everyone is putting in so much work.
You'd think 11 years, 11 relays, it's the 11th relay that they've done. You'd think that, these things would sort of, maybe they'd phone it in, maybe things would run themselves. It does not run itself. There's so much work that they put into it, and it's so awesome, and I'm just so happy to be here.
It's such a wonderful experience, and if you are somebody that would like to start speedrunning and potentially one day join the relay, please pick one of the Final Fantasies, the one you may like the look of through this relay. Please give it a go, because we would love more runners. It's such a wonderful experience. As I said, Cap is in fact picking up that file. It's an acid file. He will be throwing that.
Yeah, Artist's not getting as many as he wants on these rhinos. He's doing the warp tome here, and he's getting 2. Gotta start over.
They are really scary if you don't take them. If I'm not mistaken, they've got 1255 health, but I might be wrong. They're quite beefy units, and they do hit quite hard. If you don't take all of them, you need to try and put one of them to sleep and curse them. See that?
Ooh.
1, 4. It gets very scary.
That's tough, and he doesn't have a Phoenix down, so he's gonna have to restart because Firian's got the swords, it's got the sleep and the curse. You need those. Nothing to res him.
His life should be on Guy, I believe. It will be, yes, Guy. It's on Guy, but it gets a very slow fight if that's the case. And sometimes you can just reset the fight and you just get through it nice and easy. Unfortunately, he didn't again this time. But Cap managing to get all 4 of his straight away. Now, Cap does them differently. So Artus does teleport, then warp. Cap does warp, then teleport.
Well, I don't know if I agree with that, but I hope it works out for him. I'm glad that it did work out, that he gets all 4 again. I mean, the RNG is not being nice to Artist. He's decided, it's not going to work out. We're just going to try and brute force through this. Ooh, big hit to Guy. Not going
to work. Mushia has a really scary fight, as you just saw him do a reset. Those, the golems that he was just fighting, they are incredibly strong. I think they're hill gigas. I think they are. They're hill gigas, something like that. They are incredibly strong, and we don't fight anything where he is. You just run. And unfortunately, if they ambush you with the 2 of them, there is a very good chance that you might game over because they one-shot everyone.
Yeah, you see, even just getting ambushed, Mujia goes for the reset with that bigger groups. He just doesn't want to spend the time on it. Meanwhile, Artis trying to brute force down this last. He gets it.
He did manage to get the sleep off and the curse off. Thankfully, even with Guy down, he managed to get through. Phenomenal.
There was a brief moment where that front one didn't get warped, and he thought maybe it wasn't going to work out. And so he's paused in the menu, and he's like, oh, wait, I did get 3 of them. Maybe we try and make this work. And it does work, so great to see. It was, certainly a painful fight on Bighorn.
I'm very curious if Lucia is getting the same items here. I don't know if he's getting the wing sword. So in the castle where he is now, you would normally pick up the wing sword. He is going that way. He did it in the opposite order. So he's got the wing sword after getting the egg.
Okay.
It'll be the bottom 3 on the right normally, but there are some extra items. So the one on the left, I don't remember what it is, but there is a gold needle, I think, on the top right, which he would have took an extra one, because gold needles are expensive.
Mm-hmm.
So you see Artus return to Altair. It's still very, very broken and destroyed, and he is about to do the Lamia Queen. This can be a reset wall if you are really unlucky. You need to get the sleep and you need to get the coastal apply. Now, fortunately, the sleep we typically do using the sleep grass, which is much more efficient, much more likely to hit. And you will typically front row only the 1 person. Maybe 2. He's doing 2. He's doing 2. Okay, so when he gets in the fight, he's going to attack with Firian very likely, attack with Guy very likely. use the Sleepgrass with Maria very likely, and use Thunder with Layla.
Yeah, I had to
incredibly
make an
likely
extra
reasons.
stop at the vendor to buy a Phoenix Down some potions because guy was dead and didn't have the life, so
A bit of extra safety is never amiss in this game. There's so many statuses that can hit, and so many ways for your characters to just get knocked out. Okay, so attack. He's doing the Sleepgrass with Maria, and he's attacking with Guy and Firion, as said, and Thunder. That is a sleeping Lamia Queen. We missed with the Ancient Sword, so unfortunately Curse hasn't applied yet. But it is still asleep for the second turn. Oh, we did hit with the Ancient Sword, and it has applied Curse. And it's still asleep. Great fight so far. Absolutely fantastic fight.
There we go.
Really, really good Lamia fight.
yeah, you'd love to see it after the big horns.
And Cap now going for his Bighorn fight.
All right, let's see.
And
What will the RG
does
have?
this with teleports instead of warp. He does it the opposite way around. There's some say that it's more successful one way and some say the other. In my experience, it's very similar in both. And if you get outsped like Cap did, that can happen. I didn't see what Lamia Queen dropped for Artus.
Oh, I missed it.
I'm going to see what he does. If he goes and spends more money, it's probably the 15k drop. It's probably the 15k drop.
That's lucky.
He did not get the 15k drop. He didn't. He got an extra Sage Wisdom. Oh, that's not as good. He's going to do a partial shop, which means that he will probably buy extras for the rest of the run as well. Some of those tomes that you pick up, like the Sleep Tome, the Berserk Tome, they're worth like 4 grand, which is a great amount of money. So he's going to buy all of his extra crosses, his mallets, his maiden kisses, his gold needles, and some extra healing so that he can survive the next area, which is really risky. Cap getting through his bighorns. Nice.
RNG smiles on Capped, all 4.
And Muchia got through his chimeras quickly as well.
Oh my goodness. My heart is racing.
We're getting to the really, really exciting part of the run coming up, with Artus is now going to cross one of the scariest places in the game. There are 2 ways you can do this. You can either traverse and pick up a Chocobo and run down. It's much safer, but it is technically slower. Or you can park the boat on the nearest point to the Colosseum and run across the desert. Now, you guys all know the Antlion. Well, in this, it's scary. It stun locks you, guaranteed near enough if it hits you, and they all hit hard. You can get stun locked and die. So there will probably be quick saving across the desert, but you can just YOLO it and hope. Not recommended.
We're just doing a little bit of housekeeping on his item menu, custom ordering it, just to make it a little faster to put the inputs in, go where he needs to go.
There's the first quick save. You will see he did get poisoned on the sea. Those enemies can. And here are the Antlions. See, he's hit one. Stun lock.
Dead.
Stun lock.
Stun lock.
Stun lock.
Stun lock.
And stun lock.
Stun lock.
There you go.
No, easily.
That is why they are so rough. I have to pre-warn people so they know it's not blind then.
Honestly,
you know what?
Props to artists for demonstrating how it can go wrong.
We're just not going to look at what Artus's desert's like right now. I'm going to pay attention to Cap's Lamia Queen and hope. You'll see Muchia just picked up the chest that was on the left. That was his sleep grass. Okay, Cap. And he is going to do almost the same strats. Attack, sleep grass, attack, and acid file. Now watch the acid file damage. 169. Nice. That
Not
was
bad. A
low roll of damage.
Oh, miss on the sleep grass.
But the sleep grass missing is really
rough.
The
charm is very bad too.
Oh, but he's using... he was going to use Maria to hit. That's...
No. He cursed himself, and then Maria punched him right to death.
Oh.
He's going to try and salvage.
He can get through it if he does the life, and he does get a nice... If he doesn't get hit on...
Oh, no.
No, there's the reload. I see Artus made it across the desert while we weren't watching, and he's now on the Behemoth fight. very similar to the Llama Queen in the fact of you need to hit curse and sleep. If you don't hit them, you're in trouble. He did hit the sleep, but not the curse.
There it is.
It's not asleep. It's not asleep, but it is. Oh, that crit. I don't know if that's cursed.
Oh.
It's asleep and it's cursed. He's asleep and cursed. First try through the behemoth potentially. There we go. Easy fight. Nicely done. And Muchia coming up to his own bighorns as well. Let's see how he gets through it. We'll see if he does teleport or warp. I didn't see what he did for chimeras.
Maria down immediately for Lamia.
And he is using teleports. Oh, that's risky.
This has to work.
No, that's warp. That's warp. He did warp strat.
But they were dead, so he has to restart anyways.
Yep.
Nobody to kill the rest of it.
Oh, Cap's struggling on his Lamia.
Come on, Cap, you can change her.
All three runners having some difficulty with the tome and with the tome fights, the Chimera and the bighorns.
Oh.
So hopefully they get through them soon. Oh no.
We got Lucia with the quick inputs. Good timing on the warps. Okay, one still left.
Oh, I don't know if Cap's got it. Don't know if he's got it. Nope. Ah, that's unfortunate. Muchia may still get through that. He's given it a good go.
I'm feeling good about it.
So the bit that I didn't mention that Artus would have got is as he got let out of prison, he would have gone and picked up an elixir. Now, what's cool about the elixirs in FF2 PR is they sell for 25,000 gil. So it means he can do the rest of his shopping pretty free.
Wasn't it 1 gil in Final Fantasy 1?
Yes. They're not worth basically anything. Now, where Artus is incredibly scary. Incredibly scary. He will be probably quick saving on his rest of the way out, and out he goes. Now, once he's through this screen, there's no encounters until he's back in the desert. Now, one thing that's a bit strange is Muchia's in the sea. Now, for those of you who may know FF1, the sea has so many encounters, so many, and the canals are dangerous. In FF2, the sea has significantly fewer encounters, and the canals have none.
Captain does get through, does end up putting the Lamia Queen to sleep and putting it out of its misery. Thank goodness we get through there.
Muchia
I put Muchia
right on his heels. Wow,
oh
that
my.
is.
Oh my.
Cool.
I gotta stand up for this.
See what happens with Muchia's. I'm just seeing if what Cap got. Cap did get the 15,000 gil drop as well.
He better have.
He did.
After all that. Ooh, ambush.
And he got immediately charmed, but if he puts to sleep, it might be okay. I don't know what spell he's using. Because I didn't look like Thunder. Or it might have been Thunder first, I didn't see the animation.
But it missed, so...
It's probably not. I wonder if he tried the Sleep Grass with Layla instead. But it looked like a tome. He might be using a Sleep Tome. But he did pick up the Sleep Grass, so I imagine it's the Sleep Grass.
Artist 90 coming up to Gatos.
Famously another enemy that turns out to be a standard enemy after this. But for now, it's going to be a boss. But Layla coming back in the party with a full inventory of items again.
It was a sleep tome, and then the acid vial from Maria.
Yeah, it was level 16. There you go. The sleep grass is level 16. And his Lamia Queen goes down smooth. Second try.
Great. What did they drop? Oh. Not 15,000.
Well, I unfortunately don't read the language he runs in, but we'll hopefully be able to see what he does when he does his shop.
A nice hat.
Okay,
Cat mentioned
and
did make it across the desert without too much trouble. Gonna fight the behemoth here.
Artist does have Godos asleep and cursed. Should go down nicely. And down it goes.
Excellent, excellent.
Think there are quite a few drops that you can see from the Lamia Queen. The typical most common ones are the 15,000 gil, the ribbon, diamond armor, which is useless, and I want to say a Saint's Wisdom.
Well, then must have gotten the ribbon.
Yeah, typically the most common are the ribbon or the money, though. I believe he's doing the Chocobo strategy. Because he's in the safe part of the woods, which you don't get unless you go the top side. Yep, he is doing the Chocobo strategy down.
Ooh, a wipe on Behemoth.
Cap getting the unfortunate luck there.
Tough to just have to see the whole cutscene again. Not terribly long, but obviously we want to avoid that. Zero Scar says, I think it was ribbon. I think so too. Uchiha, right on the heels of Captain. This is incredible. In the same fight.
Yeah, they are. It's incredibly fast. Oh, he's done capstone berserk strats on. Oh wow, berserk on Guy. Oh, 729. Wow, that is a hit. 729 he hit for.
Down he goes.
Wow. That is a very big hit. Berserk shot's paying off there.
Yeah, Behemoth's still awake on Uchiha's screen. Oh.
And down it goes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Very, very close.
A 7-minute lead that Team Chocobo had over Team Tonberry, eaten up by Uchiha during this run.
Yep, a little bit of misfortune for Cap and a little bit of exceptional running at the same time from both runners, but the poor fortune and good running clearly showing there. Okay, Cap's still picking up the elixir and the ether, so he can make sure he's got a safe extra load of items from the shop.
Meanwhile, artists you're seeing in this area, there's the Adamantois, just like a normal enemy here. Whatever.
Yeah, it's just a standard enemy. That's it. But we're taking no encounters. We just flee, 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 flee. That's all we do. And what Artis is going to be picking up is one of his 2 masks that he needs. We've already gotten 1 mask from the previous dungeon, and we're about to grab the second one.
Yeah, we had to get the black mask from behind the big horns. That's why everyone was so insistent on beating those guys, and we're going to need that for not fighting, but scaring off our doppelganger a little later.
Yep, this is true. And there is the white mask, which we need to put on a statue.
Ooh.
Oh, there is the
quick wipe.
That is the scary prison area of the Colosseum, which is showing how dangerous it can be.
This is the area where you can very easily get too many status effects and just be stuck alive permanently.
So us is coming up to Cydia's land, and outside there are some of the scariest enemies in Final Fantasy II, being the cockatrice. They petrify on touch, guaranteed. So if you see them in a large pack and you don't run, like there, 1. And he's out. And he's out. They are incredibly scary. Okay, and Cap almost back across the deserts.
Yeah, because Artist didn't get that 15k, he's gonna have to do some shopping here. You know, makes up for it here.
I believe Cap is going to do extra there because he will be buying another. I believe it's another piece of armor. But he's coming
using the
up to
white
his auto
mask.
split first. Yep, there is the white mask on the statue. So as I said, no encounters in the canal, so while he's on the little sailboat, he is safe. Once he's in, he then can get encounters again. He can get them on the grass, on the bridges, and inside the castle.
Yeah, tough RNG. He hit a sea encounter a step before the canoe. Which always, you're like, I could have made it. Especially because he got envenomed in that fight. There's some extra menuing. It's just these little things. And that'll be the theme of the entire relay. It's the little things. The little inconveniences, the little flick of the analog stick can change everything.
Truly can. Oh, and he's ambushed at the start of Godos. That's rough. But at least the person who's down is Maria. That is significantly less worrying than if it were Firion or Guy, and I spoke too soon.
Mr. Easley, please.
I'm sorry. I clearly have the curse mouth going today. I clearly have the curse mouth.
Yeah, my good friend CaptoftheDorks. I get it. I see what the game you're playing.
Hey, I'm Team Choco. I don't want him to get the bad RNG.
He cast life on
one.
Firion. Oh no, it's all going. Oh, it's all going wrong. Here comes Uchiha in the same fight. Oh, he missed his first sword.
Oh, that hasted hit. It's so close.
He's got the sleep. I think he's got the sleep. He does.
He's gonna be. Oh. And he's through.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Oh.
Uchiha pulls ahead. On a brutal Godos fight for CaptoftheDorks. It's just the RNG.
He's just not had the sleep while playing.
I don't want, if you are watching this, I do not want this to discourage you from trying to run Final Fantasy II. It's not always like this.
No, it's not. It really can be a challenging run mentally because there is so much status and so much that is a little bit of RNG here and there. But it's such a nice feeling when everything goes right and you go through. But it's so demoralizing if it doesn't. But we do encourage you to try because the run itself is such a charming run in its own way.
FF2 is gonna FF2. Thank you, James Runs. That's so true. Yeah, I think you have a lot more experience across the series. I'm more of a pixel remaster runner. And some of them require just such precise execution and a lot of RNG to go right.
They truly do. Final Fantasy II is one of the hardest in simple RNG across the entire run, because almost every single random encounter you get in has the potential risk to cause you time loss. And there's so many encounters in the run.
Yeah, and like half of the boss fights, more than that, most of the boss fights, it's a status that doesn't always apply and is not obvious when it does apply, needs to apply.
Yep. You don't know that sleep is applied until another physical hit lands. Once the other physical hit lands, if they don't move, you don't see a little like punch animation of the enemy wiggling, for example, that means that it has hit. If there's no movement, you have hit sleep. If you have hit it, if you haven't hit it, you'll see a movement. However, curse is really difficult to spot because you don't know it until an enemy that is not critting hits, and a physical non-crit has to hit for you to know. Because if you crit, it basically has gone through the defense anyway. It needs to be on a non-crit physical hit that you know that curse is applied. Okay, Artus getting his crystal rod, which he does need to get in his future tower ahead of him, but before that he's going to get swallowed up by the wonderful Leviathan.
Oh. Oh no. I think that Captain has leveled up life, which means it now costs more MP to cast.
Yep, it now costs 2 to cast. But he did have extra money. It's probably likely he will buy quite a few Phoenix Downs to counteract this.
Good. Good.
Because he, whilst getting the 15,000 kill drop, did pick up the elixir for the extra 25,000 as well. Good.
Yeah, the RNG, I can feel it kicking me in the shin on some of these fights.
And there's the big whirlpool going in for Leviathan. It's a shame we don't see Leviathan poking out, right?
It's such a shame. And this is the first Leviathan mention, right?
Yeah, it is.
Do we ever go inside Leviathan in any other games?
Inside specifically, I don't believe so, because FF4 transport you, FF3 you fight. I think in all the others you just fight them.
15 you fight them, yeah. That's this one and
Leviathan in himself. You are inside Leviathan. It will say it on the save, and it says it on the screen transition. That's where you are.
I think the only other summon you can go into is Pandemonium from 8. It kind of sucks you into a bag. In the fight, I guess just in the fight.
Oh yeah, in the fight. Yeah, I was just trying to think. Did we explore inside that? I don't remember that in 8.
No.
But no, I don't believe we go inside any others specifically, because in FF3 you go into a dungeon where he exists, if I'm not mistaken. FF12 there is Leviathan, but it's an airship, not a living being. Okay. So that's different, because in FF12, like the Bahamut's an airship, Leviathan's an airship, they're different. But in terms of going into a summon or an Aeon or an Esper or whatever you want to call them, I'm pretty sure this is the only time you go inside Leviathan. Or inside one of them.
You know, your artist is running through the inside of Leviathan, kind of getting burned a little bit on the stomach acid. No Tums items in this game, so can't really resist taking damage there.
No Tums. These Boltfish can actually be a lot scarier than you would think. If they do Thunderbolt, that's 100 to everyone.
Yeah, they're wiping out people.
It's hurting. But we get another guest character, and one of our stronger ones. This is Ricard. He is the second strongest guest character we get. And so this is where we now change who does our sleep hits for us, because Firion will not be doing them any longer. Firion will be running with the Ancient and Wing, or Ancient and Gaia Blade, if Arthas picks up the Gaia Blade, which is this chest up on the right above him. He is doing the Gaia Blade.
I do have someone saying you go inside Alexander in FF14. Didn't play FF14, but I believe FF9 you're in Alexander, aren't you?
Not in it. That's the castle itself. So it protects you. The only benefit to in Leviathan's stomach acid is that there's no encounters. Weird, but no encounters. But you're guaranteed to get an encounter the first step after it. It does hold your encounter danger. Okay, so you'll see he's done an attack with Ricard. That has already applied sleep. That's how quick it is. And he's already got Curse, he's already got Sleep. And that's why we swap it to Ricard. Ricard has a higher weapon level and is 99% near enough guaranteed, or that's how it feels, guaranteed to hit with the Sleep Blade. But we don't give him the Ancient Blade because once they're asleep, you're more likely to hit the Curse.
And we're out. We get out. We got our boat, and we move on to the. I just think of it as the Ultima Tower, Mysidian Tower.
Yeah, it's Tower of Mysidia. Oh, yeah, Mysidian Tower, as you said. This is actually the location of several tomes in the sky. The main one we want is the Ultima Tome, and we don't even use it. We just need it for the progression of the story. But I know Arthas will grab the agility that is up there, because he does in his route.
We're forced to take the Ultima to progress the game. They say we need it. We don't need it. They should just have a little more confidence in us as the heroes.
The horrible part about Ultima in Final Fantasy II is its strength depends on all of your weapon stats. So, the stronger you have leveled everyone's characters and all of their weapons, so the character you want, Ultima on, if everything is level 1, Ultima's going to be terrible. If everything is maxed, Ultima's going to be big. So it's one of those grindy spells, and thankfully not something they decided to keep very much.
Here come the Gigas fights.
What we're hoping to see from the Fire Gigas is a sword drop. If it drops a sword, it gets put on to Firion over the Gaia Blade, and it is stronger.
Yeah, you can see it right there. You know, he does some wiggles in the early hits, and then after Ricard went, no more wiggles, no sword. But that's okay. I'm not gonna cry.
So, as mentioned earlier about the invisible walls, unlike in Final Fantasy III, there is no marker to show that the walls have a gap. So you see as Cap goes through, there is no indication that you can go through that wall. Final Fantasy III, on the other hand, there is a little crack in the wall that you can see. But as well as that, when you're in the wall, you cannot see your character in Final Fantasy II. You just go in the wall, and it's up to you. Now, fortunately, they're all just one tile that you pass through, but you have to know where they are.
Just get in the wall. Just get in the wall.
The easiest way to find them, if you don't know, is to hold, for example, as he's running alongside the wall downwards, you hold down right. And as you run into the wall, because it will hold down because you can't run right, it won't go try and bonk, it will go down the whole time, and then as soon as you reach the point which is missing, it will cut in. It does it for you. You don't necessarily have to know exactly what tile it is, as long as you hold the directional, if it's down or up, and the direction of the wall that you need to pass through together, you will get through it without losing any time. Where Cap is actually very scary as well, because there are Malras.
Okay, preemptive. Thank goodness.
There are Landrays, there are Antlions, there are so many scary enemies in there with lots of stasis. But one of the nice enemies we can see with those little amoeba eye things, they have swap, and if you're running low on MP, they refill your MP for you because you get their MP and they get yours. They're down as parasites, as you see on the screen there.
Okay.
Now, Artus has even scarier place, because now where he is onwards, the enemies are even scarier, as if that could be the case. Basilisks can confuse, can petrify. The Devil's Blossom, or Devil's Bloom that you just saw, they confuse you on hit, they charm you. When we get further in, you will see Lamias and Lamia Queens that have Charm All. They can charm all 4 members and confuse them.
Now, Artist grabbing the Hermes shoes out of that chest has to kind of step all the way across this room just to grab those. But pretty important item.
Incredibly important item. You use them on the Emperor 1 fight, which is the scariest fight in the entire run. Because this scary fight for Emperor 1, you have a 3-chain fight that has no autosave in the middle of it, no way to get out of it in the middle of it. You need to be set up and stay healthy. And you would use the Hermes shoes on the Emperor itself fight, the 3rd fight, on Ricard so that he can do big damage. Incredibly important.
When I was running it, such a difficult fight, Emperor 1, that it truly broke me as a man, as a person, as a human being. I was defeated outside the game by Emperor 1. The strategies now, it seems a lot smoother, but I don't know, a lot of the RNG throughout these runs today, it's just been so scary over and over again. James Run says, have we not been scared enough? He's absolutely right.
So these...
Make it end.
These runners are better runners than myself, I will say. Absolutely without a shadow of a doubt. But my PB is just shy of it, is just quicker than a 220, and I lose 8 minutes to Emperor 1. That's how scary the fight can be.
I'm going to choose to believe. I'm going to choose to believe in our runners. That this can... Ooh, that break animation for artists, it's just so slow. Can you just turn them to stone like the cockatrices?
I know
Here's
that
Minwoo.
I'm sounding a bit like a fearmonger here, but you can get break on all characters.
Minwoo's going to shoot a bunch of milk at the door?
And then can we get an 07 in chat for Minwoo as well? Because we're about to say goodbye to our white mage friend.
Oh, Minwoo. Another completely unnecessary death.
Just expending to open a door. Farewell, Minwoo. But don't worry, you're still alive for 2 other runners right now.
He lives on in our hearts and in our resets.
So you saw Artus grabbing another tome that was to the left. That is the agility tome that he has grabbed. And the middle one is the Ultima tome. I don't know if the other 2 runners will grab the agility. I believe not. But there is a belief that it allows you to flee faster. So you're more likely to get fast flees, is the hope for it.
Well, it's one of those things that's, how can you ever really know if it's working the way you want it to?
This is the thing, the game has so many risky encounters, and unlike some of the other runs where you can get a certain number of ambushes and then you're guaranteed not to get one, that doesn't happen in this. You can get 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 ambushes all in a row, or none in a row. You can have none, or a lot, or somewhere in the middle. It can either be your day or it might not be. But all we hope is our runners get as few as possible and get through this difficult part of the run. It's very much execution based on when they heal, when they get through, if they get out. The getting out is the luck, but when they heal and when they quick save is the definition of the skill check.
Now, artists here in the story showed a pendant to a mirror and an egg hatched on the other side of the world. And good enough.
If you ask me,
Here comes the wyvern.
How it clearly happens. Oh, after saying he picked up strength, not agility. My mistake. He wants bigger hits.
I think agility might be the right one then.
Yeah, agility's on the right then. I did think originally it was on the right, but I was like, he picked up the left, and I'm sure he picks up agility in his run. He must have changed.
Working on the fly here.
See, I've not been privy to his practice runs. I didn't see all of them because he runs in the middle of the night for me when I'm hopefully asleep.
Ricard is, we are able to call the wyvern. I don't know why I said it like that, because Ricard is a dragoon. And so can actually, he's the last dragoon with the last wyvern. Wyvern
is doing some extra last-minute shopping as both Muchia and Cap finishing through the Tower of Massilia.
He's gonna come and rob Sid's place blind. Black garb, gold cuirass, thieves, and that blood sword, so important.
That blood sword carries the rest of the game. Because we equipped our big damage dealer with blood and sleep, and the blood sword is all that the last character uses.
It's got lifesteal. You hit with it, you heal with it, and that's basically make the last character a drain tank. Don't need to worry about anything else.
Yeah, unless he gets one shot, he's almost guaranteed to survive. There is one enemy that comes up in one of the boss fights that you do look out for, because it can one-shot through the blood sword, but once it's down, typically you don't worry, and that is the wood golem on the Emperor 1 fight, which Artus is coming up to.
Yeah, we walk into it. Now, it wasn't enough to just blow everything up with the dreadnought. Now the Emperor has his castle inside a tornado, and he's using that to kind of destroy the world.
Can we get another 07 just for our fallen friend Minwu? It's another time to say goodbye to him. We didn't 07 for Sid though, did we?
Sid's...
Oh no, Sid's still here. Sid's still here. Sid's still here. We're fine. Sid's still here.
We were just in his house. He wasn't there.
Yeah. No, that's my mistake. Okay, this is where we can now talk about an unrunnable encounter. So, if you see royal guards, if you see 2 on their own, you can't run away. If you see 2 with a golem, you can. If you see 4... Sorry, if you see 2 and a golem, you usually can. If you see 4 of them, you can run away. But if you see 2, for whatever reason, you cannot flee.
Yeah, there's stuff like that. There's some dragons later. There's the King Behemoth.
Slight wrong turn for artists there. Sorry, yes, please continue. The dragons and the behemoth.
Yeah, just other unrunnable fights, but those we'll see later in Castle Pandemonium, where the audience will get to listen to the best song, I think, in the series. One of the best.
It's one of the best, yeah.
I'm partial to Battle on the Big Bridge. I think that's my favorite.
Oh, I love it. I love it.
Well, which is why I'm so glad that I'm also coming back for commentary on Final Fantasy V. And I'll miss it.
I personally, especially since I run a lot of Final Fantasy VIII myself, am very partial to Man with a Machine Gun. There's a nice, solid couple of minutes where we just hear it, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, that is a classic.
And Minwoo is going down for Cap as well. Oh,
One more time for the one mores for Minwoo, huh?
it's the third 07, guys. It's just needed.
We've got Ultimatome in the chat right now, and I don't see any 07s from Ultimatome, which seems messed up.
He's
There it is.
not
Thank you.
even accepting that Minwoo is giving up his life just for this.
He did it for you, Ultimatome. For you.
Okay.
All right.
This is really important. Really important. So I'm going to go through the strats nice and quick. Okay, so we want to put sleep on one of them and curse the other. So he has killed the top one, and he's put the bottom one to sleep. And we're trying to keep everyone healthy and topped up through this. There, he destroys the bottom one. The next fight will have 3. He's going to look to curse one, sleep another, and ignore the third until one of them is asleep, and then he will pivot his focus. So you see he'll do Firion on one of them, and 2 people will hit the same target. So he has put sleep on the bottom one, and he has KO'd the top one. He's now going to focus the top one to put that to sleep and focus the bottom one. That KOs the bottom one, and now they get an easy free one. Now this last fight is incredibly pivotal. What he's going to want to do is he is very likely going to open up with sleep on the golem and curse. And then what he's going to do is use Hermes shoes on Ricard, and he's very likely going to... Oh, he's doing sleep on the Emperor, and he's going to hit the Golem with Ricard. See that 1500 nice big hit? Kills it, 1 turn. That fight's now safe. And he's done Wyvern, which can do some damage. There is very little that is a risk now for Ricard. Very nice. And he'll want to take out the Emperor. Now, the Emperor has a very long death animation, so you want to take it out early. You don't want to leave it. It can also barrier your entire party. Or his entire party, I should say. It doesn't matter who survives. Ricard is the hero here.
Big hits.
And that is an incredibly good fight by Artus. Incredibly well done.
Great to see the preemptive
such a
strike in the
hard fight.
second. Get the wood golem down instantly in the third fight. It's just great to see.
Honestly, that fight is a fight that can go so right or so wrong. It is so dangerous. If that golem hits your Ricard, he will very likely go down, and then he is dead. And you run on the back foot from there, which is very tricky. Oh, wow, Muchio's caught up dramatically. Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
We're
wow,
not
I
even,
look
we're not
away
even
for
watching.
1 moment, and he's already there.
He's there.
He's on a blinding pace. Oh my.
The same strat, kind of splitting the team. And even better than it went for Artis. You didn't get the Envenom?
Muchia is doing a different strategy. You will notice that Firion has the Ice Brand this time, not Ricard, and Ricard has the Sleep Blade this time. So Muchia is doing the slightly older, more known strategy. But honestly, they all run a very similar risk. So we'll very likely see that Ricard will hit Emperor here, not the Golem. No, he still went for the Golem. He still went for the Golem.
Didn't get the first turn, but we get
he did the Wyvern
from
which KOs it.
Oh, wasn't the Wyvern?
Yeah, no, he did a Fire Tome. That looked like.
Oh my goodness. Furion's down, but like you say, I mean, it's basically just Ricard from here.
Yeah. As long as that happens like that, he's pretty smooth there.
2,500 damage.
Yeah, and
Give him a
that
chance,
is perks
Muchia.
of the. That's the purpose of the heist. And he is through as well. Incredibly speedy.
Unbelievable.
Incredibly fast run.
What
Wow.
is going
For those of you
on?
who don't know, that is an incredibly fast-paced Emperor. Incredibly. We could be seeing roughly, if it's a decent pace towards the end, about 15 more minutes of the run. Probably closer to 17 or 18, but he's blinding fast right now. And Cap having to make his way over to his own Emperor split. And don't be fooled, Cap is also on a pretty decent pace as well.
From the end of Final Fantasy VII Remake to now, a 20-minute lead. Down to 2.5 minutes. Mujiha is out of their mind right now.
And I want to make it clear as well, Artus is not on a bad pace either. He is very close to PB pace himself, which is fantastic to see.
He's hitting so much good RNG. It's been just a great run all the way around from Artus 90. But
okay,
it's crazy.
Capt is doing the same strat as Artus from the looks of things. He has Sleep Blade on his Firion.
I got a couple Envenoms on, which is okay. We can fix that. Gonna power through. Not gonna deal with the Venoms. Probably all right. Probably a good choice.
His Maria going down is a little bit scary. He'll probably take down a couple more of the guards and then revive. There you go. He took down 2 more. He Phoenix Downs, and he will KO using... Okay. The health on Maria doesn't massively matter. She's not venomed. If she gets hit, she dies anyway. So, and because she throws an item, she usually gets priority. But an ambush is
ambushed.
Rough.
Oh, and right onto her.
Oh, he needs that life. Oh. That is really, really unfortunate to get the ambush. Cap has to reload back in. And unfortunately, as I said, you do now have to do all 3 fights again. It is brutal. It is horrid to have that.
And that's and again we say it again. Captain, an incredibly good run. Captain is doing everything that he's supposed to do. He's doing everything right. You get these ambushes, and you gotta be able to pivot, improvise. He's doing a great job, but sometimes it goes against you.
Yeah. Improv is definitely the word we want here. Okay, he's going in an incredibly similar situation to the last run. The last attempt, he's incredibly similar situation. He's got... Oh, there's... I think that was the front one asleep, but I didn't see damage, so I can't say for certain. No, it's not asleep. Oh. Oh. He's going to take down a couple more, and then he'll prioritize the revive, I feel. Okay, he's going to have to still hit with Ricard here, because he needs the health. And what he's going to do now is he's going to probably...
Oh no. On the high potion.
He's going to revive Guy so that Guy can revive everyone, hopefully. And he'll probably just go in on minimal health. Oh, that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, you want the timing different on that.
That gives him a very, very, very rough final fight.
Yeah. He's not getting the haste off here, and then, yeah.
Yeah, because of the no haste, it becomes very, very, very scary here.
And the Venom!
Yeah.
Oh. I thought, because the Golem didn't get him, I was like, oh, it's gonna be okay, and that Venom... Oh, gosh.
Yeah, it's really rough when, unfortunately, the downside to Guy having life is that he is significantly slower than Firion and Maria, but he's the most healthy, so he's the most likely to be able to use it. It is the correct strategy that pretty much every runner will do. But this is the example of why Emperor 1 is such a scary fight. There's nothing he has done wrong. He has done nothing wrong.
Firion did get the level up on his sword, so hopefully the Sleep Blade's gonna hit a little... Wow.
It didn't, but he's killed the first one, so that should be okay.
Oh.
Okay, so he's going to do life on all again. Hopefully he kills that one. It didn't, but that might be okay.
Just they've got to hit Ricard. That can work. That cannot work.
That might be okay. If that might be okay. Okay, the front one is down. Yes,
okay.
Perfect. Hopefully he gets a high potion off. Hopefully, there's one. Hopefully you get the other one. There we go. And Ricard is defending. He didn't want to kill it because he's put it to sleep anyway, so... And then he defends his way through. Cool.
All right. Here we go. Come on, Captain.
Whilst we have not been looking at the other runners, Muchia has taken the lead.
You cannot say that anything is forgotten. Any lead can be taken.
This is the joy of the FF Relay, because you might see, oh no, the sleep touch. You might see your team that you support suddenly fly back level or in the lead. It happens so many times. My favorite part of FF2, by the way, is where Muchia is right now. On the PR, when this happens, the music is so intense and so good. I love that section.
It's so crazy. The story is that you beat the Emperor and you send him to hell, and he is such a baller that he's like, oh yeah, I just took over that place too. And you want to try and be me in the real world? I come back. I own the world.
Okay, so Cap deliberately choosing to take out one of the other ones simply so that he could get health back on Ricard. Oh, it's so close.
Trying to get the sleep.
The only scary thing is the Golem is so hard to put to sleep.
Yeah, he's trying to sleep the Emperor. And it's just not... Oh.
Honestly, this may not look it because he is resetting, but Cap is playing that fight phenomenally well. He is improvising, he is swapping strats, he's doing what he needs to do. This is not his fault. This is truly not. He's playing fantastically well. It just is sometimes what happens.
Sometimes it's what happens. You're absolutely right. He's doing so well improvising. And good first fight for sure. It's just honestly, it's just Firion's got to put people to sleep. Firion's not carrying his weight.
He's got two down. He's got two down. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. Okay, nice. And then he's hopefully going to get another high. Ooh. Okay, he's choosing to do it that way to try and put it to sleep, so that way he can get the safe revive off.
Yep. Excellent. I would have botched it right there. Going in. Here we go. Emperor 1, Part 3, Take 3.
Okay. At the back, Hermes shoes, Wyvern, and attack. The Hermes shoes didn't go first? Wow. And the sleep didn't hit on the back either. But Maria's technically done her job now. She's only there really to put someone to sleep. Not sleep, to heal people now.
Yeah, she threw the Hermes shoes, you know. What more can you ask from Maria? Okay. Just don't hit Ricard.
Oh.
You want Furion, though, for the sleep.
The problem is, if he doesn't attack now, he's not going to be full health. And if he gets hit, he's dead. He had a lose-lose situation there.
This is how Emperor breaks you.
Okay, he is changing strats now to do the higher level weapon on his on Ricard to hopefully get a better sleep proc to hit. These are the alternate strats that I wasn't sure if he was going to apply, that he has chosen to do. It does slightly lower your damage output, but it gives more reliable sleep.
It's just I can't look away. This is such a thrilling fight, and it's just so so frustrating, and it is fun to play this fight. It is.
You've got to think on your feet so well. Now, I don't want to not count our other runners at the moment, and as soon as Cap is through, we'll dive in. There's so much information to talk about with the Jade Palace and Palamecia, and not Palamecia and Pandemonium. But there's so much to talk about in those areas, and we will get to it because there are unrunnable fights. There are phenomenally scary encounters, and there's things to go through.
Hermes shoes just not getting off before the attack.
And it makes a big difference.
The huge defense barrier is tough.
Yep. But he did get... He got sleep touched.
Oh, no.
Man, I feel for him, man. There's no real way he can get out of this fight now. That's it. He's gonna have to reload again.
He keeps his cool though. I mean, he is not
been here for 12 minutes now.
Right, but you know, he's an extremely experienced runner. You know, you don't.
Oh, he is.
You just gotta focus up. You know, keep your cool, and keep thinking where you can shave up some time. And this is a team weekend, right?
Oh, it truly is. But this is why I'm saying this is not down to Cap as the runner. This truly isn't. He has played really well, and he was doing really, really good on time before, even with the bad RNG he's had. And this is just
having bad RNG at the bottom, getting wiped out by a team of Cyclones.
I believe just resetting we're down to the final roughly 8 minutes for Muchiha.
Yeah, definitely.
8 or 9 minutes, depending on RNG getting through.
Muchiha not even giving the RNG a chance here. He's just immediately resetting. Here we go. Okay, Emperor 3. Let's get these Hermes shoes. Can we get these Hermes shoes first? Por favor.
Yes, you got them.
Yes! Big hit.
Okay, we got the big hit. It's not down, but is it asleep? No.
Flow's gonna be tough.
Okay, he's gonna try and hit the Emperor here, put the Emperor to sleep, or... Yeah.
Oof. Come on. Get the Golem, please.
Okay, Golem
Yes!
is down. Oh no, no!
Oh no! You just
can't make it
You
up.
gotta go again. You gotta go again. Uchiha and Artist 90, they are currently digging their way through a pit in hell to get to the Emperor's Palace, Castle Pandemonium.
Truly one of the best sounding areas in the entire franchise.
Yeah. Uchiha has entered. It's one of my favorite songs. I think we're listening to Artist 90 right now. So you'll wait just a little bit because Uchiha is in the lead. Crazy to say. Such a powerful run. The green dragon you see on Artist is unrunnable fight, so he does go ahead and has to fight. We've got Leon now with them. So strong. Leon carries us through. A called
Leon
Mog on
comes
Artists.
in ridiculously strong. He hits so hard, and he is our damage dealer for the end of the game. He is our big health, big hit. He does everything. And when we do come across the dragons, the green dragons, the gray dragons, the blue dragons, when we do come across them, we do defend, attack. And all we do is we hit with Leon, he puts it to sleep, and then you just hit it till it dies.
Not the right order for the haste.
As long as he gets the sleep off, it might be okay.
I don't think he did. Okay.
Didn't look like it.
Kill Maria.
That could be okay. Another dragon for Artus. Oh. That's scary.
Okay.
Okay, he threw the golem. I think he should be fine. He's going to take the Emperor out now. So the slow death animation should happen. And then he'll be through.
Please, yes.
Okay, there is the slow death animation, and both down. Cap is through.
Come on, I mean,
have a just a clap, a sigh of relief, anything, please. He deserves all the support for that. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about the Jade Palace and the and Pandemonium Castle, because they have unrunnable encounters, incredibly dangerous encounters, and things that quite frankly hurt, and an incredibly bad, dangerous step scenario for your encounters. You get an encounter roughly every 8 to 12 steps, roughly. And in there, every single enemy that you come across can wipe your party. Every single one of them. There is not oh, that's the safe encounter. I'm completely fine if I get ambushed. But there are some worse encounters.
I mean, Maria has 97 health. I mean, anybody who looks at her wrong, she's dead.
Yeah. Quite frankly, anyone goes down there. But particularly in Pandemonium, I think they're called the Death Stalkers, or the Death Riders. Basically those two enemies that you just saw on Artis' screen, the two on the back hit you for about 1,000. So you will go down. The Coels there, they hit you with Blaster for you just got hit for 65 with a chomp. Death Touch. The Lamia Queen,
God.
multiple person curses, or charms.
Oh my goodness.
There is so much that is scary in there, but I promise you, if you want to do the run and you come across these encounters and you blitz through them, it feels great because you've gone, screw you, RNG, I'm through.
Yeah, when you hit that, where you get into the fight, you walk in, you immediately flee. Oh, it feels so good. And you see them, dropping quick saves all over the place. You gotta.
You typically want to do every
Sid.
other encounter. Yep, Sid 07, please,
07.
guys. We need at least 107 for Sid, please.
107 for Sid, please. He's been dying in this bed.
Oh, And we've just
Thank
missed
you.
him
Thank you,
twice.
chat.
Thank you, guys.
We got him.
Thank you.
We caught him. Just a real quick reset for artists.
So there's a couple of really rare encounters that you can also see where they are. One of which is the Iron Giant. It doesn't look like your standard Iron Giant. It's big clad in armor. It can drop really good gear that you still don't use. So you can get Genji gear while you're in there. You don't use it. And the Quirl demonstrating why they're so scary. 4-person stun, 2 death touch, 2 charm. It's horribly scary.
We need Tonberry to be getting ready.
Yeah, Tonberry,
Gonna be going real quick.
A minute. You have about a minute. He'll have 1, maximum 2 encounters, and then the final boss, which is dead in 2 hits. If you're lucky, 1 hit.
Emperor 2 such a pushover after we saw Emperor 1. Emperor 2, no problem.
He got another dragon. No King Behemoth blessing us, though. King Behemoth is also unrunnable, by the way. You do have to also get rid of that. Oh, no, is that runnable? Behemoth's unrunnable.
No, King Behemoth unrunnable. Yep.
Yeah, is unrunnable. Yes. Okay, and then into Emperor 2.
Not even gonna full heal. Who needs it?
You don't, because you get hit by anything, you're dead anyway. I don't even know what he just used.
I think he just used the Ultima Tomb.
It was an Ultima.
I think he used Ultima.
Oh, he's got a wipe there, though. That is unfortunately... Oh, no, it did not do the damage. Wow. Wow.
There
And
it is.
Team Tonberry, go. Team Tonberry time. Fantastic run by Muchia for Team Tonberry, bringing them from the last all the way to the first.
That's incredible. It's so exciting. I'm losing my mind over here.
It's crazy.
Artists, just a few floors back, but real close as well. Has to keep hitting those quick saves.
Oh, he's getting really unfortunate with these coils.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate.
Oh. No. Yeah. Preemptive strike. Okay.
Okay, it's 6 of them. He just needs to get. He's out. Okay, good. Hope you guys are enjoying the wonderful music of Pandemonium. It is phenomenal. Phenomenal music. I believe they're all running on the 8-bit OG sound. But phenomenal. Cap coming up to the top of his Castle Palamisia, where the Emperor will reappear very soon.
Yeah, and he'll race up
lose
passage.
Ricard. He will lose Ricard.
Sacrifices himself. Another hero. Gone too soon. I saw somebody earlier say, hey, do not meet these kids, you will die. And that's so true.
It really is.
Meet these kids. And then it's such a, we'll keep on artists for a while, but it is fun to just see Final Fantasy 16 happening in the bottom left, and we're just switching between art styles so dramatically.
It's so funny. We went remake 2 16.
Yeah, I mean, we're just waiting for D-Make 16, aren't we?
Yeah, you may be right.
Oh, another unrunnable dragon.
I think Artis has had 4 or 5 dragons.
He's collecting them all. Okay, and then this is the...
Just need a small bit of fortune for Cap through the end of his run. He deserves
like-
it after that Emperor.
Yeah, Artist 90 has about 5 minutes, 3 minutes left.
No,
so
he's last screen. He's got 2 minutes.
Team Mog, get ready.
He's on the final screen of the boss. He'll have this encounter, and then he should only have that encounter. There you go. He's going to quick save, and in he goes. So, fingers crossed, because I didn't see if he bought the haste tome. If he bought the haste tome, it's 2 hits. If he didn't, it's up to 4 hits. He did buy the haste tome. The haste tome goes first. He'll hit for about 7,000 potentially. Oh, he low rolled. Okay, you can hit anywhere up to about 7,000. There you go, 6,500.
And
time,
That's
Team
time.
Mog. Go, go, go.
Didn't
Team
use the
Mog.
Ultima Tome, I noticed.
He did not. Okay, now that we have 2 runners down and we're on to more 16, whilst Cap finishes up his run, for the time being, we'll let Final Fantasy 16 take over.
Welcome, guys.
Yeah, sounds good to us. Unfortunately, 16's a bit slow in the beginning, so we'll just introduce ourselves real quick. I'm the Sid. I've run this game in the past. I didn't have a chance to grind in on this, so we're doing commentary instead. Everybody else, you want to introduce yourselves?
Yeah, I'll go next. I'm Moonblaze Wolf. I have also run this game in the past. It's really cool, and I'm looking forward to watching 3 fantastic runners show it off tonight.
Too true.
Yeah, I'm
Sorry,
Akintunde. It's all good. I run this game as well, not on story mode. I run New Game Plus, hard mode, and stage replay is kind of my expertise now. But, you know, we've got 3 fantastic runners. We have the record holder, who kind of came out of nowhere to me. So I'm really excited to watch all of them play. I'm really excited to see the new strats. I was promised the Diamond Dust glitch. So let's see it here on the stage.
Oh, I've heard tell of that, but I haven't gotten to see it personally. I'm excited for that too.
Yeah, it's kind of weird thinking about this game, how it has just still continued to evolve since it came out. So this is the 3rd Final Fantasy relay that it's been in. It came out in 2023. And I think the times have just come down consistently every year as the runners get a little bit better, maybe a little bit more experienced, and new tech is found. So we'll definitely be seeing some of that tonight.
Yeah, I did see one of the runners specifically stating that they were learning the new strats, and I was like, there's new strats? What? All right. I thought we were at the end of our rope, but you guys never cease to amaze me.
Got like a new ability route and everything.
As long as it doesn't have to do with Rook's Gambit, I'm fine with it. I'll do anything but Rook's Gambit counters.
So, funny story. That is exactly what it has to do with.
I'm not taking the new route. I'm going the old way. I'm taking the long way home.
Angel told me that they kind of dropped Scarlet Cyclone earlier, which is, I mean, for the most of the game, that was the big AoE, you know, until like the halfway mark. So I'm very interested in how they do this.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see if some of the improvements are stuff that I've kind of, when I was running this game, just kind of been like, oh, this isn't great, but I don't know if there's anything better than this, and maybe somebody's found a better way, so.
I had a feeling Rook's Gambit would claw its way to the top eventually. The problem with Rook's Gambit is it's a very strong skill. It staggers enemies really quickly, but it requires you to time it properly before you're hit. And the Scarlet Cyclone's a nice AoE that actually quickens cooldown if you're hit during using it, so you have to kind of like use it in a really weird way to time both of them. They're just kind of like counterintuitive in different ways.
Yeah, we'll have plenty of time to talk about some of the different abilities. We haven't even done a combat really yet, so although Angel's kind of coming up on the first combat sequence. I did see one question in chat that asked, poor Yorick asked who is the record holder. It is actually the runner who has not started yet, which is really exciting for the relay potentially. It is Team Choco's runner, Kanayami, so very excited again to see him. So.
The teams tend to be extremely well balanced by the runners of the event. So you'll usually see the world record holder starting last and then making up some time for their team, and then it just kind of flip-flops with every single run like that. Unfortunately, some are a little bit fraught with heavy RNG like Final Fantasy II. It's pretty notorious for it, but it's a really cool game.
Yep. So Angel is in the first combat sequence here in the village of Stillwind. Thank you. Had to remind myself. It's the one with all the goblins in it. So we get to see some of the combat here. Our current character is young Clive Rossfield, not to be confused with normal Clive Rossfield. And young Clive has some unique mechanics. Does anybody want to talk about young Clive specifically?
Yeah.
No, go ahead.
Sure. I can briefly talk about his movement. So you're seeing a lot of Phoenix Shift, this little fire teleport. Young Clive, older Clive, and oldest Clive all have that. But an interesting thing is that young Clive, for some reason, has no out-of-combat cooldown on his lunge, unlike Clive, like adult Clive. This is specifically, if you do this as adult Clive, you will sit on the ground for like 8 seconds before you can move again. So that's one really interesting thing about young Clive.
Yeah, the ending lag is pretty brutal. My headcanon is he developed arthritis at some point, so he can't keep just jamming that sword like that. It's
to be young and not have a cooldown timer.
Yeah. Isn't that how we all learned to speedrun? We went back in our 20s, had all day and nothing else to do. And now we're like, dude, I don't have enough time to get 5 minutes together. You want me to get 5 hours? Not happening.
All right, so Angel is in the first boss fight now. So this is the ogre, Gygus, excuse me. And this is our first fight where the enemy has a stagger bar. So you'll see the health bar in red, and then the stagger is in yellow, and you'll see that get depleted. The normal attacks will deplete it, and then the special abilities actually they have kind of like a normal damage number, and then they have a stagger damage number.
Yeah, everything kind of deals a little bit of both, depending on where it is. You'll see that we're jumping quite a bit here. It's actually the DPS on sword swings while in the air ends up being a little bit faster than grounded. So optimal combat always goes into the air, but it does put us in a bit of a disadvantage, because you'll notice that we're landing to dodge the axe or mallet, whatever you want to call it here. So we have to kind of balance between jumping in the air to get high DPS and then balancing out for either counters, dodges, or other forms of reacting. Right now, we really only have our base sword, so timing the dodges and then countering is going to be our go-to.
After him, before he summons the rest.
Yeah, and we did see a number of parries in that fight. We'll probably come back to that when Shiraishi's there, just so we can... that's a very important mechanic that affects a ton of fights in this game. So I'll talk about it then.
Yeah, it's part of the reason why I really loved it. Casually, I was really bad at it, and I'm still really bad at it, but when you hit a good parry, you're just, you feel so good. And then you get smacked in the face, and you're like, you know what? Maybe I'm not that good at this game.
I'm not him anymore. We're coming up into the second boss, the Morble. Oh, right, there is a parry in this fight.
Yep.
So the nice thing about parries, they triple the rate at which your cooldowns recover. They increase your HP damage by 25% and increase your will damage, your stagger damage, by 50%. So you could see we got this boss staggered lightning fast. And because of that parry, Angel already has a 20-second cooldown ability back, and it only took 10 seconds due to the tripling. It triples it for 3 seconds-ish.
Yeah, it's luckily with this first boss, if I remember right, the first one is pretty much free due to the setup. Some of them are a little bit harder to fish for, and you just got to get good, but some of these fights actually have setups, which is really nice. Makes it a lot easier to deal with.
Getting our first cinematic strike here on Angel's fight as well. There's a couple different... they're kind of like QTE elements, I suppose. They happen at specific times. They're kind of like, a lot of times they'll be at phase changes or things like that. One interesting thing about the cooldowns in this game is you will get cooldown during QTEs and little in-battle cutscenes and things like that. So a lot of the fight optimization is about kind of like managing your cooldowns so that you can maybe squeeze one extra special attack in before, you know, like a QTE or something like that would happen, and you kind of get like free time to have it recover during that.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. The devs like really expected you to kind of be hard limited in certain cases, and the runners of this game have found ways to squeeze out every little bit of damage before the like hard lock HP on the HP bar. Because there are some bosses that we'll run into with that later. So sometimes when you see somebody back off, it's just, yep, this is just not worth it because I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, there's a concept that you will get pretty familiar with if you run this game or if you watch speedruns of this game called a dummy stagger, and I'm sure we'll get an opportunity or two to talk about that throughout the run. So
we're gonna jump back in for the end of Final Fantasy II
Perfect.
because Team Choco, you've got less than 5 minutes until you start. Capt is running through such a scary location and has had middle of the row RNG through it, which is not terrible. He will be saving every other encounter because all it takes is one poor encounter and you are in a lot of danger because there's confuse and poison and stun and death touch and everything in there.
I just think it's so fun to have a run that you get to the end of and one of your characters has double-digit health.
So low. I've been at the end of a run and had 42 health on Maria.
Because you need to be hit to level up your HP, but you also need to be alive at the end of the fight. So, well, just wasn't working out that way.
No, but his health that he's got on Guy is pretty decent. Furian's was pretty decent. Ultimately, this game didn't give him a bad hand when it came to health. What he's at is actually fairly high-ish for what you can be looking at, but I would probably put it closer to the average health you're looking at through most runs. He's down to the final few screens left before the final boss, and so far I'm not seeing certain things, but I'm not going to voice them because I've already cursed enough runs today.
You were racing towards a jinx.
Hey, I've cursed enough things this day, okay?
Hey, you know, that's just the way that the relay works. Sometimes you put things into the universe, but it's our job. You know, we got to tell you what can go wrong, and you know what's Occam's razor. What can go wrong will go wrong.
All I'm saying is I'm very grateful for the runners that proved what I was trying to say just seconds after I said it. It was very supportive of them.
Very demonstrative, yeah. You know, really great examples given. Murphy's Law. Sorry. Which one's Occam's razor? Is that
I think that's the most likely solution. Solution is Occam's razor. Yeah. I mean, I'll say the wrong thing all the time, and chat's got my back too. So don't worry about it, guys. I got like another 7 hours of that coming up.
Okay.
We're not even going to bother correcting you, Sid.
Final screen.
Final screen. Behemoth. I know I shouldn't jinx it, but I wanted him to get the King Behemoth because it looks cool. Okay, so you see he's just taken off one of his weapons off of Leon. Leon wants the Blood Sword. That's it. And he's going to do his Haste Tome, defend, attack. Nice chunky hit.
Ooh, high rolled the basic hit.
Yep. Now, Starfall once is not scary. Starfall twice is.
I'm fine. It's my father and Joshua I'm worried about.
Oh.
We should head back.
And time for Team Choco.
Go, Choco.
Okay,
well,
I just want to say
this has been awesome.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for being with me again here, Lukey.
Yeah, I mean, hey, same time next year?
Yeah, same time next year. I got you. Guys, thank you so much for having us. Thank you for the runners for putting on a phenomenal show, and thank you to everyone for taking part. It's been a wonderful time. Lukey, I bid you farewell.
Goodbye.